Now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Aileen's Original, Doodle Duck Designs, Etchel, Rose May, Rocks and Chains, Caterpillar Cross Stitch, Tulip, The Skinny Food Company, the Isabel Craft Collection, Staedtler, Hunt the Moon, Has Crafts and Star Glazers. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello and welcome. It's lovely to have your company. I have no idea what this is doing today. It's lovely to be with you. You are, of course, tuned into Hochanda. I'm here. Our Scott's over there.
Hiya!
Hello. Mo's over there.
Woo!
that we're way more energetic than any of us are feeling almost. We are starting our brand. What are we starting? Our new arrivals! Yay! An aeroplane. I mean, that airport thing's a bit like, ooh, salt and wounds. New arrivals. So you're not going nowhere. But we have got some fantastic products and companies coming up for you. Now, starting with this show until Wednesday, 6 p.m. Now, we've got loads of new suppliers for you. Very exciting, actually. Brand new, and I've got a couple of those. Now, in every one of those shows, any purchase you make from the live show, it has to be the live show, you're going to be entered into a giveaway, and this is well exciting because it's going to be a mega bundle. So basically, there'll be loads of goodies put from every supplier, loads of goodies will be put into that mega bundle. From this one is this. Now, I am gutted because my reaction when I found out that this wasn't on the show was quite over the top. Because this is ace. This is ace. You will see so many demos and things done with the slick paint. You are going to, someone is going to win this. Very jealous, because that is amazing. So, one person, basically all the new arrival shows, they'll all be putting in a goodie. That'll all go into that massive prize giveaway. Basically, everybody who purchases from the live show, the new arrivals, will be going into that giveaway, and then someone is in with a chance of winning. The prize is going to be announced on the what date was that, sorry? Oh, our lovely Julie Hickey, and that's going to be on Wednesday. So that's the design show on Wednesday. That's when we're going to be announcing the winners. Whoop, whoop. Okay, now, Tulip. Oh, and it's already busy. Do you know what? Tulip. Now, we're talking new arrivals. Tulip are definitely not new arrivals on the craft scene. Tulip have been going for years. Ever since I've been crafting, I've known Tulip as a brand. They do fabric paints, but they do a huge diverse range. We have got for you today, we've got neons, we've got glitter, we've got glow in the dark, we've got tie-dye, which is well cool. Honestly, the pens, get them. The pens are amazing. It's such a good counter. Of course, I haven't had loads and loads of time because I've got the one-day special tonight and blah, blah, blah. But it were one of those that you just want to carry on playing. Very cool. Non-toxic paints are brilliant to use with your kids as well. And you can do so much more than just working on your fabrics. Right, we'll get down the counter and start showing you some of the goodies. Now, this first collection, this is lovely. The glow in the dark. Now, what's amazing about these fabric paints, you do not need to heat set any of the paints on this counter. You let them cure for about 72 hours, I think it is, and then they are machine washable. That is everything on the counter. Now, when you look at that, well, cool. I mean, glow in the dark, that's amazing. But it's not just for your fabric. I mean, this is on glass. You'll have to excuse it, because some of my blobs I did too big, so I had to scrape them off. And then, because they started running, and then when I was trying to sort it out, I smudged all the other side, so I'm not showing you the other side. Obviously, we can't show you that it glows in the dark because of the lights and stuff, but can you imagine making all your jars, upcycling your jars? Maybe it's your kids' room, maybe it's parties. When you look on the Tulip site, there's loads of ideas. They have done a glow-in-the-dark dog coat. A dog coat, glow in the dark dog coat. Now, when they're on dark fabrics, they're going to do this. So, when it's on a dark fabric, it's not going to look like the colour isn't going to be strong. But as soon as it glows, obviously, then you're going to get that to glow. All it needs to make it glow, daylight or a UV light, and then it's going to glow. These are cool, and they're only £16.99. You've got a massive colour range. The two at the end are your natural, so they're sort of the clear, if you will, but I highly recommend these. They are good fun, and they come out super easy as well. Now, that won't be machine washable. Obviously, you won't put glass in a machine. That'd be crazy. You could put it in a dishwasher, but don't, because these will actually peel off, because they will peel off glass, so it means you can make peelies. But, so you can pluck it off if it goes wrong as well, which is really handy. But they're amazing. They're amazing, and that's proper easy as well. Now, if you want to get hold of this kit, 408030 is your item number. I'm trying to remember what I used on these, but I think I used mainly those that we haven't got, so I'll show you with them. Okay, so next, and again, the dimensional bits, but of course with a lot of these, you can put them on with like a paintbrush or something if you don't want that dimension. Now, you've got two options here. So your first option is again glow in the dark. These are your bigger ones, so if you're really into glow in the dark, they work exactly the same as the ones we've just seen, but they're in a bigger container, and again, absolutely cool. I mean, there's so much you can do with these. Only $12.99. The other ones are your glitter paints, and of course glitter paints. So you can put these on your fabric, and the thing is with something like this, you can put them on dimensional, so you've got that really thick consistency of glitter, or you can put them on with your paintbrush, and I don't know if you can see that glitter. That is really, really glittery as well, but I'm not sure if you can actually see it. It just looks like smudges on our at the minute. Oh yeah, you can see it. You can see it. It's super glittery. That is going to be washable. The thing is with tulip, these have been going for years. These paints are going to stretch. They're not going to flake. They're not going to. When you squidge it up, they're not going to crack. They don't make the fabric. That fabric doesn't feel really hard and horrible. Really good quality. Look at this though. I'm well chuffed with this. That paint has made a glow-in-the-dark bracelet. How cool is that? You can make bracelets out of your dimensional paint. That blew my mind. It was like, oh my word, that is well cool. Remember, non-toxic. These are brilliant to use with the kids. Your kids will be able to make these. Honestly, lockdown, oh my word, this is the answer, quite frankly. And it is brilliant to do with the kids as well, because they're really good fun. Now, not just for children, however, there's so much you can do with fabric paint. £12.99. You've got your choice, you've got glitter, you've got glow in the dark. Personally, go for everything, because it's all great. 468914 is your item number. Don't you go for what you want. Now, the other thing with these, if you've got gems, if you've got sequins, the paints are strong enough to hold those onto the fabric. They'll be strong enough that you can then put those through the wash. Obviously, make sure that the gems you're using aren't then going to, you know, when you put them through the wash, the colours aren't all going to come off. But the glue, well, the paint is strong enough to hold all your gems as well. Honestly, you can do so much with these. Now, the next one, these are called Shimmer Flash. And what you can see with these, if I show you that one there, can you see that beautiful shimmer? So that's what it means by a shimmer flash. You can do outlines with these, but you can paint with them. So obviously I've done an outline and then dragging the paint through. You can see the white slightly, but then I've just wanted to paint with these. But look at the writing with these. I mean, you can do brush letter writing with these, which again, I just think is amazing. And that hasn't been heat set. It's definitely going to give, it's going to squidge up. And again, that will not crack. It's just such good quality. So that's your flash paints. That's got a gorgeous shimmer to it. £14.99, your price. 287131. Now, your mini writers. So with these are nice little paints, but you can do all sorts with these. Again, so many different colours in here. It's a beautiful colour palette is this one. Really like this for £22.99. This is such a good starter set, and it allows you to do, again, maybe you're going to go on denim, so maybe you're going to be upcycling. If you drag out the paint, you can colour, but then obviously you can go in, you can drag paint out, you can colour it in, you can do outliners, you can do dots, you can do so much with these paints. These are cool, but the other thing you can do, look, is make these. So, you know your little window clings? these are your little window clings, and you make those as well, which are just super cool. So you do those on, I used a silicone mat, I can't put it on there, I used a silicone mat, let it dry, and then day after take it off and you can make those little window clings. But if you have a look, you can get some beautiful patterns in there. Like the marbling is fabulous, isn't it? Look at the marbling. And it's proper easy to do as well. Really, really easy. If you do want these, only £22.99. Really, really cool. That is 460592. Next. Now, these are lovely. The scribbles. Now, these are very, very fine. So the nozzle gives you such a beautiful, delicate application. Now, you've got two different options. So your top one is your shiny. And you've got a beautiful colour palette here as well. So that's your shiny. And then the bottom one is your gorgeous iridescent. Now, I will show you these. And the colours. Look at the colours. They're beautiful, aren't they? And I'm just trying to remember which is which, because that one doesn't, that one isn't that one. Hold on a minute, Soz. I'm just trying to remember. I thought, oh, well, I'll definitely remember because I'll recognise the colours. Not so. So this is your top one. Now, look how delicate you can get this. This is just on cotton. It'd have been better if I ironed it, but, you know, time. But look how delicate you can get those lines. Isn't that fabulous? Honestly, you can get the most beautiful designs with these. And of course, with something like this, you can write with it. You can mix your colours with it. You can do outlines, then fill the colours in. That's the top one, so that's your shiny. And then this is the bottom one, the iridescent. And that has got a beautiful pearlescent sheen to that one. It's absolutely gorgeous. And you can, of course, you can mix your colours up. You know, you can layer over. I really like how delicate you can get these. Absolutely stunning. Really like them. And, of course, machine washable. You don't need to heat set these. They'll go on your natural fibres, but you'll be putting these on all sorts. I mean, yeah, they'll go on natural fibres, but, you know, you've seen them on glass, you've seen them on jeans. When you look on the website, they've got, they're decorating wellies. There's so much you can do with the tulip products. 459227 is your item number. Okay. Now, these are both cool. I really like both the marker sets. I really like. If you're into mixed media, and I'm absolutely keeping these because I've got my mixed media show tonight, and I've got one of the journals. It's a fabric journal. These are so good. These are dual tip markers. Now, the way these go on is absolutely gorgeous. Because you've got that dual tip, it allows you to do like a wider surface area. It allowed you to do the fine liner as well, which is amazing. So you've got those. They're $23.99. 756427. And when you think about it, these you don't need to heat set again, which just messes with my head. And when I say it, I don't believe myself, but it says it there. I don't believe myself, but no heat set required. I'm not lying to myself, which means these are washable. Just let them dry. That means what are you going to upcycle with these? I mean, it might be trainers, you know, it might be shoes. You could do so much with these. These are lovely. A lovely colour, and again, just $27.99. Now, I only did a little scrap of fabric because, again, I were playing. And this are a mixture of both. So that one was the dual tip. So doing big surface areas, overlaying the colour, just really fine lines as well. But that one was the other one. And that one, it seemed a bit darker, actually, a bit richer. Honestly, I love these. Such good products. Choice is yours, which you're going for. The dual tip or that lovely little set there for £27.99. 828430. Right, nearly there. Tie-dye. These are well good. So you have got two options. Your neon. I mean, you need neon. Let's all make tie-dye shirts and just think about what we should have been doing at Glastonbury. Oh. Again, I know. Someone said on internet, at least I can say I've had a ticket for 3 years running. They're like, yeah, that's the only thing. That's our only thing. It's like I've still got a ticket. Anyway. There you go. At least I can make T-shirts, tie-dye socks, tie-dye bags, tie-dye dog coats, anything, tie-dye it. So you've got your neon, or you've got, I mean, can you imagine doing all your husband's shirts? Oh, you're working from home, babes. I did your shirt. Honestly, tie-dye bedding. This is so cool. They work better on natural fabrics, they take better on natural fabrics, but you will have a go on polyesters and all that business. It's just so easy as well. Only $17.99. These are so exciting. I'm going to show you how you do it. 497384, that's your item number. Okay, now, we have got 2 aprons that you can be tie-dyeing on if you want to get hold of these. Your aprons, only $12.99, great place to start if you want to go for those. We've also got your wonderful little tote bags, and these are brilliant. Handmade by Haley tote bags. You have got a pack of 3, so you've got your calico, that's your natural ones, really good for tie-dye, or the black, and the black is brilliant for all the fabric paints that we've been showing you, quite frankly. If you do want those, only $12.99, that's your price. Check your baskets out, hochanda.com, or of course give us a ring, 01733 602 2000. Okay, so tie-dyeing. So I've already started putting my fabric into soak. You soak your fabric, that will allow you for the tie-dye to go right the way through your fabric, so it'll allow it to actually soak in properly. So if I just do one at a time now, of course, I am not going to be able to show you the finished results today, sadly. Well, I might be able to this evening. I'm on this evening, so I'm going to put photographs on. Now, with tie-dye, it's all about how you actually do your scrunching, if you will. So there's loads of different techniques. One technique is, so you start springing it in from the edge, and this will give you, the tie-dye, it's the, the tie-dye design you see all the time, the spirals. It's one of these, whoop whoop, it's one of them spirals. And this is how you do it. So you're going in, you're twisting that in from the middle and just bringing it round like so. You're then going to, and let me just get my strings, so you're physically making a circle. Now I'm going to separate mine. Now you do get the elastic bands in the kit, which is brilliant because you need your elastic bands. Now I'm going to, like this, so I'm going to separate it, so I've got a couple of sections. Okay, your elastic bands, they'll help you get it's what you need to do really, because this is what you get your colour and everything with your elastic bands. So there we go. So that's your first bit, that's your second, and look at that, that's perfect. So I'm only going to do, I might just, for speed, I'll just put the 2 on. Now the actual tie-dye solution, so when you get it, you'll get your tie-dye bottle, you get your powders, and all you need to do, and I might use a bit of black, all you need to do is fill with cold water up to the fill line. Fills up at 8. Oh, it's our fill in the building. Feel. They give you gloves. I should have got my own really big gloves. See, this is for everybody. Can you imagine if kids are doing this? I wouldn't be wearing these unless it were like, maybe if I'd put all my glow-in-the-dark paints on them. Glassed up, boo, boo. Anyway, it's not happening. So, and then all you need to do is give it a really good shake. What you want to do is obviously mix up that dye, mix up that powder. I love the simplicity of this. I love how easy it is. I mean, it's literally your one-step tie-dye kit. So it just allows you within seconds to start really playing. So we've got here, we've got the black, we've got the pink, we've got the blue, and then we've got the purple. So just giving those a good shake. So I'm going to go in now. Oh, the lids. The lids are on quite... Oh, I can't get it off with me things. Sorry. I can't get the lid off with this on. In fact, I just can't get the lid off. Oh, that's ridiculous. That's a bad one for a demo, isn't it? Oh, dear. Yeah, you show stills of things we can do or something. Will I get a lid off? Now, that... that one is... 497384 is your item number. If you want to go for that, £17.99. The lids are really well put on. Don't take them off with your teeth. Have I got it all over my face? Wow, well done. Yeah, it's going to be on you for years. Anyway, if you do want your tie-dye kit, £17.99, just be careful with the lids. The lids are on really well. That's a good job you didn't see that bit. Okay, so putting it in. So now all you need to do is start saturating it in. Oh, it's such good fun. And then I'm just going to go in like so. I will show these later when I later on. There is, guys. In fact, there's so much help out there. There's so much inspiration. Tulip themselves have an amazing website with so much inspiration on it. Honestly, it's one of those that you get lost in. And the tie-dyeing's amazing. I wanted to do, and I didn't get time, but you can tie-dye using ice cubes, which I just think could look fabulous. Wouldn't that look good? It's just, well, that one was an ice cube one, but I think there's lots of things you can do. Right, so all you're doing, saturating first of all. So you can see, now because of the water will help it saturate, okay? So that helps the ink or the dye go into the fabric. Now I want to do the other side. If I turned it over and just put it in that, obviously my nice side, I'd get full of that ink. So if you pop it on a wire thingy, what's it do, Dad? A wire rack, thank you. It means the side I've just done and this side isn't going to get full of the dye that I've just used and it's coming out. You know me, I'm not going to waste that dye. You use another cheeky bit of fabric to mop up. So just saturating that through. And basically you do both sides because you need it to saturate through, because otherwise you're going to get it patchy. Okay, this is all you need to do. I mean, how ridiculously easy is this? Anybody can do this, and it's such good fun. When you're done, what you need to do then is get a plastic bag and put it in the plastic bag. Now, it's going to sit in the plastic bag for about 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours, and that will allow it to take. Okay, so you pop it in that plastic bag, and that then will allow the dye to start sticking into it. Now I'm going to use, this is just a piece of scrap fabric, so I want to mop this up essentially, because you know me, I'm not going to have any waste, am I? I mean, that'd be rude. All that dye, I'm not going to waste it, but just with the fabric that I've got here, see, I think that'd look beautiful. And you can see it's soaking in straight away. Doesn't it look nice? So, have that all soaking in beautifully. Like so. It does look like it. Getting dye in the hair. But, so just move that to the side. Look at that. And all that dye. See, you don't want to waste that, because that'd be appalling, wouldn't it? And when you think about it, with something like that, what you could do with something like that, you could do a batik on it. So you could do, say, say you put a design on that first and have a fabulous batik on that. You could do so much with this. Let me just show you one of the other. So that one was doing the circle. If I just get rid of this, Not as much as I should have done, but that'll do for now. Just to show you one of the other designs that you can do, because there's loads of different designs you can do. Now, these are with a tote bag. I've already got a bit of dye in there. So you'd colour, you clean everything, but, you know, time. So this is one of the tote bags. This is one of Hayley's tote bags. And if I just take this, now this again is how simple you can do things. You can have so many different designs. If you don't, honestly, Leonie and things like this. So I'm literally just going to pinch this, and now I can create little circles on this. And then I might do little pinch and rolls, and then pop your elastic bands on. The fun bit is going to be when you open these. Oh, get rid of these for now. It does come with an inspiration thing. Let me show you. There. Which will, I reckon, you get into it. But I would definitely have a little read, because it'll give you ideas on how to get, because the designs, these designs, there are ways of getting these, you know, ways of actually achieving the designs. And it's brilliant because it shows you that all, you know, all those different ideas. And this is good for all ages, literally all ages. Like, have a look on internet, because people sell the things they make. You know, you can do so much with this, and it's great because it might be old t-shirts, it might be beautiful tote bags like this, it might be vest tops that you're doing. You might be using this and then using fabric paints over the top to create your own designs. I mean, for a home business, it's fabulous. And I should imagine you'll be able to do some bleach effects over the top. Yeah, I should imagine, because it is a dye. Once you've done it, once you take it out the bag, so you'll have it in that bag for about 6 hours for the dye to actually, oh, that one's come off, for the dye to actually take. You'll then take it out of the bag, and then you'll just rinse it. So rinse it through in a bowl, but then put it through the washing machine. Obviously wash it on its own, because some of the dye will come out. I mean, it's not going to be as strong as when you first take it out of the bag, so some of that dye will come out. So make sure you do a wash, and then don't put your whites in straight after that wash. But it's just ridiculously effective. So I'm just doing, look at these. In fact, what have you just found? So Molly is having a little look at tie-dye things. Tie-dye tote bag, there's one 29 quid that's been made, one for 17 quid that's been made, and honestly 895 quid. I mean, you know, when you've got a name for yourself, why not? But this is the thing, there's so much you can do with these. It is very, very, it's very good fun. Yeah, it is very cool. I really love this. I wanted more time to do this, but I am going to. It's one of these that's on my list. You start thinking of all the stuff you got. When I just saw tie-dye socks, just that made me excited. Okay, so got my little thing, and then I'll only do one more and then stop, because otherwise I'll just get too carried away. And we're already halfway through the show. How does that happen? So with my little t-shirt now, my little tote bag, so I'm going to pop this on the ends there. My little nodules. My nodules. I don't know what they are. There we go. So pop that on there. And then I'm just going to go around the edges like this. There we are. Oh, nice tune while I'm doing this. It's romantic. There we go. I'm cutting my nodules. I don't think that's a rude word, is it? Yeah, but knob's not a rude word. I mean, there's lots of, I mean, you find knobs all over at shop. There we go. Oof, these guys. It's just my tote bag knobs, that's all. There we go. Right, one side. And then I'm going to flip it over. Move it over. It's a good job I wore a pinny for this one, innit? Aye. Whew. And where this is the crease from where my little nodules are. I can't see my other one. I'm sure I had another one. Oh, there it is. And then going in there. I mean, I have no idea what this is going to look like, but I'm very excited about this. And again, you have got all that dye. I'd have another piece of fabric. I haven't got another piece of fabric, but I'd have another piece of fabric. Oh, I'm going to cheat. Rather than picking it up with another piece of fabric, I'm going to pick it up with the end of this. Oh, and I love the, I love that my things have got it. Does it look really messy? Look. It looks fabulous. It looks like a little bit of a cow that's had a bad time, doesn't it? It looks like, in my mind, I'm seeing udders. I don't know what you're seeing. I'm seeing udders. You're not seeing udders, are you? I can tell with the giggles. Look at that. I don't know. I dread to think how they found that out. Okay, so then that goes in your bag, which I've obviously put down here. So that goes in your bag. Yeah. Me and tie-dye. I haven't looked up once, you know. So keep that in your bag. That's in there for about 3 hours. Obviously, that I'm going to do something with. It's going to look like, this is one our lovely Christy Ware came in to do, and how cool is that? And she just put a few elastic bands in and then went for it. That still needs a wash, so it is going to be, it's not going to be quite as intense as that, but isn't that cool? And she did more scrunchies, I think, than me, but I absolutely love this. If you want to get hold of this, £12.99, no it isn't, £17.99 is your price. Do not miss out on these. These are fabulous, fabulous fun. Now, we have got a little video. Now, this is going to be using the Shimmer Flash Dimensional Paints. Take a look at this for inspiration.
Well, I've had a good laugh so far this morning. Well, I think we should have more tie-dye with Leonie. Well, great way to start the day. Look, I don't know, one of my favourite demos from you, I think, to be quite honest. I've had
it with the nodules, weren't it?
Yes, I had a chuckle. Anyway, good morning to everybody. It is Tulip. It is part of the new arrivals we've got for you, actually. It's the first one lined up for you, running until next Wednesday. And basically, if you see a new arrivals show, if you make a purchase during any of those new arrivals show, you will be somebody, if you make from a purchase in the hour, somebody will have their name drawn out of the hat at the end of that show. That name, and of all the shows, will go into a big prize draw, because in every single one of the shows, there is a gift to give away that's going to be put into a big bundle. So in this particular hour, the dimensional fabric paints, are going to be put into a massive big bundle, and the winner will be announced at the very end of the... whose show is it? Oh, the Julie Hickey show at 10 to 5 on the 27th. And there will be a prize draw name pulled out of the hat. And if you've made a purchase in any of the new arrival shows, I think I'm making sense, then you've got a chance of getting it. Brilliant, brilliant. Who knows what the total value of that will be worth by the very end, which is phenomenal.
Sorry, the squeaking noise is me. And my pen's really squeaky, but I keep writing unicorn wrong because now I can't see.
Is it the pen?
Yeah, listen. It's not one of the pens you sell, and this is a different pen, but it's really squeaky.
It's got the squeak.
Oh, that's funny.
It's fun this morning. It is. Having a right old morning. It's, of course, all the brand, of course, of Tulip, which, as you heard Leonie talk about earlier on, is a brilliant brand name. And everything you can see on the counter here has certainly got the element of fun about it. And if you are looking for projects to work with younger people, this is great, actually. Well, I say the younger people, the younger generation. My kids. Basically, if you're homeschooling, you're looking for art projects, this is perfect to go with. Absolutely brilliant. For young people, or for young at heart? Me. Us. Basically, us. So, let's start off. We've got for you the glow in the dark. Anything that glows in the dark is always brilliant, isn't it? Got a bit of fun with these. Lovely rainbow of all the colours here. Pinks, blues, you've got the greens, you've got the whites in here. You've got the peach oranges. All of these, again, absolutely perfect. And don't forget, for these particular paints that we're looking at, you know, these, again, is going to be something you can just add a bit of magic to your project. They really are fun elements to work with. And again, great for kids to be working with all of these, again, so it's nice and safe to do so. If you want to go for this one, $16.99 on the glow in the dark. Just to show you again, we won't be able to take the lights down. The mischievousness has taken place already with the lights up is bad enough. Imagine if the lights went down. But again, anything, maybe you're thinking for the kids' rooms that are going to be glow in the dark, so when the lights go down, little things that will glow in there, the little bits that are on by the side of the bed, for example, or little elements they might want to put in the little ceiling, or stars, for example, things like that, or just glow. Fun projects that you can sort of transform their room again when it comes to evening, night time. 408 030 16.99. They've got a £3 saving on those for you straight away. Right, now, the next item code has actually got two options available for that. You can go for the glow, or you can go for the glitter for your dimensional paints on those. So whichever one you're going to work with, again, they're going to be a lot of fun. I know also, Leonie said this earlier on, but if you can go for both of these, because there's always a chance, you always want a bit of glitter in your life. And again, that whole idea of having the dimensional working with the actual glow in the dark, of course, perfect. Again, great for any projects you're working on. Only $12.99. So if you're just thinking, do you know what, I want to give these a go, it's a really good price point to have a little go out for these ones. 468914 is your item to go to work with. Do you know what I do? This bracelet is absolutely brilliant, and I can tell you, Lily was very excited about that when she was showing us earlier on, but really is nice, fun projects that you can do. Kids are going to really enjoy working with these, and these are great on any of your fabrics, and you don't have to, as we're talking about, heat cure them as well. They will just leave them on there. They will be then, okay, all right for machine washable for your projects on those. Absolutely brilliant. £12.99. 468914. Don't forget, you've got two options on that one particular item code. Right. What?
Bracelets.
What am I saying?
Bracelets.
Oh, sorry. I just showed the bracelet. What about... I missed that.
Telly.
Oh, on the telly. Oh, there they are. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Look, there they are, lit up at night. Sorry, I got a bit concerned there. I thought someone could... Look at that. Isn't that fun? Better now. We can see them glowing. So easy, this job. It's so easy, but when you get it wrong, you know, it's... everybody knows. Right, £3 saving on here working with these. These are your dimensional 6 of your paints. These are your shimmers. When Leonie showed these earlier on, I was very in love with the crab. I want to show the crab, not because of the lovely shimmer. I just love the crab on this. Have a little look at this. So if you're looking for that shimmery effect to work with, again, on any of your fabrics to work with, on your projects, then there we go. You can see it. So again, lovely if you're going to, for your school bags, they might be adding on to, again, the trainers, the pumps, maybe it isn't T-shirts, for example, or any of the things that you want just to add a little bit of personalised. Then again, these are absolutely brilliant to do with that. And again, don't have to heat cure. They will sort of, once you've left them, they will work perfectly. £14.99. Again, £3 saving on here from Tulip. 287131 for these. The other great thing about these is you don't actually need a lot of these to make a big impression, because the colours are really bright, really vibrant, so they really do make a nice big impact, and they're great. Now then, if you're looking for your mini paint writers, this is the whole rainbow collection. This is going to give you 30 of those pens in total. Absolutely brilliant. So again, if you wanted to add a little bit of your detail, again, just to show you here, so a real lovely bit of detail that will bring to you You've got that lovely control, that sort of finer detail. Again, if you want to go quite delicate on them, then you can do. But again, a nice way of just bringing that little detail in there when you control all of that, not just at the big areas, but little spots on there, little lines you can drag through. Perfect. This one, £3 saving on this also, £22.99. That gives you 30 for those to work with. Is absolutely brilliant for that price. 460592 if you want to go for those with all the detail. Now then, we've got the 3D fabric paints. We've actually got two options available. You can either go for the iridescent or you can go for the shiny, £12.99 for these. Again, choose which ones. You don't get both these. Choose which ones you want to go for on those. But again, they will work very, very nicely indeed. Now, have I got the right one here? This has got the iridescence on those as well, I think you can see. Again, but also, you see that you do have that control, that you will be able to do that nice finer detail on these if you so wish. So again, we had a sort of, there we go. So great if you are putting names on, for example, so you've got that, all that control just working like you are with a pen really, but you can still add the detail. £12.99. You got the iridescence if you want to go for those, or the shiny. What's that film? What's that? Moana. Yeah, very. Other musicals are available on there as well, but that's a good one, isn't it? They've got some good songs in that actually.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Moana, have you not seen the film?
Nah.
And there's a great, I tell you what, find it, there's a great song in there called Shiny, and it's basically a crab. I think it's a crab. It's a crab, isn't it, singing it? And it's a very, it will go down well at Glastonbury, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, oh, not going on. Right, we've also got for you the dual tip markers. Are absolutely brilliant. You can see here 14 of them you're going to be getting this particular kit. Really good actually for the dual tip, with a £5 saving on these also. So really, really good. Loads of different ways, of course, and loads of different techniques. You better go with both ends on these, working perfectly for you. Permanent fabric markers in all those lovely bright colours with both of those different nibs to work with. £23.99. That's 756427. That's for the 14 for the dual. We've also got for you the fabric markers again. These are going to be 20 in this particular kit. This is £27.99. We're looking at this again, another £5 saving. Really, really, really good offers for you here on the new arrivals show. First one to launch the event, 828430. That lovely rainbow of colour that you can work with. So 20 of those, £27.99. Now, if you really, do you know what? If it was a lot of fun watching only doing the tie-dye, and imagine the fun you're going to actually doing it, I would tell you, right, so actually here, really, and the nice thing about that, you've seen it is a real simple one step to be able to create that wonderful tie-dye. And you do get the inspirational chart that will take you through all those different ways you've seen tie-dye work. It will show you how you can actually create all of those different ways of working with it. It's absolutely brilliant. £4 saving on these. If you want to go the option, you've got your neon that you're looking at the moment, and you've also got the beautiful carousels. This is £17.99 with that £4 saving. So £497,384. Absolutely brilliant. Go for those again and get a lot of fun to work with of any age right across the counter. The website, of course, is the place to visit, hochanda.com, where all of those we've looked at and a lot more definitely worth having a little look at there. And again, look at all those price points being really cut down there. Absolutely brilliant. Don't forget, if you want to go for the aprons, if you're looking for projects to work with on your tie-dyes, you'll find them on there also, and plenty more to keep you occupied as we go through lockdown together. These are great ways to do it for all the family, all the fun and all the colour.
So, I wanted to talk about the pens, because these are just so usable. They're so easy. The dual tip, and I really like these. I've got both of them because I thought, well, I can show you the differences. So, if I'm talking about the dual tip, first of all, what you've got with your dual tip, let me start on any colour, don't faff. So, you've got that big, beautiful brush tip. The brush tip is gorgeous because look at this. You can actually, as though I was painting on card, I can actually feather that colour out. It allows you to do so many different techniques. Isn't that fantastic? Now this one, yeah, the other one hasn't got a dual tip. And then if I wanted to, then I can bring it in from the other side. And then, look, you can get some really beautiful techniques with these. So if you're doing shading, look at that. So as a shader, how good is that? See? And that is because of that beautiful fibre nib. I really, look at that. Look at the shading you can get with that. That's ridiculously easy. These pens, honestly, I know I keep banging on about how good they are, but they're really good. So you've got the wide edge. You've then got the softer, narrow edge. So the narrow edge is going to allow you to do your outline. So you might want to do the outline first. I'm doing it now because I kind of like it. So that'll go in, and that allows me to get that detail. And again, this is on fabric, but look how beautifully detailed that is. That'll allow me to do. So if you're into your Zentangle, if you're into your doodling, this, I mean, look how fine you can get that on fabric. Now, what is interesting, that line is perfect. That line isn't wicking and moving up the fabric. It's not moving up the fibres of the fabric. It's not snagging on the fabric. It's such a good print. I mean, it's perfect. Obviously, I can tell I'm working on fabric, but it just feels like I'm using a normal pen on fabric. But the thing is, after, I think it's 72 hours, this will be machine washable. I mean, I just think the versatility of this is phenomenal. And look at the detail you can get with that. That is so easy, it's ridiculous. So that's the fibre, that's your jewel tip. Personally, these, I'd be going for these because I love that jewel tip. I think it allows you to do so much. However, these ones, you've got a beautiful colour range there. It's absolutely stunning. These are not jewel tip. I think it said it on the screen, but they're not. They're not jewel tip. That is just one single tip with these. But you are getting 20 colours there. And again, look at the colours. I mean, the vibrancy of these. Now, with this one, and you can see again, I mean, that I've got a really nice control with that. So it allows me to draw beautifully. These feel a bit richer, so the colours feel a bit stronger. So there's a tiny bit of movement, and I won't do a full flower. She says, absolutely doing a full flower. So really quickly, just do a tiny little flower. Like that, or lots of teeth. Yeah. So what you can then do is start to fill that colour in. And with these, the blending isn't quite as easy, but you can still get a decent blend on it. So if I just pull the colour up like this, and I'm going to move this round. It's just the fact I can go on all sorts with these. Like kids doing shoes. Can you imagine? Just fabulous. And let me get, see, some of these brights are so bright. And I love that. Can you see how it's dragging it in from the edge? See, look at that. And so it allows me, and don't worry about mixing the colour on the nib. Just scribble it off and that colour will come through again. But look, it allows me to blend them colours together. If you don't want it to move, either allow one colour to dry and then apply the other, or just don't touch. I mean, if I didn't touch my outside edges, it'll stay really true. But I want to try and get that blend. So it allows you to start blending. I'm not going to carry on because I'm just faffing now. So, brilliant for just freehand drawing. I mean, they're easy for freehand drawing. However, if you're not... if you're not confident with freehand drawing, what you can do is use, I mean, it could be anything. Oh, it were working. Oh, sorry, we've got a dodgy plug on our stupid light box. And every time, has the blue come on it yet? Every time I move it, yeah, the blue's back on it now. There we go. So with your light box, you can put your piece of paper. Now you can put a piece of paper under your fabric. You'll probably be able to see. If you've got a light box, it's just going to make it miles easier. I mean, you can see it really well there. So what I'm going to do with my fabric markers, now I'm not worried with my fabric markers. I'm obviously not worried about this going through onto my light box, because this is going to be fine. I wouldn't use my wetter paints for this, but I can now trace out my design. So whatever design that is, maybe, yeah, back on jewel tip, maybe it's a design that you've written yourself, maybe it's a design that you've seen in a magazine. I mean, if you're not selling it, there's so much you can do with these. Look. Sue's had a bit of a giggle this morning. Laughed till you cried. I tell you what, it's a good job you didn't see me getting the lid off with me tea. I mean, don't talk about that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Why would you do that? Absolutely wouldn't advise that. It was stupid. It's literally what I've... Oh. It's like, why have I just done that? Why have I just put... Anyway, moving on. I've only got 4.5 minutes. Oh no, I need to do this first as well. So that's how you can do that, okay? So look. When I take this out now, look at that design. So you can create some really cool designs. Look. Doesn't that look fabulous? And that, I mean, then I can do all sorts with that. So, beautiful for that. Let me show you this technique, because this technique absolutely blew my mind. It's just such a cool technique. So, taking my, sorry, I thought I had more time, otherwise I'd have got this out. So, taking my glow-in-the-dark, it could be either one of you, it could be any of them. Oh. It could be any one of them. This is so cool. So get that flat. Don't let that raise up, because you want it flat. I've glued a couple of pieces of string onto greaseproof paper. Greaseproof paper works best because it's going to peel off. And then I'm obviously not going to do the full thing just because of time. But then you go... When you're using your paints, don't spend loads of time shaking them. You don't want to create air bubbles. Just give them a quick shake to get the paint up to the top. And then you are just applying the paint over your string. Now, this is cool. I won't do a massive bracelet, but... How fab is this, and how easy. So make sure your pen actually and again, just give it a shake so the paint gets right into the nozzle, and this will create a stripy bracelet. I love this. This just makes me well happy. Look at that. So when that dries, leave it overnight. You'll have to leave it overnight. When that dries, you can actually peel that off, and you have created your own glow-in-the-dark bracelet. For me, that is just well good fun. Things like this. I mean, I know I'm probably past wearing handmade glow-in-the-dark bracelets. But, oh, that's it, isn't it? You can make your own glow-in-the-dark bracelets. So, that's making your bracelets. Let that dry. Peel it off. You've made your own bracelet. Boom. Obviously, fabric painting. If I just take, and I know I'm rushing now, but... and this is a massive piece of fabric. But your fabric, this... looks like coffee. So with your fabric, I mean, with any of them, fabric painting is easy. Now let me show you just how easy these come out, because, and I'm on the glow in the dark. These are your glow in the dark, but look how easy they come out. I mean, the flow is beautiful. You can create, they're beautiful for little dots. The dots are ridiculously easy. So you can do things like this. They all work just as well. They all work just as beautiful. If I really, really quickly show you, because I've only got a minute and a half, let me show you the slick, because these are just slightly different, the scribble ones, not the slick, the scribble ones, because look how that little nozzle, and again, give it a shake, so look how fine that is. It's beautiful. and that has got such an incredible shimmer. And what you can do with this now, if you don't, I press down there, if you don't press it down, you get that beautiful line. But then what you can do, if you've got your paintbrush, you can actually stretch the paint. Oh, that's a rubbish paintbrush. Come here, quick. 45 seconds. Look, you can drag the paint out and actually paint with this. And look how rich that colour is. Isn't that beautiful? It's beautiful. Tulip, such a good brand. These are made to last. You will be able to wash these over and over again. They will stretch, they will flex, they won't crack. And what's more, they're non-toxic. So they're absolutely perfect to use with the kids or for things that you're selling. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Leonie. Thank you.
Don't forget about that giveaway because it's amazing. I'm back up later on with a one-day special. Boom. That's me done. Bye.
Well, what a brilliant show. What a start to the day, everybody. We got coming up for you next, Sentimentally Yours, the one-day special. Then we got a brand new arrival for you show. Looking forward to that as well. Then Sweet Poppy Stencils.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very, very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hello there, good morning and welcome. Welcome to our first live look at our current one-day special. Now, this is an amazing deal. It was launched at 6 o'clock last night and you have been loving it. And what's not to love? I mean, it's everything that we love. From fabulous Phil Martin here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
It's been a long time since you've done this.
It feels like forever since I saw you last.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm not too bad at all.
Good, good. I'm cleaning my glasses. I'm multitasking. It can be done.
It can be done.
Can be done.
Now, of course, we are talking about the one-day special, and we have got the details up on the screen. Now, if you were watching the shows last night, you will realise just how busy we were, but if you weren't, you need to know that 60% of the stock, rapidly approaching, 60% of the stock has gone. This is a bumper bundle. You're looking at 70 stamps, you're looking at an A4 pack with 40 sheets in there, all coming together for that incredible price. As you can see, it's £64.95. And these are brand new designs. Obviously, they were launched last night, so they were brand new last night, but they're still new.
They are, yes, new from yesterday. So you've definitely not seen them before. It's an absolutely gorgeous collection as well.
Beautiful, so pretty.
This is the Rococo Splendour collection.
Okay.
You know what I'm like with my names. I like to be very elegant and glamorous with the names. And the Rococo Splendour, I was explaining to Catherine last night, the idea was that we had loads and loads of, worker stamps that everybody calls them, but you've got the most gorgeous, intricate scrolls in there, flourishes, corners, embellishments. And what that does is that enables you, once you've got these stamps home, to then take pieces of card, whether it's a die cut like you're looking at there, scraps of card, whatever, and you can make the most beautiful, beautiful toppers. You can frame your sentiments, you can frame any images you might have.
Gorgeous.
But the designs, I'm going to show you properly when you come to me, because I'll go through them again like I did last night. But there are loads and loads and loads of different... 70 stamps.
They're classics, aren't they, these?
Stamps.
That's a lot of stampage.
It is, and the font that you're looking at there, this is a brand new font. It's the most elaborate that I've ever done. In all the years that I've done sentiments, this is the most swirly and flourishy, and it absolutely screams that Rococo period. It's very glamorous, very stylish, very elegant, and you know at home that you're going to be using these year in, year out, because they're never going to go out of fashion.
Exactly, and I love this because we've got so many different styles, and this one, I mean, this is quite a hot summery colour.
So Lozzie is one of the design team. Her style is very different. The whole point of the design team is you get loads and loads of inspiration.
Yeah.
So all of us have our own different style, and as Hayley shows you the samples, you'll notice this.
Yeah,
so Lozzie pops the colour, but look how different that looks from what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bring this one in, which again is quite kind of calming and beautiful colours again.
Then grab that pink one, which is a typical...
this one here? Oh, no, I know who made this one.
This is typically... It's not mine, it's Alison's,
Right, okay.
That is typical Alison, very pretty, very elegant, very glamorous. And this just shows you how versatile these stamps are, because you can go from loads of pops of colour to very classy, very, very stylish.
Love it, and it's a collection that you're going to have confidence in because of that exact reason. Doesn't matter what style of card you're creating, whether you're creating something very pastel tones, bright, vibrant colours, maybe even grungy with these, I think you could get away with. And that classic style font, bringing it all together, absolutely brilliant. Now, the Freedom Members discount that you've got on the screen there brings that price down even further. So if you are a Freedom member, then do please take advantage. It's kind of a why not deal, and by that, what we mean is the saving far exceeds the cost of you actually becoming a Freedom member. You can become a Freedom member for just £5.97. You won't have your post and packing, so you would have been paying for that anyway. But what it does mean is you are going to be getting an extra bonus saving with regards to this one, and the details are on your screen. But you quite rightly said there, Phil, there's a lot within this. So do you want to show us those different elements that we're getting in here as well?
I'm just getting all the flowers ready, look.
There'll be a few of those,
There's a few. There's not as many as normal on this card. Right, so I'm going to go through this with you just so you can see how my brain went. And apologies if you've seen me do this already, but it's important for me to explain the logic, the thinking behind this collection of stamps. So this is the first one-day special of 2020, well, with 2021.
We are still, yeah.
Yeah, and what I've done is I've purposefully made this different to how I used to do one-day specials before. Never included the paper pack as a part of a one-day special before. But the Rococo, I'll let you show everybody in a minute, the Rococo paper pack is, it screams the Rococo period. It's dusky shades of pink, blue, like a jade, minty green, the greys, and the whole collection means you can get this home and straight away you can start working just with the stamps and the papers. All you need is a card blank.
So the elements that we're seeing on the papers there, are they echoed within the stamps?
They are.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. So, well, some of them are, some of them are.
Yeah.
So if you look at the top one there, you can see that I've already added the shading and everything on there. And it's a really... It's not showing you much of the papers, I'll show you properly. But all the shabbiness has been done for you within the pack. I'm looking at you and I can't see you unless
I feel like I should be calling you Mr. Martin. I feel like I'm back at school.
So back to the stamps, and then I'll let Hayley show you the papers. So you've got two different collections of sentiments in here, which is smaller than I ever normally do, because normally you would have loads of relatives and everything. I might introduce those later in the year. I don't know. We'll see. So what I've done is I've included the ones that I think are essential. So you have the essential set, which I always call essential and occasional. You know that by now. So you've got three different sizes within here, if you look. So you've got your larger ones. Then you've got some medium ones, yeah, and then you've got a couple of the smaller ones. And I've done that because I know not everybody makes massive big cards like me. So you know you can get that straight away and think, you know what, I'm just going to do a little A6 card today. Well, absolutely, you can. Or you can get the thing. I'm going to do a massive 8x8. You can. So they're all your essential ones, like your happy birthday to someone special on your special day and so on. Then the occasionals I've done slightly different, and this is based on feedback that people give me. You want to be able to make your own words up, your own sentiments up. So you've got happy at the top, then you've got on, our, your, to, you, both, and new. So you can now do on our anniversary, happy anniversary to you both, and so on and so forth. And it gives you so much freedom. And as a card maker, which is what I was saying to Catherine last night, this is designed by a card maker for card makers. That just means you've got so many ways to use just the sentiments before we even get to the flourishes. And then the flourishes, so it started with the flourishes rather than the words. And that's because, you know, when you have, let me just find my little scraps. I'm not going to get them out and do it. I might try and do it at the end of the hour. I said that last night. But you know when you have all your little matting and layering scraps and you end up with little bits of card like that? What that means is we can stamp one of these gorgeous little sentiments in there, and then you can take all these elements, any of these elements, and you can make the most beautiful little topper with them. Nice. And you can echo that throughout your card. So the flourishes, left facing, right facing, these are pencil drawn, by the way, so I don't know whether you can get in close enough to see. Normally I draw with a fine line micron pen or something like that, but these were done with a mechanical pencil.
Oh wow!
And you'll be able to see that. Look at me, mechanical pencil. I know. So if you zoom in, you can actually see that you've got the tiniest detail in there, little open areas. So if you're using that, look at that. So if you're using a VersaFine or a VersaFine Claire or something that picks up detail, you're absolutely going to see that.
Wow.
So you've got two different styles within this flourishes set. No, you haven't. I'm telling you fibs. That's one style. So you've got the left facing, right facing, left facing, right facing, so on and so on. Then you've got all your little worker stamps in between. So that on its own is worth its weight in gold.
Oh my goodness,
because you can do so much with it. Then moving on to, I've called it corners. it isn't just corners. I just couldn't get corners and frame elements within that little box for the title. So if we take a quick look at this, you can see straight away that I've given you elements of a frame. Yeah. So rather than me create the frame, so you've just got one stamp and then you're restricted to what I say, you've now got the ability to take any one of these elements and expand. So if you like square cars, you can see how that's going to work in a square straight away. But if you like rectangle, you just do an extra one of these and then you top and bottom and you've created a rectangle topper. So you've got the quite definite Rococo style there. That's also a pencil drawn one. And you can see when you stamp this, you'll be able to see that some of the lines break off a little bit, and that's exactly what I wanted. So you've got the regular frame elements, you've got rounded elements in the same style. So that means you can now use your circle dies, your oval dies to create toppers with them. Then you have this other style. So you've got two different styles within this one set, which just it's just so much value for money. You can see I can't get anything else in there. So you've got the large corners there, you've got the square corners there, you've got extra flourishes there. And what that means when you get these home is you've got so much scope, and that for me is just value for money.
Fabulous set of components, really, isn't it?
Lots of components. 70 stamps.
70 stamps.
70 stamps.
There is a lot there. And there are big stamps within there as well. Now, 60% of the stock has gone. Now, of course, Phil mentioned the papers as well. Let me
I've
quickly...
just took my glasses off and look at me hair. Look at this. I'm going to have to cut it. I'm going to have to cut it myself. Can you imagine if I come here with my hair cut myself? Look at this. Look.
Let's keep going like Yannis did. Now, let me quickly show you those papers. Quite conscious of the time and we want to get to demo. But have a look at this. You are going to get 40 sheets. Now, in each one of these sets, this is just the first kind of design. And as Phil mentioned there, you can kind of see that gradient colour that he has brought into this. But, of course, you can add to these because it is an uncoated paper that you're working with. And you can see there your different 5 colourways there. But then you've got your different designs within here. So that's the first one. And these are beautiful.
Oh, the colour's gorgeous as well. So Rococo, when you say Rococo, to me it says like French shabby chic, that kind of style, and that's exactly what you're getting with these papers. I'm going to use the paper. Oh no, I'm not. I am. Don't know what I'm doing.
Decisions.
What I've done is I've included a full paper pack. So although this is part of the one-day special, I haven't reduced it. This is exactly what you would normally get from me as a paper pack, 40 sheets. You've got the 5 different colourways that are all just so beautiful, and you know that you can use these for male and female cards because they just work for everybody.
Gorgeous.
It's how you embellish them. I mean, look at that.
And they're fabulous bases to be working with.
So many different. It's probably too complicated to tell you, but when I'm creating the papers, I have to put like different layers on to create the depth.
It's how we create them in the flesh, isn't it? Really.
It is, absolutely.
Lots and lots of layers.
And I've done all that for you. Like the one Hayley's showing you there, you can see it looks like it's been flicked with gesso.
Yes.
So there's little white bits already on it, so you don't need to do that. It's all done for you.
Absolutely beautiful.
Unless you want to.
Well, this is it. You can add to them if you want. You are getting all of those 40 sheets. As you can see, there are 5 different colourways with all those fabulous designs in there, and that is included within your one-day special. It's an amazing deal. So many of you taken advantage already, so much so that 60% of the whole day stock has gone. It's an incredible deal, and you've got the ability to spread the cost over, is it 3 payments it does? But 2 payments I saw on the screen tonight, sorry, yes. Again, £64.95 is a brilliant price, but have a look at that. You have got that additional saving if you're a Freedom member, meaning that you are saving £14.49 and your 2 flexi buys are less than £30, way less at just £29.03. So 224373, if you're wanting to get hold of those, please do add them into your basket, as many of you are. Now, we've got some additional bits and pieces that we're going to be sharing with you, and something you need to be aware of with regard to these, that once Phil's warehouse is empty of these, we're not going to see them again. So if you're wanting to get hold of them, well, say not again for a good while, because of course we're working with or Phil's working with the stock that he's got. Now, these are beautiful. Now, of course, you can get hold of the different sets. We've got set 1, 2, 3 and 4 at £29.99. But if you're wanting set 1, these are the colours that you're going to get. And rapidly approaching half the stock of these. These are beautiful pens, Phil.
Have you used these yet?
I've not, never. I've seen
That's
them.
Ridiculous,
I must admit, I had a bit of pen envy, I must admit.
Pen envy. Well, we launched these last year, and they've just been a phenomenal success. because the quality of the nib is exquisite, the quality of the ink is second to none.
Gorgeous.
It's a blending ink, so you know you're going to be able to do lots of different shades from them by just using the water brushes that come with them. And for me, as colouring in, the fine nib is what makes these really special, and the ink is a specialist ink. So it's designed to blend on its own, so you can actually create different shades just using one pen.
Yes.
Or you can well, you can with all watercolours. You can just mix the colours and create your own palette. Don't ask me to choose which one I use the most, because I use them all.
Well, at that price, you're going to be able to get them all.
It's a
really,
good price, isn't it, for 24 pence and 2 water brushes. And the storage case, you know what I'm like for storage. I love my little boxes. I had to fight tooth and nail to get them, but
keep them all
we got them.
Love it. And you can see that fine detailed brush nib that you've got with these. So not only set 1, details on your screen if you're wanting those. Set 2, we've got different item numbers, slightly different group with of colours with regards to these ones. Over 40% of the stock has gone. So if you've already... People sometimes kind of collect these in almost like chronological order, don't they? Then it's gone for the first set, they're going for the second set now. $29.99, again, a beautiful array of colours. And these sit nicely in with the first set.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is no repetition of colours in any of the sets. So you can, you know with confidence that by the time you've got all 4, there is no duplicates of any of the colours. They might look similar on the plastic ends of the pens, but
that's kind of,
it's just so difficult to get those right.
And I'm guessing that with these, when you get them home, do yourself a swatch card to get the true colours.
Which is what Julia did, Yeah,
perfect. There you go. So that is set 2. What do you think comes after set 2? Well, set 3. And here you go. These are the details of set 3 popping up on your screen there. Again, lovely array of colours. Again, you've got 24 brush pens and another 2 of those water brushes. Always useful to have those, and half the stock of these have gone. So 170420 if you're wanting getting hold of those. So again, add into your collection. Many of you are doing that. Keep a note of these item numbers as well, because of course when Phil's not here, you can pop onto our website and go to the brand section and add in those additional ones. So if you're going for a couple of sets today and you're going to come back at a later stage, keep a note of those item numbers. But they're in the brand section, so don't worry if you haven't got those. Finally, set number 4. These are the details on the screen again for these ones. This one is set number 4. Again, you've got your 24 beautiful brush nibs. Look at the fine tip that you've got on these. Gorgeous pale tones, pastel tones, gradients of colours that you're going to be able to work with yet again. And again, sitting neatly within sets 1, 2 and 3. $29.99 at 127479 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, something else I need to mention you about as well, the nesting dies. It's a similar story to the pens. So with regards to these, once the stock that Phil has got of these has been exhausted, we're not going to see them back here for quite a while here. Now, this particular one is rapidly approaching limited stock. So if you like the idea of these ones with those gorgeous, stately designs there, as you can see, then do take advantage of those. Now, am I right in thinking they come with a magnetic sheet, these ones?
They do, yeah. All of the dies now come with a magnetic sheet.
Brilliant. There you go. So if you fancy these ones, £35.99. Incidentally, adding any of these into your one-day special basket, you're going to find that you can spread the cost of those as well. Double D box inverted corners. I like these ones, little kind of notch in those corners there. Slightly different design to your regular squares, and I think they work really well. £35.99, 387457. The elegant elegant oval eyelets, or eyelet ovals. 11 dies, again a magnetic sheet there. £35.99. I do love an oval. It's one of my favourite shapes when it comes to creating cards. So if you're wanting this one, 055790. Something else lots of you are adding in, and we see these regularly being used. I think it's one of Phil's favourites. You've got your 10 dies and your 16 stamps, so of course they work alongside each other to perfection. And £36.48. They'd work well with those pens, wouldn't they? Beautiful. And then these are always something, they're a staple, aren't they, to have those gorgeous leafy elements in there. So here you've got your lush leaves and your leafy fronds, 4 dies. You've got your left and your right there, so of course perfect symmetry when you're creating your card. So 509149. £21.98, incredibly brilliant value for money. Any questions? Get in touch, studio@hochanda.com. And just to let you know, with the one-day special, over 60% of the stock has gone. It's very early. It's good to have your company. We know you're fans of Phil, and we are very, very busy with regards to these, so get them while you've got the opportunity. Talking of perfect symmetry, I think it's time to come over to you, Phil.
Thank you very much. Right, OK. So I said when I launched the show last night, I'm going to try and show you lots of different ways or lots of different looks you can achieve using these stamps. So this is I've not got the other ones, but I'll just bring you the one I made on the 8 o'clock show last night. So this is very different. Same stamp look.
Oh,
But how
wow.
I know, how different does that look,
Gosh,
just by
yeah.
changing the colour? So we're going to sort of replicate this one, but make it look different again. And this is the whole point. I mean, I've been crafting for, oh, crikey, I don't even want to think about how long I've been doing it. But one of the things now that makes me think about what I'm buying is, what is it going to do for me? Yeah. How many ways can I use this? I don't just want a stamp that's going to do one thing.
Yeah.
I want it to be able to work with, you know, like if I get up and I think, oh, I'm in a blue day today, I'm having a blue day.
Yeah.
I know it's going to work and so on.
You don't want a one-trick pony, do you?
Absolutely. So what I've done, I'm just going to break this card down for you. I'll show you the original first.
Okay.
If I can't actually, can you turn the monitor around for me, please? I can't actually see. It's like that angle. I'm like, really? So I want you to see what I've done here, because I've actually, no, this little one.
Well, I think it's attached to the camera. Oh,
I can't see the big one at all. Do you know what? It's good job I'm not fussy, innit?
I know. Can you imagine us having to deal with that if you were fussy?
That's awesome. I can see that now. Right, so can you see on here, if I just wiggle that, you can see that I've actually embossed that.
Oh,
so
yes. So
although this is a very, very
detail.
delicate stamp, let me wiggle it, and then you see the glossiness. Yeah. That just gives it a whole new look again, and that's just VersaFine Onyx Black with clear embossing powder on top. Yeah. So we're going to change that look this time.
Okay.
So on the one that we're doing today, we're using the paper. So I've already obviously done my base matting and layering, which is just a pure white card.
Lovely.
Diamond Dazzle all the way around. You need to go on the website to look at all the different colours of cardstock.
So this cardstock that you're working with, this isn't the hot press card, is it?
No, this isn't the hot press. This is the colour plan card on my. If you go on, if you go on the website, Sentimentally Yours, shop by brand.
Got it, yeah.
There's about 30 odd colours now, I think, and some more coming soon. So that's just a pure white. Then we've got some cool slate, which was one of the newer colours from the end of last year. So it's like a gunmetal grey, which I absolutely love. Then look at this tiny, tiny section of the paper that I've used here. This was actually an offcut from one of the samples that I made.
Clever way of using those offcuts.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't waste any of this. So I've got that for the top part, and then I've just got another layer here with a white card that I've cut on an angle. So we're going to start with the stamping. Choices. I'm going to use the same one because I want you to see it embossed in a different colour.
It's a clever way of keeping your stamps storage-wise, where you just slip in the top of the packaging.
I can't take credit for that idea. It was Jane Gill's idea, where you just snip the top off and then you can just pop them back in. I can't. I should have thought of that, but I didn't.
No, we are incredibly busy. We're going to go back to Phil in just a few moments. I have to tell you about the one-day special because it is literally flying out. Details are up on your screen. Don't forget you are going to get those 40 stamps. Phil's just going to show us how amazing those stamps are, just using one or two of them together. But of course, you've got those classic sentiments. Now, sentiments go a long way when you're creating your projects. And so having something that's very generic that you can be able to use on loads of different styles of card. New baby, you could be using this particular design, as you can see here. A wedding anniversary, silver anniversary, gold anniversary, all of those different opportunities, you have got that classic style. And of course you've got the abbreviation there, where you've got the little apostrophe there with the S, so of course brilliant way to work with these. But then personalisation, so you can see there you've got birthday wishes to someone special, and of course you can add in those additional stamps that we were just looking at with regards to those. They're all part of the one-day special with that fabulous saving. Freedom members, you're saving even more with regards to these ones, and they are flying out. 224-373 if you're wanting to get hold of those. How are you getting on over there?
Well, hopefully you can hear me now.
I think it might have been a bit crackly or something.
Right, so we're going to, instead of doing VersaFine, this time we're going to emboss, and we're going to use one of the embossing powders that is on the show.
Oh, okay.
So I've got all my pretties, look, all in one little tub. So all of these are on the show, apart from the glittery ones, the twinkling ones, so you can choose which collection you want.
Haven't we?
And I'm going for the smoky grey, smoky quartz, because I know that that will work nicely with the grey tones from the paper. And we're going to use the Versamark. Get the stamp first. So I'm just trying to think if I can do a different one, because that's the full one. Let's do a small one. Smoky quartz is the embossing powder I'm going to use. It's from the... I found it in my... So on the original card, I've used the biggest flourish. Let me just bring that in to show you. Yeah. So that is the biggest flourish. I'm now going to use one of the ones that's a little bit more open, just to show you how different that looks.
Wonderful.
And a little tip for you when you're... I'm not going to be able to see this, so it'll be interesting to see if I overlap. I could have actually used hickory smoke, distressed oxide, and then used the embossing powder over the top, but I'm not. I'm making it hard for myself. So a little tip for you when you're doing a flourishy background like this is start in the middle. So just stamp one randomly in the middle, and then work your way out from it. I'm going to be really naughty and do it this way, which I never ever do, and I don't teach people to do it this way either, but just for quickness. So I'm just now turning this around because it doesn't matter which angle you've got these in. It's going to create a really beautiful... I can just see it, which is actually doing me a favour.
I just want to do that. Can we show you those embossing powders? Not you, because you know what they look like, but our lovely viewers. They come in sets of 6, and you've got 2 sets of 3, if that makes sense. So you can see in this one, you've got set 1 and 2 coming together. So in here we've got, what have we got? Baked aubergine. Blueberry crush, ooh, cracked pepper as well. That's olive vine, that's a useful one to have. Smoky quartz, and then summer honey. So a nice little set of those ones. You can see that you've got £5 saving. We have got other sets for you, because as you can imagine, following set 1 and 2, we've got set 2 and 3 and so on. So one of the sets that you have found and you are liking the look of is this particular set here. Now these ones are super fine, and this is something I was going to ask Phil about. Because of that fine detail. If you really want to get the crispness of design, then I would suggest that you're adding these ones in as well. Again, another set of 6 there. That's really going to irritate me, the way that is kind of a little bit of an off-balance picture there, but never mind. 686066, £24.94. So super fine. What difference does that make when we're working with that?
In all fairness, I could have called them all super fine, because all my powders, apart from the twinkling ones, are super fine. But if you're new to heat embossing, or you've not used embossing powders before, the superfine set is the one that I would recommend for people, because it has the silver, the gold, the traditional colours. I like my... is this set 1 of the premium ones? Set 1 and 2 of the premium, which is the smoky quartz and the blueberry crush.
Set 1 and 2,
And the colours in that set will coordinate with the papers. So, you know, I always try to make sure that things work with previous collections and with new ones. So, like, the blueberry crush embossing powder works really well with the blue papers and so on. So I'm just going to put this on.
Wonderful.
Already, look, before I even heat that, you can see the detail. And hopefully you can see that it's a lot more open than the other one, because that is the way I designed it. So you've got lots and lots of different work stamps. I'm
finding where to put your fingers, isn't it?
Is it not just the most elegant, classic?
Gorgeous.
I mean, I wasn't thinking about weddings, but one of the design teams said these would be brilliant for wedding cards and so forth.
Good point.
Just make sure you use your anti-static bag, which I did, but I've obviously missed a bit. The anti-static bag is an end of call.
Oh, that's right. So when you do come to check out your orders, it's a good point actually. When you've got your goodies in your basket and you're checking out, do keep an eye on those little items that pop up as end of call items, because you can add them into your basket for no additional post and packing. There's all sorts. When you refresh your screen, you'll see that they are changed. So there you go. You can see there's all sorts of goodies in there. Adhesives, you've got foam tape. There's lots and lots for you to consider. And as we say, they will refresh and change. So do have a little look at those. So if you're wanting any of those, add them into your basket. Tend to find that they're less than a tenner, and there's no additional post and packing. And of course, if you are spreading the cost, you can spread the cost of those as well.
I'm laughing at how many different end of call things there are on there.
It's a building collection.
Right, so normally, as you know, I would heat this. In fact, I will heat it from underneath. It doesn't actually matter so much with this style, this floor. Oops, I've missed a bit there because I've just wiped it off. Pretend you didn't see that. So it doesn't actually matter whether you go from underneath or above with this, because the style of them is really forgiving. But I'm going to go from underneath.
Now, Nina's asking about using these, poised and ready to go. Can we use the stamps on acetate?
You can use the stamps on absolutely anything, providing you've got the right ink for the surface that you're stamping on.
Okay.
So Stays On is the one I would recommend for stamping onto acetate, but can you imagine what that would look with it?
Oh my goodness, incredible.
Yeah, so yes, go for it. Right, so I'm going to go from underneath. You can obviously as well heat... Sorry, on and off. You can obviously heat it. You can use your embossing powders on acetate as well. Just remember you need to have heat-resistant acetate.
Yes.
Yeah. Third time lucky. So I'm going to start in the top corner and I'm just going to go from the back. So this smoky quartz is a dusky grey. So it will work perfectly with these, with the papers, the grey from the papers. I love grey tones anyway, there's just something really classy about grey and white. I'll probably get bored of doing this from underneath in a minute, because I can't actually see. There we go. No, don't. It's timing me in my ear. Right, I'm bored already. 9 seconds.
9 seconds?
I would, if I was making this at home, I would take the time and do it from underneath. Because I like
well,
the
9 seconds in TV
yeah.
screen time is, it's like minutes and minutes and minutes, isn't it? So, yeah, but you can see that. I mean, the crispness that you've got of this design is absolutely beautiful. And I love this because you created that background paper that could be different next time. It could be a different array of colours. And just amazing to work with. And again, just one stamp. One stamp out of your 70 that you're getting within your one-day special. Rapidly approaching 2/3 of the stock has now gone with regards to your one-day special. Don't forget, we have got later shows, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and you do have up until 6 o'clock to take advantage of this one. But we only have 25 minutes left within this particular hour. So if you're looking at placing your order, I would suggest you do it as soon as you possibly can. On the website, obviously, you're going to be able to find the one-day special, but all those additional bits and pieces. So if you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to need some more of those additional papers, you can get hold of them. We are busy for the pens as well. Lots of fabulous reviews from like-minded crafters, so check those out if you're wanting to. But bear in mind, as we mentioned, not only with the pens, but also with those layering dies there. With regards to seeing these throughout the year, we don't know how often we're going to be able to see these, because obviously the stock that's in the warehouse is going to be kind of exhausted as time goes on. So take advantage while you've got your opportunity. Something else that lots of you guys have found and are adding into your baskets as well are those tools. Precision tweezers, very fine detail tweezers. And then you've got your essential Pokey Tools duo and your Pearl pickup pen. Like it.
Pickup tool.
And then, of course, all those gorgeous embossing powders. And it wouldn't be a Sentimentally Yours show without a bit of glitter added on as well. So there you go. All the details on the website. Any questions, then do get in touch.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you these two side by side with the stamp set, because this was what was in my brain when I was working with them. So the one on the right, the card that's already finished, if you look at how full that background is, because I've used the larger of the stamps in the set, this one of these, and then you change it to one of the smaller, more open flourishes, but look, it looks like a completely different background.
Totally, yeah.
And for me, that just speaks versatility, just screams it. So we're going to do the sentiment and we're going to embellish it, and then I'm going to hand back to you while I get ready for the next bit.
Not a problem at all.
So I would normally use my stamping platform for this, but we don't need it. Where's my anti-static bag going? It's here. And it's the smallest thing ever, obviously. And we're going to emboss this as well. So when you start getting all your die-cut toppers out, you're going to be able to see that I've designed the stamps to fit most of my dies.
Okay.
So clearly, when you get to the larger size dies, just about everything will fit in them. But the point of this is for you to be able to tuck them under your flowers. This is kind of my style, you know, this is one of my cards, the way I've done it. And I love being able to just tuck the sentiment under the flowers or the embellishments, and that's what we're going to do here. So I'm going to go with love on this one. You can see I created the happy anniversary on this one from the stamps, because they're actually separate stamps. So I could have changed that to on our anniversary, on your anniversary.
Congratulations on your...
Yeah, absolutely. And I've
on
even
the outside
got in
and
here,
inside as well.
which I keep forgetting to tell you, I've got the mothers and the fathers. So you can do Happy Mother's Day, Happy Father's Day, and I've included Easter in there, which I never usually put Easter in, but people were asking me for it, so you've got it now. So we're going to do the With Love. Just incidentally, if you want me to do a relative set, everybody at home, just let me know on the Sentimentally Yours Facebook page.
Wonderful. We've had people asking for... Sorry, what was that? Norma has been in touch. She's asking for a limited edition. Ooh.
So metallics and watercolours are really difficult to get right. It's not something I've not started the process of.
But it's a bit of a time aspect.
So give me some time, because you know I won't stand here until they're perfect.
No.
And there are watercolour paints already that are pearlescent, so if I'm doing something, it needs to be... Yeah, my version is probably the best, the nicest way.
All I can say is good suggestion. Good suggestion. We're already at... Well, Phil's already on it, so yeah, watch this space.
OK, so just make sure you ain't got bits of glitter on your stamps before you start stamping them, like I have. So I've anti-static this, and I'm going to stamp it towards that end, because I want to add a little flourish at the other side. So again, I'm doing it the naughty way, and I love these. The testament to the quality of a stamp, and as particularly a font, is when you heat emboss it.
Yes,
and this will look amazing. It looks gorgeous in the metallic colours, but it also looks lovely when you do it in the flatter colours, which is what I'm using here. We're going to do it again in the smoky quartz, which is one of my favourites. Remember as well, you can mix your embossing powders. I'm not going to do it now because it'll spoil the look, but we could do a little bit of silver mixed in with the look at that. Yeah. Before I remember years ago when I first started heat embossing, too many years to count, but you know, when I did it the first time, I'm like, well, that just looks awful. And you try again, and then you start to doubt whether it's you.
Yeah, it's the first thing that we do, isn't it? Blame ourselves. You know?
Well, it's the quality of the quality of the products. It's only years later that you learn this.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing them, you know that I'm going to make sure that it's the best I can do. Now this I am going to do from the back, and I am going to be patient with this because it does make a big difference on your sentiments. If you're watching Julia, you know I'm right.
Look at the rivalry again.
So I'm just going to start at the top on the E, and I'll wiggle it and show you properly once it's all done. But when you've got such an intricate, detailed font like this, can you see how smooth that is? If I just lift that forward, yeah. I'll show you once it's done, all done. But doing it from underneath, just remember not to scorch your card. It melts the powder a little bit slower, so you get a smoother finish. Doesn't matter so much on the flourishes and that, because the texture is actually a little bonus. But I want this to be classy and smooth.
And don't forget, we've got those tweezers as well. So if you want to protect your fingers, Mr. Martin, you can use your tweezers.
I've just bent the card, so pretend you can't see the crease, but look at that.
Oh, that's pretty.
It looks like a professionally glossed little topper.
Yeah.
So we're going to pretend I didn't squash that. We're going to take one of the smaller ones now. So the point of having all these little ones in is that I can finish the edge of this little topper now, and I think I'll just go with one of the smaller ones.
Don't need a lot, do you? Because it kind of just ties it in perfectly with the background, and
yeah. Well, that was the whole idea. I'm just going to put some more anti-static, because you know I like pretty cards. It's kind of my style, but less is more. Doesn't apply to me really, but
less is more isn't always the thing.
not in my world. So I'll just do that edge, and I'm going to extend it. So I'm just going to take it, and we'll go here. So I'm literally just doing the left side of this little topper, and this is what takes it from being just a sentiment topper to something that completely coordinates with the card, and that is why I did all this. Do you know I've got stuff everywhere on her?
It's okay.
I am organised, believe it or believe it not. Well, it says I've got all my stuff here. Whether I'm organised or not is another matter. So the reason I've only done this edge is because obviously it's going to be tucked underneath. It's going to be tucked underneath the flowers at the other edge. So look.
Oh, look at that.
Oops. And then I'll just heat emboss that, and then I'm going to hand over to you while I get ready. Is that all right?
Yeah, not a problem at all. So there you go. I mean, we've got a little card featuring just one of those sentiments, and that's all you need sometimes, isn't it, to add that sentiment, that phrase, that term of endearment to the front of your project. Absolutely incredible. But then, of course, the beauty is with this particular set, if I bring in a second card, you'll be able to see that with this one, you can make a whole phrase which could sit on the front of your card, or of course sit on the inside of your card. And the beauty is those are just a selection of the 70 stamps that you are getting within your one-day special. It's not just the stamps though, you're getting those beautiful papers as well that are working alongside them. So you're going to get your 40 sheets of your papers. As you can see here, there's no repeats with regards to these. Obviously repeats with regards to design, but not with regards to colours as well. So you've got 5 colours, 4 designs, as you can see. They're absolutely beautiful. 190 GSM, so really good weight, whether you're matting and layering, die cutting, curling, whatever you want to do with these. Add your colours to these in addition, you can do. And of course, if you do want an additional set of those papers, they are available on the website as well. But if you're wanting them within the one-day special, the details are there on your screen. You've got a saving, but Freedom members, you are saving even more, and everybody has the ability to spread the cost of these as well. So that means if you're a Freedom member, you're paying just £29.23 to get these delivered to your door. Second payment will be in a month's time, but 2/3 of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting them, do be aware that this is proving to be a very popular bundle. And of course, it's the first brand new release that we've seen from Phil for 2021. 224-373 if you're wanting those. Now, we are very, very busy for lots of other things. So just very quickly, I'm going to show you some of the additional things that we're finding that you're loving this morning. The pens, lots of you taking advantage of these. Now, we've got 4 different sets. Each have got their own individual item number, but each one comes beautifully packaged within the case. Now, within the case, you're going to get all 24 of those pens and 2 of your water brush pens, but what a fabulous combination. Now, you might be collecting these in numerical order, or you might just be adding these in alongside some of the others that you've got, but what you can do is order in confidence, knowing that you're not going to repeat any of those colours between sets 1, 2, 3 and 4. Details on your screen for number 1, so 334739 if you're wanting those. Set number 2, again, a beautiful array of colours, and you can see how these are going to blend in and sit beautifully alongside set number 1. And of course, when you get them home, you can interchange those if you're wanting to. You don't have to keep them in their individual sets, but £29.99 for your second set there. Set 3, again, a gorgeous array of colours. Lots of you going for these different kind of ones. Some of you are going for the 1s, some of them are going for your 4s. There's all sorts of different ways of getting hold of these in numerical order, or just because of the colours that you like the look of. But whichever way you're getting hold of them, then you're just paying £29.99. Set number 4, and again, add these in alongside your one-day special or any of these sets, and you can spread the cost over 2 payments as well. And of course, set number 4, again, those 2 water brush pens proving to be incredibly popular when you get these. I mean, you use them in so many different ways for your blending and your mixing of your colours. But then, of course, you've got those brush nibs, as you can see, with those wonderful 24 colours for 127479 being the item number for that 4th set. But as I mentioned, the other 3 sets have got their own individual item numbers, but jump onto the website for those. Now, we were talking about getting the right results earlier on, and this is key. Having the right base to work with your colours is something that is key, and that's what we've got with this set for you here. Gorgeous hot press cardstock. Oh, no, we're not. We're moving on to the tweezers. Sorry, I do apologise. We've got some gorgeous cardstock as well, so do check that out. It's very nice. But we are going to talk about the tweezers. So you've got here your set of 3 tweezers, as you can see. But what you need to know is, now I'm hoping you can be able to see that with these ones. I don't know whether I'll need a piece of card behind there. But the fine tip that you have got with these, absolutely phenomenal. Then, of course, you've got your tweezers that have got that kind of little claw effect on there. And this is a sign of a good pair of tweezers where you are going to get that protective cap. But have a look at how fine detail those are. So if you're working with the tiniest of elements, then you know that you have got those. And of course, you've got your straight alongside those as well. And you can see those as your flat ends with regards to those. £14.99, brilliant value for money, always very, very popular. And again, if you're wanting all of those coming together, they just sit nicely within your hand there. So 618616 if you're wanting those. Now, the Pokey Tool collection, I don't know if I've seen these before. I've seen the tools that we've just looked at, but this is a lovely little set that you've got here. Just £11.99. Beautiful to work alongside, because of course you've got that colour coded with these. These are nice, Phil. I like these.
What
the Pokey Tools. Whole different combination of Pokey Tools in this one. Sorry, you was looking at me as if you wanted to say something about them.
There are 2 different types of Pokey Tools in there, which is the ones that I use all the time. So the one you're looking at there, which is the long fine one, I use that one with the piercing rulers. So you know when you, hopefully you all know what I'm talking about. It's the rulers that have got the holes in, so you can pierce around the edge of your pieces of card. And because it's the same all the way up. Yeah, it means you get the same size hole every time.
Clever. Yeah.
And then the other one is the one that so that one is the pickup tool for the pearls. I'm going to use that in a second and show you. So it's got the wax tip. I am bringing you replacement because that's the screw in. I'm bringing you some replacement tips later in the year. They are on the way. They're just taking a long time. A long time. Yeah, and then you've got the little shaping tool at the end, or it's like a sorting
Wonderful,
one.
and you're getting 2 of each of those. So 1 to use and 1 to lose, as I say, because that is always the way, isn't it? You're looking for that tool, you can never find it, at least you've got a spare. At 974 186 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, the embossing powders, we've mentioned these ones, they are in sets, so you've got sets 1 and 2 coming together in this particular set, as you can see here, 24.94, 393 638 if you're wanting those. The next sets 3 and 4. These ones are beautiful. Oh, look at these gorgeous colours. You've got your electric blue in there. You've got your orchid kiss. You've got your totally turquoise, your lemon zest, your mandarin burst, and fabulous fuchsia. That's a combination, isn't it? If you're fancying those, 301458. And then, of course, if you're wanting sets, these are the super fine ones, set 1 and 2. So yes, if you're wanting these ones, again, we touched on these earlier on, £24.94, 686066. But if you fancy a bit of sparkle, well, let me indulge you. Have a look at these. Absolutely beautiful here. You've got your trio here with your diamond dazzle, your crystal aurora, and your rainbow crystals there. £19.99. Beautiful all year round, those ones, aren't they?
I'm laughing because we did that as a special release for the Christmas shows last year, but of course it's the ones that I use day in, day out, but you still got the Christmas in the tag.
There you go, it's all part of that
It's my top tip for you, get those 3, they're the ones I use all the time.
Beautiful, there you go. And then, of course, adding your pearls. Pearl detail in set 5 here, velvet teal, your lime fizz, and your secret escape. Look at these, they've got.
You need to be getting those now, everybody. If you're collecting my ombre pearls, I haven't got any more to bring back this. Well, I'm not bringing them back at all.
Okay.
So we've literally got handfuls.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There you go, so if you want to know, £16.47. Any of those goodies you can spread if you're putting them in your basket alongside your one day
special.
special.
I've got 9.5 minutes, which I find ridiculous.
Go for it.
Right, so the Cool Slate card is absolutely gorgeous, whether you use it with the pure white or whether you use it with almond hue. I'm just going to put that little, I'm not actually inking around the edge of this because I don't need to. I've already done the inky bits already in the design of the paper. So I'm going to show you how I put this card together. So just glue around the edge, put that at the top, leaving the same amount of border. Just remember if you're going to replicate this card, just remember that your bottom piece has to be the same width as that. So I always do ½ centimetre increments on the smaller matting and layering. And then on here, we've actually got the delightfully deco border die cut. It is on the show. So we're going to use this on the original card. I'm just going to show you. I use the Perfectly Pretty. So I use Perfectly Pretty on the original one, and I've just raised the black card. This is black, not slate. Just up so that we've got a double scallop. This time, I'm going to be even more different, and we're going to crisscross that so we've got a different look altogether. I love these border dies. They're worth the weight in gold. If you're collecting them, and I know I say this a lot, I'm so sorry, everybody, but if you're collecting them, the stock that we've got is so small now, and again, these won't be back this year. So I'm just going to go in between. So I'm staying at the bottom this time to try and line that up a bit better than that, Phil, because that was just ridiculous what you tried to do there. So can you see now we've created a completely different look from that same, from the same shape. The die sets do feature the plain one, and I did that on purpose because I like to put a different colour underneath. And then we're just going to glue that on and then snip off the excess when the glue decides to, there we go.
I noticed as well one of the end of cools was one of the glue sets that you've got, but of course do check out on the website because we've got that as a bundle as well, haven't we?
So I'm just going to use the edge of the card and I'll try and get it somewhat central. It won't work when I cut it, I can assure you. So I'm just going to hold that in place for a second. In fact, let me come down a little bit further. There we go. There we go. I'm just going to hold that in place for a second and just let the glue grab. Remember, if you're new to my glue, it's thicker than most PVA glues. The water content is less, and I did that specifically because one of my pet hates is when you've got kinky card all over, yeah. So I'm just going to get my scissors and snip off the
We've popped the details up on the screen there. You are actually getting a bundle of adhesives. Just to let you know, they're all exactly the same adhesives within the bottles. You've got different methods of application with regards to these, depending on what you're using them for. So you've even got a fabulous pot there with your brush, as you can see there. So 30ml, 60ml, 120 and 100ml with your brush there, all coming to you for just £19.96. Something else I just very quickly need to tell you about, those lovely dies, the delightfully deco borders. 4 dies and your magnetic sheet at £28.99, at 320474, and those are the ones that Phil's working with.
Okay, so I've got some foam tape on this layer. I love these border dies and the different looks you can get from it. I'm just going to put a little bit more foam tape on that part. 6 minutes. Panic, no, I'll be fine. I'm going to put that on there. So my little tip for if you're going to try and replicate this card, turn that upside down, yeah, and layer from the bottom this time. So I'm trying to get the same amount of border at the bottom as I did at the top, and you can actually see where the edge of your paper is. So I'm just going to, yeah, it just makes it a little bit easier. So look at that look now.
That's so pretty.
Before I even pop it on the cardstock, the grey tones are just stunning.
Make a fabulous pocket as well, so if you wanted to actually put a tag or use it in a memory book or journal or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I know Trudy does a happy planner and everything, so I know that she will use the flourishes from this set to decorate the edges of the pages.
Yeah, and the different sizes means whichever planner you're working with or wherever it needs to go, it'll fit. Clever
I ain't
idea.
got time. I'd need to book a holiday to planning.
You need to plan a break to plan your planner.
I remember talking to Leonie about it. I'm like, when do you get time? Because I just wouldn't have time. She says, you have to make time, darling. So, which is true. Look at that now, look. How elegant does that look before I even put any of the embellishments on? Hopefully you can see that this is grey and not... Yeah, you can. You can see it's grey and not black. So now we're going to start with the topper. So I matted that onto another piece of the grey card. Webster in my ear, director, is telling me how much time I've got left, which doesn't help.
It's a shame because we can't. I mean, this is where I'd be involved usually, taking the backing off.
No, I need to know, but I don't want to know.
We can't be helpers anymore.
I'm going to pop that a little bit further over, actually. Let's have that hanging over the edge a little bit. Yeah, so I'm going to pop that on there. The flowers, which are my favourites today. These are the romantic flowers, flower dies that are on the show. And you can see what I've done is I've just alternated with the paper and white cardstock, and then all I've done is I've glittered the white ones. So I'm going to pop these on with some glue gel, and then tuck my flourishes in at the end.
Wonderful.
Oops.
And then with the papers, those are the papers from the one-day special.
Yeah.
And it's nice because you put a small repeat in there, so when you are creating things like flower petals, you don't lose that design.
Absolutely, and one of the things you'll find is I don't waste any of the scraps from my paper pikes. I have loads and loads of flowers to coordinate with, well, I've got boxes of scraps from the papers. Because when you're die cutting flowers or butterflies or anything, you can make it perfectly match your card. So I'm just sticking these flowers on now, then I've got some flourishes to tuck in at the end. There we go. Bear with me. Bear with. So I always... I'm laughing. 3 minutes, it should be enough.
Oh, those little pearls in the centre finish them off as well,
I'm going to pop a few pearls on the sentiment in a second. So you won't be able to get these pearls on the website. Apologies, everybody, which is why I've warned you about the... I've warned you about the... I know, these are gunmetal.
We are busy for the ones that we did see on the screen earlier on. We haven't got a huge quantity of these, so pop in the details there just in case you want them. Nice little set there. You've got set number 5, because they were obviously in the numbers, but you've got your 3 different colours in there. Velvet Teal, Lime Fizz and Secret Escape.
So the flourishes that I've got here, the leaves I've got are the lush leaves from the duo set, and what I've done is, I'm just going to show you what I've done. So I've obviously die cut 4, and then I've snipped off 4 of the petals from the bottom and just made them shorter, and it just gives me a little bit more. It just means I've created another leaf from the same set. Just pop that in, and then you can just tuck them in wherever you want them. I'm just going to go with glue gel for this one because it's easiest to get under this one. Normally I spend 20 minutes faffing about with flowers and leaves, but I know we haven't got time for that. And I'll bring the other card in and show you how different that looks just by changing the colours. I'll just get my pearls.
Some lovely calming colours.
Pearls
Beautiful.
down here. 1, 2, 3. I get my pickup tools, which are an absolute must-have. If you use gems or pearls on your cards.
A waxy tip to them, are you saying?
Have you not seen these before?
No.
So the tip, I don't think I've got time to mess now, but the tip screws out, look. Just remember they are wax.
And we are back at 12 o'clock, so we can have a chat at those.
Back at 12, yeah. Let me just try and find a small. I'm going to do my tweezers. I can't get them out with the pickup tool, but I can put them on my project with the pickup tool. Oh, I'm going to have to put them away after.
Okay. Now we are coming to the end of the hour. Don't forget, Phil is going to be back with myself at 12 o'clock. I think we've got a little bit of queues on those phone lines now. Website is the place for you to order, and it is proving to be a very, very popular one-day special. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are there on your screen. You're going to get your 70 stamps, you're going to get your 40 sheets of paper, and of course you're going to be able to create beautiful pieces, just like the fabulous card that Phil has taken us through. How different do they look? Beautiful.
There you go. So I'll put them side by side to show you the difference. Just by using the papers and using different colours. You imagine what your card's going to look like done with those.
Absolutely amazing. Over 2/3 of the stock having gone.
Wow.
Phil, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Inspirational as always. We will see you back here at 12. I hope we can count on your company too. Now I'm looking forward to the next hour. We're looking new etching, all about glass etching and mirrors and all sorts. Then lovely Lucy's here with Sweet Poppy stencils before we have another new, because it's all part of our new arrivals.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Rosie's Designs, Stitching Finger Kits, Janie's Originals, Emmeline Bags, Counting the Stars, Beck Makes, Bergen and Bath, Gale Pan Designs, and Penguin Palace. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very, very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved
They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the studio light shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Morning, everybody. If you're just tuning in with us, lovely to have your company. My name's Scott, taking you through the next hour with lovely Lou, who's going to be with us, of course. They're in the new arrivals area. Look at that.
I know.
It's very nice, very posh, isn't it? Isn't it ironic when no one could travel, we're doing a whole idea about arrivals? No departures, just arrivals.
I suppose we've arrived here.
We have arrived here, we have indeed. Lou, lovely to be with you, as ever. I'm really looking forward to this show because we've got some great, well, for me, absolutely brand new techniques, which we're going to come on to, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But just give you a little, if you're thinking, what is the arrivals all about? We have got a whole week's worth, basically, until Wednesday the 27th at 6 o'clock this event finishes, and we've got some shows like this one is, which is the new arrivals show, where we've got new arrivals of products and pieces to bring to you. And if you buy anything in one of these live new arrivals show of the hours itself, your name will go into a prize draw. If you are selected out of all the people that buy anything in this hour, one person will be selected out of that hat, will be put into another hat, and then next Wednesday at, I think it's 10 to 5 is the draw, and whoever name gets drawn out of that will win a complete bundle which will be made up of lots of free gifts in every single new arrivals hour, and all of those are being put together, and the one from this hour that's going to be added to the bundle is brilliant, actually, because it's going to be able to give you the actual cream, which we're going to come on to, and all the details you need to make your stencils themselves there. You have the vinyl sheets in there, you're going to have the tools you need, and you're going to be having the cream as well, which will all become very clear when we explain what this hour is all about. Now, that itself is a free gift that's going into that complete bundle. It's worth £26.99 on its own. I've already done another one this morning as well. We had in Leonie's new arrivals show. So that bundle, by the time we get to doing that draw next Wednesday, is going to be amazing. Of course, you'll find details on the social media all about that as well. Now, let's just talk about this hour in particular, because this is Etchel, and this is absolutely brand new to me. And Lou's going to take us through the demonstrations. But basically, if you are loving doing your stamping, and you've done a lot of stamping on your cards and all your papers, for example, what this is going to allow you to do is actually now take that on to work onto glass, to work onto porcelain, to work onto tiles, for example. It's going to be a great way of giving you a completely different effect. If you really want to personalise, even when it becomes your glass shower doors, whether it's you want to do bespoke champagne glasses, for example, with names on them or dates on them, when you want to see some of the panels that you're working with here, it's about personalising on those surfaces that sometimes you haven't been able to work on. And the great thing is, when you're working with these creams, they are reusable. So when you look at the big jars you've got here for the projects you're going to be working with and you go through them, you know, these pay for themselves within a couple of uses because you could use them time and time and time again, which is why Etchell as a company and the products here you've been looking at since 1993. They've been around a long, long time. They know exactly what you need to be able to get the right results. I'm really fascinated by this now because this is a whole new thing for me on this, Lou. But I've got a feeling that people are going to love the idea of transferring those skills they've already got from paper crafting and all the other ways and taking those and adding them onto tiles, glass, everything. This is great.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know who was more excited when this came through the door, me or my husband. Because he was literally going, oh, we could try this. And I was like, OK, you know, can we narrow the projects down? Just, you know, make them
I've only got an hour.
Yeah. But no, it is. There's so many things you can do and transferable. It can work with skills, bring your die cutting in, electronic machines in, your stencils in, as you were saying, your stamps and embossing powders.
Yeah.
You can bring in a lot of stuff that we've already got in our stash to make this work in the crafting style that suits you.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because we all have our favourite mediums and our favourite ways of playing. I'm going to try in an hour to show as many as possible.
No, that's brilliant.
Because we'll probably have to make lots and then reveal everything towards the end.
It takes a little while for it to... So the principle of this is basically the cream, for example, and everything that we use on it, it strips back that sort of shiny surface that we normally tend to see on glass or mirrors, for example.
So it literally etches in. So it takes away that... So what it will do is it will leave a frosted finish.
Right.
Whether on glass, whether on mirror. On porcelain and other things, it takes away the glaze. So it will bring it right back to the bisque, which is the initial one that you wouldn't colour on your porcelain. But that means then that you can bring in, you know, your paints. You can fill it in with your paints if you want to and seal it that way. You know, so it gives you a chance. Or if you're a potter and you have initial glazes, again, you can do, you know, you can add in from there. So you could take well, hopefully we'll be able to demonstrate, a cheap mug and suddenly, like you were saying, personalise it.
Yeah. I'm loving that. Well, we're going to come on to look at those. We'll be in 2 seconds then, Lou. We'll give you some of the details that you're going to require for these ones because these are great. Let's start off with this one. It's 118ml that we're looking at here, the etching cream itself. This is 149090. Now, again, this is one of those you might want to put these into your basket. You're going to see how these are actually going to work as well. We're looking at dispatch for you now from the 3rd of February for these. But again, you'll see when you're working with these that you have to use these time and time again. Now, if you're thinking of those larger projects, you know, maybe you're going to go for the bigger ones. But if you're thinking of starting out and having a go at this one, this is absolutely a perfect size to start with. Only $17.99. And again, the lovely idea is whichever size you're going to go for, they're going to pay for themselves so quickly as well with the amount of projects you'll be able to get out of these tubs. 149090 is what you're looking at here for the Etchell. That's 118ml of your etching cream. Now, we've actually got the big one, and now this is proving very popular already, and this is absolutely a huge amount on you look at this one. This is the 473ml. So if you're going to be working with those larger projects, more of them in that respect, again, this is absolutely perfect for you. And again, whichever size you're going to go for, the more projects you get out of those again, the more you're going to be saving, because over a period of time, you're really going to be able to sort of use it time and time again. Now, this is actually on a flexi as well. So actually, you're just looking at your first payment for that size of 473 is actually just going to be £20 for your first payment on this one. 630637 if you would like to go for the etching cream. That's your 473ml. I know that is really, really big. We are going to be seeing all of these, of course, in play with Lou to take you through. Now, we've also got for you, I believe we've got the Dip and Etch Liquid. Now, this is great, actually. I know that we got some projects you're going to get a chance to see, but it gives you a really lovely basically, I mean, if I'm looking at this one here as well, Lou, this bottle's been done from that side of it, isn't it? With the for that bit in there.
Yes, because I'm looking at the bottom. They look like
the main body of it.
Yeah, so they've masked off the bottom.
Right.
And can you see? And they've got it's got a pattern on the top, like a scallop sort of. And then you will immerse all of that.
But you immerse that into the actual the finish itself, the dip. So we're going to go through these, as you see. But if you want to get that completely kind of frosted, clouded kind of effect on there, then this is the one you want to go for. That one. It is basically submerging your product, whatever it is you're working with, into the liquid itself. Now this is also available in your Flexi. Your 2 payments are just £21, and you're getting 473 mils on the dip and etch matte finish with that. 134391 is your item code you want for that one again. So again, we're going to see all these working. I know that if it's brand new to you on all these, you want to see how they actually all do work, but they are brilliant. We've also got for you the gel. This is the Resist gel to work with. Where are we on the right down the bottom in the middle? There it is. There we are. So this is going to basically to work on and to prevent your etching on this one. So again, you can see it listed on the bottle here. Great for your glass, your mirrors, all your ceramic, your glazes of your porcelain as well. So people are talking about even doing like sort of like like your sinks, for example, on your porcelain. If you really want to personalise those again, this is great. You know, so it'll help you work in all of those. It's only £11.99 for the Resist gel. That's 637364, and that is £11.99. And don't forget, we have actually got for you the beginner kits to go with. So again, this has got your tools that you're going to require in here. You've also going to be seeing, you've actually got the actual cream itself, 118ml of that in there. You're going to get the actual detail pick tool. You get the squeegee, which you're going to see demonstrated to work to make sure you get that working with your stencils, the transfer papers and the vinyls, all of that for £26.99. 854121 is your item code you're looking at here, but again, a really great kit to go with. And don't forget, that's our giveaway from this hour. One of those are going to be going into the new arrivals big bundle as well, that somebody will be walking away with on the 27th. Right, so that's all of the products we've got here for you to have a look. Now, how do we work with these as well? So what's the fundamentals, Lou? When we start with this, is there anything we should think of straight away before we get this out of the pot or anything?
No, actually, I have to say, for me personally, it was. I was writing down lists of different things. I'm going to say, actually, one of the brilliant things is on the HL website.
Yeah.
They have this encyclopedia.
Yeah.
And if you're a visual person, they have videos on there. But if you're a written person and you want to have it step by step by step,
that's great, isn't it?
I would say definitely download that.
Yeah.
And print it off. It's really brilliant. It gives you step by steps. It tells you what you can use. It tells you how to prep everything. So you can have it beside you. It couldn't be any easier. It's up to you what you want to start with. I must admit, I just sat there and went, I don't know. You know, there's so many different things, because it'll work on glass, slate, the ceramics, as we've said, porcelain. So then you sit there and go, which one to go first?
Well, exactly. I suppose if you look around the house, or you look around, you know, where you do your crafting and all those sort of bits and pieces, you think there are so many surfaces that I thought, well, people haven't had a go at doing that, or they've not known how to do that. But this actually does completely open it up, doesn't it?
I know. As I was saying about my husband Steve, we were watching the owner Barbie, which is BARBEE, hence the B logo, Barbie. Yeah. She did a brilliant video about actually doing it on a vertical surface.
Oh, right, OK.
And we've got glass above our doors. And that was it. My husband was like, right, that's it, clean it all down, up we go, we're going to... And I was like, well, let's start small, you know, let's practice first.
Yeah.
Right, I thought what I'd do is, we have in the starter kit our vinyl, OK? So the vinyl can be put through an electronic die-cutting machine. I have actually die cut it, and this is I've used it. I've got a project waiting to go, so I'll just show you my little bits of waste.
Yeah, lovely.
There you go. So they're the waste from what I was doing from a project. So you can put it through your die cutting machine. So if you haven't got an electronic machine, you can still use it. And the vinyl really is there to create a stencil, something for the etching cream or the dipping to go through. You know, to give it a pattern. However, if you want to cover everything. Cover everything, do you know what I mean? But it's there for that, and you've got a transfer sheet there, and what the transfer sheet does is, anyone who's got a Cricut, Silhouette, or any other, what it does is it picks up your vinyl, and it allows you then to put it back onto your surface. You can rub it into place, and that's what the transfer sheets are all there for. So you get 2 of each in your starter kit, as well as your etchel. Now, the etchel will change colour, and I wanted to show this. Now, this is the small bottle I have been using to do some of my samples with.
Right.
And as you can see, it's gone coffee coloured, for want of a better
I'll go
expression.
with a good cappuccino in there.
So I've opened up the bigger bottle.
Right.
And it's creamier. Now, that will not affect how it works at all.
No.
All it means is the air and the temperature around is just change the colour. It's a bit like oxide, but it does not take away from the effectiveness. So if your bottle, you know, when you get it, if you don't open it straight away, but you store it in a different place, it might be a different colour. But apparently this can get up to, mine's coffee coloured, I'm dying to see, but it can go dark brown and black as well.
Oh,
but
right, okay.
It still,
But it
I just
still
wanted
works.
to point that out, that it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter. And obviously you squidge it back in.
Yeah.
And that is one of the selling points of this, is that it's not a one-hit wonder. What you use, you scrape back and you put straight back in the bottle.
Right.
So when we come to do the dip and etch, you sit there and you go, oh my goodness, that's a lot. But you reuse it. Okay.
Which I know that in itself is brilliant, because I know we talked about this.
is.
It pays for itself again really quite quickly. When you know, if you're depending on how many more, the more projects you do, the more you're saving.
I mean, if you've got a
time
big
and time
project,
again, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, you can, which means then you can probably do it 2 or 3 times over, because you're putting it back inside, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Now, what I've got here is a mirror tile, sort of thing, and I've used different vinyl because I wanted to show that it didn't have to be the vinyl sheets we got in our starter kit. So any electronic machine you've got that you've got vinyl sheets for, this will work.
Brilliant.
And I thought that was important, rather than thinking that you have to just use the vinyl in the starter kit.
Right.
So any vinyl you've got. Unfortunately, I've got black, so I didn't have any other colour, sort of thing. Now, when you I've cut these out with my dies. I didn't want to say it was an electronic machine. I wanted to have people to actually be able to grab what they've got around with them.
Yeah.
So if you've got basic layering dies or shapes, you can use that with your vinyl. You can use it with the transfer sheet and put it straight onto your surface, and you're good to go. You don't have to use the vinyl just with an electronic machine. If you've got an electronic machine, that's when you can bring all your personalisation in with your names.
Got you.
I have used alphabets, but I'm going to be honest and say, if you've got a lovely chunky alphabet die set, cut it out the vinyl. Because all the vinyl is doing is giving us a masked area to work from. So I'm going to do that there. And now the squidgy is used in 2 ways. One, to make sure your vinyl is down, because if there's a slight gap in it, it means that your cream could go underneath.
Go underneath, right, right.
I have to be honest and say, my first practice runs, I thought, do you really have to? You know, my finger's enough to push it down. And it did bleed a little bit under. But then I cheated a little bit and put a bigger shape on the outside and put the cream back in again.
Nicely done. But I mean, it is important to mention, because when this comes into contact with that surface, whether it be the porcelain, whether it be tile, whether it be glass, whatever it is, once that's in there, that will strip it back, and there's no replacing it after that. Once it's taken it from it, it's taking it from it. So I know it says in here, if you do get it on any surface that you don't want it to strip back, to clean it off straight away, you know. So to make sure that that vinyl is down onto your surface is really important, isn't it? To, like you say, to make sure that contact is made.
Right, so I'm going to... I'm probably being a little bit flamboyant with my masking tape. But all I want to do is, the masking tape is just there that I'm going to put the cream on other areas. So I'm going to etch quite a large space here, and just to show you how much you'll actually use. So I'm going to take it from the bigger bottle, and I'll use the smaller bottle to show the difference. And I'm going to use a spoon. Now, Barbie, the owner, just tips it on. But I'm not quite that brave yet, but she'll sit there and just, you know, tip it away quite happily. Now, I'm going to put it on quite thickly because I want to show you how much is left in the pot. And then when we squidge this back...
Yeah, this is the 473mm you've got there, isn't it? The large one.
And
That's proving really popular, that.
But I just want to do both of them in the different colours, just to prove that they both work.
And the great thing about this as well, like you say, you don't have to be sparing, because it's going straight back in the pot afterwards. It's not like, well, I've done that job and that's it. it's been used, but that's what Lou is working with at the moment. Will go once it's done its job, and it takes about 15 minutes.
15 minutes. If you forget to take it off after 15 minutes, it doesn't matter. But ideally 15 minutes minimum to leave it on. Yeah.
But once Lou's finished with that, that is going straight back into the pot, ready to work on another project.
So now I'm using a spoon, but you could easily use your squidgy that you get to spread it out.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah.
It's just I wanted to make sure I could, you know, really dollop it in. Now I'm just going to take that little bit there because I don't want that wasting that. And I'm actually really tight. I sit here and do that as well. As soon as I realised that you could save it all, I thought, why waste it on my spoon? And the only reason I'm using a plastic spoon is because I had loads of them. You don't have to use a plastic spoon, if that makes sense.
No. But don't use your best cutlery.
Don't use a porcelain spoon or something like that.
Because it will actually, of course, strip it back.
Right, so we've got that there, and I'm just going to move that.
I'm enjoying seeing funny angles of you through the mirror now as well, on the overhead shot there.
It was after I suddenly got these huge mirror tiles, it was like, oh, shall I put my mask on now? Because, you know, you don't want the nose shots either. That was, you know, when you go, oh, that was probably not the best idea.
The things you think about, I love it.
But it was like, oh. Right, so let's grab, I'm going to grab a mug. So what we're going to do is we're going to set a few off, because I'm looking at the time on there, and then I've got one that's ready to clean in a moment.
Oh, brilliant, thank you. Great.
So I set one off. Now, this is a mug. It can work on a smooth surface. It can work on a round surface. If I wanted to, I could dip the whole of that mug into the etching, and it would take all away the lower glaze, and then I could paint it up or do whatever I wanted to do with it. I've just seen Hayley now. I should have got Hayley to sit there and cut me out some stencils, shouldn't I? Right, so you just need to make sure your surface is clean. Now, this is a mug that was very, very, very inexpensive. I think it was 50p, if I'm being honest. And
I will say it's a good size mug. You get a good brew in that.
Oh, no, we have mugs that we call troughs at home. They're like 2 or 3 times the sizes. So I've just cut out a shape, and this shape I have actually cut out on my electronic machine.
Right.
And I've also cut out the word on it as well. Okay. So I'm going to sit there now. I peel mine off, because it's a nice easy shape. If this was more intricate, I would use the transfer sheets. So I would stick this bit down onto my transfer sheet, peel the backing, and then I can put it over the top. But because I've got a nice open sheet and this is my waist, I'm not really bothered at the bottom. Does that make sense?
And the negative as well for more. You use all the parts, can't you, with this?
Oh, yes, totally. Totally. So I'm just going to roughly, she says, centralise that.
See, I'm already thinking, you know, like you say, a pretty inexpensive mug that you got, like, say, 50p or so from, or, you know, even a second-hand place where you get some bits and pieces like this. But to be able to personalise this is Dad's mug, this is a date that's on it, you know, to be able to...
person's name, like you said, an initial, a heart, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to have to lift this up towards me so I can rub it down, sorry. So I'm going to put that there, as you can see. Now, I'm not worried about the creases on the vinyl around the side, because they're not the things that are going to be etched.
Right.
Now, I need a clean squidgy. There we go. But what I do want to do is I do just want to make sure that where the scallop edges are, that they are down.
It's not going to leak underneath.
Yeah. OK. So, there we go. Now, what did I do with the word? Here we go. You know, you go, phew, I knew I'd cut one out. So I've cut the word sister. Sorry, I'm filing on the floor. I do apologise. And I'm just going to centralise that. Now, what this will do, what the etcher will now do, is take away the glaze where I haven't got, you know, my transfer sheet.
Oh, right, yeah, OK.
Which
so that
then
grey
means,
that we can see,
well,
that shine will be gone.
Which means then I can bring in waxes, my acrylic paints, and change it all. I could just put a sealer on it and just leave the bare underneath. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just going to make sure that's down.
But it really does open up. Just,
it does.
Like I say, those transferable skills and talents that people will be having that they've done with everything else. Just be able to put that onto, and again, more on your practical things rather than something you're just going to put in a frame or that's a card or whatever it is, you know, to say from that's either on display to an extent. These are, you can really personalise the practical things and the things that you might see around more day to day, that you can have that sort of lovely artwork and feel about them.
And it is one of those things that, not the preparation, but just getting this bit is worth spending that little bit of time. I know people are probably going, she's faffing, and I am, but I'm also doing it for a reason as well, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Right, so I've got that there. Now, what I want to do is, so this is a rounded surface. Now, the cream doesn't really dribble or fall over, but just in case.
Just in case, yeah.
I'm just going to make some false guttering with my masking tape.
False, there's a phrase I've never heard of. A bit of false guttering. No, I like that. I like that. Just to let you know, I tell you what, it is very big ready, and we're looking now 20%. The 473mm, the larger one of the etching cream, is 20% of the stock has already got. Oh, is that the beginner's kit? The beginner's kit, 20% of the beginner's kit also allocated there, which has actually got the. It's got some of the cream in there. It's got, I think it's the 118mm that's in there as well, all part of that. $26.99, the squidgy that you can see that's been used as well. You've got the tool in there, the detailed pixel, all of that, the transfer papers, all of that for $26.99. 854121, proving very, very busy indeed, which is great, great. I think there's a lot of people excited. If you've got any questions, by the way, or any idea, or suggestions of where you could use this, you know, do let us know, studio@hochanda.com. And what sort of projects do you think you'll be able to line this up with? In what glass, what mirrors around your place that you're thinking of working? We'd like to hear your ideas, which would be great as well. So you're just pouring it straight onto it now, then?
Yep. So if I can get it out, she said, "Oh, here it comes." Because I've been using this, it's obviously. So now you can see this is a totally different colour to what I was using before, and it does not affect the use at all. So I'm going to put a good dollar. Now, one of the reasons I put like these false guttering on as well is because if it does go over the sides, it will hit the porcelain either side, so therefore it will start to etch it.
Yeah.
Also, why I can collect it all here and then squidge it back into my package.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm just going to move that along.
We've had an email come through from Carol, I think it is. Very good morning, Carol. Lovely to have your company with us on the show. She said she thinks you might have missed this. I think she may just come after this, but she was asking how many times you can reuse the actual the paste as well. But she also says, "I love your shows, Lou, as well. Very inspirational as ever." So, Carol, thank you very much for that. But this is again, it's endless. I mean, it's reuse, 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 isn't it?
It is.
And the reason why we got a slight more caramel, like a caramel toffee sort of fudge colour we got coming through on that one as well. But the reason is because it has been, you know, different amount of times you use it. The colour will change, but it doesn't stop the actual practical job of what the cream will do. That will still work, even if the colour changes on it itself, the paste. It doesn't affect how it still carries that job. So, Carol, you can just reuse it, and reuse it. This is why it does pay for itself. On the more projects you do, the more you're saving.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to show that it does change colour, or it can change colour. And then when people got it home, they didn't go,
yeah, that's
you know, when I saw it on being demoed, it was white. Do you know what I mean? Mine is this colour. And it's not. It does, you know, that different way. Right now, so that is going to sit there, and I'm just going to put that there and hope that it doesn't roll off. Now, at home, I have used sticky tack and stuck it down onto a surface, I've masked it off in place. Because I'm using my handle as a rest, I'm not so worried.
That's okay. That's okay.
Now, in good time-honoured fashion, here's one that I set off at the start of the show. Right, I'm just going to move the mug so we can see. She says, "Stay."
Stay.
Stay. Stay. And this has been on now, because I was doing this as you were doing your show opener.
Yeah,
so it's been on about 20 minutes and stuff like that. So I'm going to take the squidge. Now, this is the die cut, and I've die cut the vinyl that's in the starter kit. And I've made myself a border. Now, I've done it deliberately, chosen a small border to prove that you can carry on going and going and going.
Right.
Now, the vinyl is technically consumable. I have been tight and used my vinyl twice.
It's all right, we forgive. It's good.
Okay, and, you know, because you go see if you can. But if you've got an electronic machine, that's not to say that you couldn't have measured. This is a 12 by 12. You couldn't have measured yourself a whole border and stuck it straight away onto the glass tile. But I just wanted to show that you can have options.
Carry on, extend. Yeah, great.
So you know, it's just trying to give. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to push this back in. So I'm using the squidgy and just picking it up and just putting it straight back. And any escapees I'm also putting back in. Sorry. So
but this, I mean, it's a brilliant product for that side, if you know, for getting your money's worth and for having that as, it's effectively a tool, isn't it? I mean, it's basically, it's not a consumable in that respect. It is a tool that you just need to strip that layer back.
Yeah.
And then you just put that back in once it's done its job, and then you can apply your art and your skills over the top of that. So it's sort of an investment, but it certainly comes back.
Oh, it comes back and
straight away, pretty much, isn't it, with your products?
You can be. I mean, I'm being as tight as I would be at home. Do you know what I mean? I'm not. I mean, I would sit here and I would scrape all these bits off and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Because why waste it when you know that you can actually use it, you know, time and time again? And as I said, I'm even taking it round these bits, because why waste those either?
I'm the same with my jam.
Oh, are you? Well.
Oh, we've got to make sure, you know, every little bit has got to be gone. You can't get rid of that. There's a little bit of that strawberry at the bottom.
And this is where the little squidgies come in. If you were doing a bigger project, I would probably get a bigger squidgy, but you can get them in most DIY places, you know, like if you were, or even the things that we would clean our windows with, that sort of thing. Only because of speed. You don't want to, if you were doing like a 10-foot mirror, you don't want to be using this squidgy. No. You know, you could be there most of the day just taking up the cream. Right, so that is there, and as you can see, look, there's an even escapee there. I'm not even going to let that go. Sorry. Now, what happens next is, I'm just going to move these out of the way, is we need to clean this. It is important to leave your stencil or your design on when you clean. Now, the main reason for it is not because it's a crucial part of the curing process, but if I peeled that masking tape away, it has got some of the etchol on it. Yeah. So I could flick it onto my other part of my mirror.
I got you, yeah.
So that is one of the reasons that you do it, and you leave it then. And then once you've done it all, you can then take it all away.
Take it away, right.
So it's just like you were saying, if it touches, it will etch.
Yes, yeah.
And even those tiny little bits that I've got around will etch.
Got you.
Okay, so I'm just going to get my sponge. Now, if I was at home, I'd do this in the sink. You can do it under running water. You can do it with just a sponge. But I'm just going to take a sponge at the moment, then I'll take it to the bowl. And I'm just going to take away the excess. And it doesn't look like anything's been done. Now, if you get it on your hands, just rinse it.
Right.
I'm not a gloves person.
They say as well for this that it's actually from sort of 12 upwards.
Yeah.
But if you did work with anyone under 12, obviously supervised to work with it. But it's very clean. In fact, I was just checking on some of the information on there as well. It talked about and for safety and for actual, you know, sort of. That's it. No hydrofluoric acid in it. It's got none of that in there.
No,
as well,
it's not. Sort of thing. So now what I'm just going to do is I just want to take it. I don't know if it's the tight crafter in me, but I take off as much as I can with the cloth first before I just bring it over here. And now all I'm doing is I just want to get rid of as much of the cream as possible. Now, I'm going to take the stencil away. Now, if we were going to decorate, I'm just going to grab a towel. I've got towels everywhere, haven't I? You know, when you just go, let's grab a towel and do it that way. If I was going to decorate this now, because I could paint this glass up, I could use my alcohol inks on it, I would dry this and I'd leave the stencil in place, because then I know I'm guaranteed that I'm actually decorating on the edge thing. Yeah? So think about what your next step is.
Right.
So I just want to just dry the excess water away. And the other reason I'm drying it away is I've got my finger marks there. Look, I did clean the mirror, I promise everybody before. There we go. So if we take that bit away. So I've used the same die cut, and I'll show you it's in 2 pieces, and I've just joined. I tuck that underneath, and then I'm going to bitterly regret it, you know. Now, I would reuse my masking tape
It's a
again.
great way of just taking, I mean, just a normal mirrored tile and completely changing look on this, couldn't
Or
you?
if you've got a mirror that you don't really use.
Yeah.
You know, that is in a frame already, you know, take it away. So I'm just going to grab, now in the starter kit you do get, which I am going to grab now.
The little tool?
The little pick.
Yeah.
Which I am going to grab because I want to just...
Details for this now on the screen. If you want to go for the actual beginner, see what they've done? Beginner kit, 854121.
So,
you will get that tool in there.
So
there
if I
we
just
are,
show
look.
you, that's the yellow, and that was just one die cut. Now, I would have taken that, if I put my transfer sheet back over, after this had dried, I would lift it back up. But I just wanted to show you that you could use your repeating patterns with your dies, not just with your electronic die cutting machines.
It's amazing stuff, isn't it? It is amazing stuff that it strips that surface straight away.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm going to file that on the floor, but I will pick it up in a moment. So now, if I just clean the mirror and dry it off. Now I've got a bit that I want to show everybody that where I wasn't so patient when I learnt the hard way.
Right.
Right, so that is actually now what I did this morning. I don't know which is the best way to show that line there.
That's it, yeah.
That has etched. Now, can you see it's got like a frosted
It's a lovely effect
on
isn't
it.
It's a lovely effect, and that's before you've done anything else over the
Before
top
you've done
of that.
anything
That's
else.
just the
And I've
frosting.
done 3 sides, so I would just die cut. I've got my die cuts that I would just fill in the gap there, and then I would have my whole border.
And the lovely thing, it gets a very professional, you get a lovely professional finish, even like on that side of things.
I just noticed the mark there. I didn't want people thinking that it had damaged. It wasn't. It was just wet. Now here, there's a little bit of an overspill, and that was where I was impatient.
Right.
And I took it off, and it went. So just to show, that was just me cleaning and squidging.
Wow.
And then you know, like when you're saying wash it with the paper on.
Yes, yeah.
And I didn't the first time, because I thought, oh, do you really?
It'll be all right, it'll be all right.
And that tiny
done
little
it.
bit has etched it.
Yeah.
But
So
that is how...
That is... It's brilliant, Lou. Great, simple demonstration on that, but you can imagine now what that opens up. Thank you very much. So we'll come straight back to you in a second. We're prepped because we've got still more to show you on there, but just to give you an update of where we are, please go. I mean, there's already a lot of people that are actually proving really, really popular. A lot of people are going to go for the larger one. To start off there, we've got the 180mm. Now, this does come as part of the starter kit if you wanted to. If you want to go for it on its own, $17.99. You can see it again, just reading the details on there. You can see this is for all your lovely areas: glass, mirror, marble, we haven't talked about that yet, slate, your ceramic glass, of course. It gives you that fantastic matte finish there for your paint, for all your different inks we've just talked about as well. If you want to work with your dimensional paste as well, a great way of that working with this. The 180mm, 149090. Remember, I always make this point on all of these, whichever size you're going for, they are reusable. Now, if you're working on your larger scale, like the larger mirrors, for example, you probably want to go for your larger pot, just because you know, you're going to be using a lot more actually to cover that surface. So if you're thinking about bigger surface areas, go for your bigger pot. Because you're still getting the savings because you just reuse it. If you're thinking of it smaller ones, you might want to go for the 118mm. This is also on a flexi, so actually your first payment of just £20 over your full 2 flexis on that, you can get this home. And did we say 2nd of Feb? Did we say the 3rd of Feb is where we're looking at dispatch for you. This is your 473mm, proving very popular. 630, 637, and 20% of the larger one has already gone on that as well. That's already gone. Now, are we going to get a chance to see some of the dipping soon? Are we? That's what Lou. I've got that look from Lou. I'm doing it now. Yeah, it's coming up. So we're going to see how. If you want to see how the dipping works, we're coming up for you now. This is what you want to go for. It's 180mm, again reusable for yourself. It's the dip and etch we've got for you. So we can show. In fact, again, just to show you. For example, here's how you see, so it'll be masked off at the bottom in that lovely sort of nice little line you see there. Then everything else is completely submerged into the dip and etch matte finish. Once it's in there, left in there, we're going to find out exactly how long. You take it back out, rinse it down, and as you see, for those bigger surface areas, it takes away that whole lot. In fact, if I just show you also on here, you can see. So you get this lovely frosted sort of cocktail glass you go with, or the jars. You can sort of, again, you get that lovely look and that finish they're bringing to you, so you can work with it. Sort of frost off the glass as well, and then of course you can put your transfers and work with all of that. So it's a great way of giving a completely different feel and look to your glassware on that one. Again, it's on FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £21 each on that. There's 134391, and that's for 473mm again for that, and it's a brilliant way of getting those larger surface areas completely etched back to work with. 134391. We've got the resisting gel. Now, I think we're going to see some of that in action as well before the end of the show. The resist gel itself, it's only £11.99. Again, so this is actually used to prevent the etching on the area, so you work it in that way. Again, on all the same surfaces you're working at, those bits you don't want it to actually take. And I think we've got some examples of that, which we're going to see in the demo with Lou. 637394, just £11.99 for the resist gel. Just the same way as you would work, I take it, again, with sort of your masking gels that you'd have, again, in your artwork, for example, that you'd be working with. Exactly the same principle implied. We've also got for you, of course, the actual starter kit, which is there for you. And this is proving very, very popular. It has got 118ml of the actual cream in there, as well as the rest of the tools that you've also seen that Lou's been working with. Plus, you've also got your vinyls in here as well. All of that to be able to make your very own for those kits to work with. £26.99, 854121. And we've also got one of those as the freebie, which is going to go into the grand draw, of course, because it is a new arrivals show. It means that if you make a purchase in this hour, one person's name will be pulled out of the hat at the end of this hour, if you've made a purchase, to go into a bigger hat to go for the complete bundle that will be drawn on the 27th at around 10 to 5. I think that one's happening, and that will be part of that bigger bundle that's going in from this show. Right, OK then, so I think we're all set. Make sure you get them into your basket, and I think we're going to see now how we do submerge. Is that right?
Yay! Right. Now, on the website, Barbie, the lovely lady, shows you how to do away with a glass left over from a fizzy bottle, shall we say, and submerging and stuff like that to be whatever. I just use a jug. This is an old jug I found that I knew that worked for the different size. So the concept is what we need to do is, if we put the glass in and I pour the liquid now, what will happen is I could get the extra bits on my glass that I don't want to etch.
Got you.
So the idea is we put our liquid in and then we put the object in. That way we get the perfect line all the way around where we want it to be.
Right,
okay?
Right. So we want to make sure we've got our workbenches nice and flat and even. Not at an angle.
Yeah, I mean, I've just rendered... This is just... These are offcuts from all the different die cutting I've done, so I thought rather than waste them, I've just put them around the edge. So where they are, it will not etch.
Right.
So what the dipping is doing is it is allowing us to etch absolutely everything, and you submerge it in. So the cream is a little bit more, you know, using your stencils and being a bit more precise. This is if you've got a whole jar and you want to etch the whole lot in one go, and also it's great for a circular or a rounded surface straight away, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, I know from practice point that I need... See, this is why I like the jug, because in my head, I can now go, I know I need...
And again, this won't affect our jug, will it? Once,
no,
you know,
this is a plastic jug. Now, you can see I've used a lot of liquid, and there's hardly... if I put my finger where the liquid is, and there's that much left in that bottle. But I'm not worried, because this isn't just a one-hit wonder. I tip that back in and carry on, and carry on. So I'm just going to move that out the way, because I'm just prone to spilling things. So, now... As you can see, that goes in, and I need to put a weight in. Now, for me personally, these have worked better than marbles and...
I'll tell you what are you driving?
I know, it's just a set of keys that I could balance, if that makes sense. For me, it just worked for me.
I thought my bunch of keys was bad enough, but that's impressive. I mean...
It's heavy. So what I want to do is, if I didn't put a weight inside the glass is going to float because obviously surface tension. Now I'm going into science now, aren't I? So I think it's a totally different route. But you could do, like there's a lot of gravel outside the front here. You could scoop some of that, put it inside a plastic
You know, we're
bag.
going to have loads of people coming out to the Hochanda studios now, just with buckets and spades.
But you could do, and then you put that in as a weight. But I would always put it inside a bag because you don't want anything to scratch the inside of your glass.
Yeah.
Right, now I'm going to try and carefully move that.
I love those keys, by the way.
Sorry. It was the thing that worked for me.
Yeah, it's great.
If that makes sense. Now, when it's done, and we're going to leave that 15 minutes, and I think that is absolutely brilliant. Everything has been left for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So regardless of whether you're using the cream or the dip, it's 15 minutes. So it's no...
No, it's not like an overnight project.
It's not like one thing will do one thing at timing and one will do another. It's just 15 minutes. And you go, oh, okay.
Yeah, I
so
like
once it's done, we will do that if we don't get enough time to wash it off. But this is what it looks like when it comes out. It comes out completely frosted.
This is what's great, the fact that you said you can just pick up any old glassware, any old glassware you've not used for ages, and completely change the look of it, but to a real professional standard. I mean, and dishwasher safe as well on this, once it's worked with as well.
Totally and utterly. So if it's etched, it's dishwasher safe.
Right.
Okay, if you go ahead and decorate it, then it's probably more hand wash.
Yeah, that's fair, isn't it? Yeah.
But if you were going to just put someone's initial or a date or different things like that, then it's dishwasher safe.
Right.
Because you've taken a layer away. It's absolutely smooth. It's not rough at all.
No.
I don't know if you can feel some of the bits you've got there.
Yeah, I've got some over here as well, and it really is, actually.
But different things you can do. So you just think, well, I don't want an etched bit. So I'm just going to grab a simple stamp. And now I could be bringing in my alcohol markers, alcohol inks, because now I've created... The etching cream now, for decoration purposes, is a bit like a gesso we would put on something.
Yes.
So it's actually now eaten away a little bit of the glass. It's lovely and smooth. So we've now got a surface that we can do lots of other different techniques on if we want to do that with. Sort of thing.
I just want to stress again, you know, that the fluid in the dip and etch that's just been worked with there, it would just go back into the container for it and then poured out again. So it's continual. It's not just a one project wonder, just like Lou was saying. Because I think that for me is one of the most remarkable parts about the product is once you've got it, and you just keep reusing it and reusing it. It's not, I've done one project, now got to buy another bottle.
Yeah.
That one bottle will do your projects and some as well, which is brilliant.
So I'm hoping we should have enough time just to show...
We've got about 10 minutes, I think we've got left, yeah.
But what we can do, I mean, I will take photographs of everything that I've just got little bits and pieces of. Do you know what I mean? And then I can put in to prove that, you know, I am tipping it out.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So I've now just taken a stamp with an archival ink pad, and I've now stamped permanently onto that etching.
That's lovely.
So we can, you know, go from there, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you can leave your etching as is, or you can decorate it. You could bring in your paint, your alcohol inks, everything like that.
Got you.
One thing I do want to quickly point out, because she says, is it will etch onto glass, but it has to be clear glass or coloured.
Right.
So this is a candle I've got, and it's the inside... It's just got a coating on, I know that. But the outside has also got a gold look to it.
Yeah.
But if I turn my candle over, I can actually see this is clear glass that's got a plastic coating already on it.
Right.
That means the etchel won't work because it's got to get through one coating to get to the glass at the bottom.
I see.
So if you're not sure whether it's going to work, have a look at the bottom and see what you've got.
Check.
Okay. So I know that for this alcoholic beverage, it's coloured glass all the way through. I can double check by looking at the bottom, and the bottom of the glass is the same colour as the side. So it doesn't mean it's got one of those sleeves on it. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
We've got just under 10 minutes, and I know that they were very keen to have a little look as well about the resist gel.
Yes,
when we get a chance to sort of see how that would work.
I keep going out shot because you know when you've just got things everywhere.
Yeah, I know you've got a lot of projects on the go, bless you.
I know this is the difficulty. You won't get to see a lot of the reveals because. It's not because you've got to wait a long time. Now, the Resist Gel is about the only one that is what I would call a consumable.
Yeah.
Because once it's done its job, it can't be used again.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the idea behind it is it can work on the porcelain. So I've got I'm going to grab this as well. This is a really horrible old candle holder that, as you can see, I've had for a while. So this now allows you to be freestyle.
Right, okay.
You can do your own thing, or alternatively, if you've got more detail, you can actually put it inside as well. Write a name.
Yeah.
And things like that. So it gives you that, you know, that option. And all you're going to do is, if I put it on I'll put it on both so you can see as well that it works on both. So if I'm just going to do some lines for now. So you're just going to put it on. And so you can see there, and I'm just going to put it on there. And it's got a slight tint to it. Okay, it's coming across on the camera as white. Now it goes on as like solid, and what you've got to let it do is you've got to let it dry and let it go clear.
Right.
How long that takes depends on the temperature you're in, if I'm being 100% honest.
Okay.
So you would let that, do your pattern, do whatever you wanted to do, and you'd let it dry. Now, in good honest thing, let's move those out of the way. I've got one here. So, I don't know if you can...
That's a good name. That's a good name.
So
that was lucky, wasn't it? It wasn't Adam.
Shows that I did read ahead. You know, you just go pitching. But now so if I bring this tile in, you can compare. This has now gone clear compared to the white. Can you see?
Yeah.
So it's got like a gloss. Now that means I can put my gel over the whole of that.
Right.
Where the resist is, it will not eat away. It will not etch away.
Okay.
And then once it's all done, all I would do is wash it, and I would just pull these bits
Take
away.
That off. Right.
And then it would leave your name with all the dots underneath.
Great.
Then that's how the resist gel works. So the resist gel gives you a little bit of you, if that makes sense.
Yes.
It just gives you a little bit of you if that's what you want to do.
And you know, so there's different ways of working with these tools as well, because I know we got the vinyl that comes actually part of the beginner's kit, but you were saying as well that any of our stencils that we've got at home already, we'll be able to work with these as well on these products?
Yes, I've got one there. And like I said, I've got loads prepped, but you know, we've only got an hour. You know, when you just sit there and go.
I know.
It's I'm just checking to see if this has had long enough, because I can tip it back on if it hasn't.
I think Sian's also sent an email through saying, I noticed Lou's not wearing gloves when she works with this as well. But again, it's one of those, isn't it, that it's not.
You don't have to, if you get it on your hands.
We rinse off their hands.
You see, if I was working away from the sink, I might put gloves on, but because I know I've got water here straight away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sort of thing. Now, I'm not sure I've left this on long enough, because I'm looking at the time. You know when you just sit there and I'm looking at the time?
We've got 5 minutes, just around about 5 minutes.
So, if I haven't, I can use the other side of the mug. or, like I said, dip the whole lot in.
Of course, yeah, you could.
Now,
yeah. That'll take it straight back then, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So we've got that there.
But again, if you are just tuning in with us now and missing a bit, the colour will change on the actual etching cream itself over different times. That you will get that, but it's still going to do the job.
It does what it needs to do. Sort of thing. So now, yes, it has done it, but not as detailed if I'd have left it for the full 15 minutes. I've been clock watching. If you see me looking up, it's because I'm looking at the clock going, okay.
Yeah, because the timing on this, you say, it should be a minimum of 15 minutes, you know, when you do it. But if you leave it longer than 15, that's not a problem. No. But trying to make sure that you do at least
and we might just be slightly under, but hey.
Yeah. It is busy on the phone lines, by the way, as well. Thank you very much, Steve, for your call. We'll be with you as quick as we can. Of course, the best way is the website, if you're able to do so as well. So there's no queuing on there at all. But we will be with you. If you're on the phone line for us, we will be with you as quickly as we possibly can be.
Right, so I've now got wet hands, which is probably... Let's move... Sorry, I'm going to have to move you, Scott.
Oh.
I do apologise.
You moved me gently, though, so thank you.
Yeah. OK, so now if we'd have given this a couple more minutes...
You can see already,
Can you see, though?
You can.
If that had... But at least you can see it's starting to eat away. I will wash it down a little bit more. Sorry, I'm filing on the floor, I do apologise. Now, if that had had a little bit more, can you see it's not... Ooh, let's not attack it with a scalpel. Yeah, it needed just a little bit a couple of minutes more. Because when you said 2 minutes, that's why I thought, oh, it's going to be too late to show you all. You know, you just go. But if that had a couple more minutes, can you see, I don't know whether you can pick up where it's starting to eat away at the glaze?
We see it, yes. Yeah.
Now, if I'd have left that a couple more minutes, that would have done its job. It would have eaten away, and we can start to see the contrast between the matte area and the shiny.
Yeah.
But that just needed a couple of minutes more.
Carol's sent an email. Good morning again, Carol. Carol's asking if you wanted to protect the surface, the finished item that you're working with again, what would you use to protect the glass or the...
If I was doing the glass like this, if I was going to do it as well, you could put on like a Mod Podge, you could put any, you know, on the top of it. If I was just using it as decoration, as soon as my ink dries, because this is archival, it's fine anyhow.
It's okay,
yeah.
Right, great.
And then you could generally wash. But what I did, we've got that huge mirror, but someone was saying about stencils. You know, I've got so many bits, it's like...
It's brilliant, it's great.
I know we could have done with longer, a little bit longer, but never mind. But
imagine if your husband had free chance to do all those projects.
Oh... I think we would have had to Skype from the home, and there'd be me taking the picture, the film going, and here we are doing this. And I wanted to show, now this is a stencil, and all I've done is I've put repositional stencil glue on it. So if I lift the corner up, as you can see.
Right.
And then I've just taken my squidgy. Obviously, we haven't had time to actually do this. I've taken my squidgy and I've stuck my stencil down. And I'm disappointed that I haven't got to do this one because I've deliberately chosen a stencil that's probably a little bit too busy in places. So if there was a little bit of bleeding, I could show that to you.
I see, yes.
And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to try and make mistakes as well.
So we learn from those as well.
And it just to show the mug just showed you needed the 15 minutes.
Yes,
So what I wanted to do was put all that on. I then cut myself some strips to go of the vinyl, just not because the stencil needed holding down. I just wanted to add that to my pattern.
We're down to our final 60 seconds, Luke.
And then once it was done and rinsed, I could then take that away. So we'll pretend this is all lovely and etched.
Yes.
And then all I've done is I just put lights inside.
Pretty. Yeah, that's nice.
So this was a glass block that I from a DIY shop, and it cost me £2.20p.
Wow. Wow, that's a...
so, you know, so you can think of, you know, projects like that to actually do as well.
Absolutely brilliant.
They've got bits everywhere.
Lou, thank you. Thank you so much, because it is great. And the projects like that, I really genuinely hope that actually this has opened your horizon even further now with the skills that you've already got, the stencils that you've already got as well, and to, again, use this to then take these into other areas and other projects. Who knows where this could lead on to. Lou, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
I'm back with you again at 11 as well. I'm looking forward to that. Well done if you made a purchase in this hour. Don't forget, you will be put into the prize draw. Someone will be taken out into the big prize draw, of course, of the new arrival event. Well done. Enjoy that as well, and we'll be back after this. Absolutely lovely hour, that. And another one coming up for you now, of course, with the fantastic Sweet Poppy stencils. Talking about stencils. And then we've also got the new Aileen's Essentials for you and Sentimentally Yours One Day Special.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp. And how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. I love teaching. For me, it's all about that. And so working with Hochanda is fantastic because it gives me the perfect platform to reach out and work with like-minded people and to be able to show some of the tricks that I've learnt along the way. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dollytown, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available, and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. Oh, I'm so looking forward to this. So good to have your company during this. We are going to have a blast. The reason I know so is because we have got the lovely Lucy. How are you doing, Lucy?
Hello, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Are we allowed to say Happy New Year when it's so far into the month?
Yes, because it's the first time I've seen you this year, so Happy New Year.
And to you too as well. And I have to say, I love it when you come and join us, because you bring us so many amazing products. And you've got that gorgeous sense of calm as well when you're crafting and you're demonstrating
I
for
always
us.
say I'm like a swan on top. Well, I'd like to be a swan on top, but I'm paddling mad underneath.
Oh, they're going crazy
Yeah.
today. No. And quite rightly so, because we are busy, and we always are whenever we have sweet poppy stencils here as well. And Lucy has brought some brand new items that I know many of you will be looking out for and looking at adding into your basket. Now, I've got the details up on the screen. This is for a pick and mix. Now, you've got a huge quantity of different choices, but what we've got here is kind of spotlighting the brand new 5 that Lucy has brought to us. Oh, there's 4, I do apologise. One of these is a little repeat, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. Now, Lucy, these are incredible designs. Now, I think, is it the thistle that we've seen before?
No, it's the teardrop.
Oh, the teardrop. I had a 1 in 5 chance, really, didn't I?
Oh, yeah. So they're new. We brought some new to Hochanda and some brand, literally hot off the press,
Really?
new for you as well.
Beautiful.
So it's been mannequin there because I've been sat waiting for the couriers to arrive because I desperately wanted a couple of real new.
Now, I love this. And now this one I think is the Black Orchid, is it?
This is Black Orchid.
Beautiful.
It's a licensed design to us.
Okay.
So we buy a manufacturing licence.
Okay.
So the right licence for the right product.
Love it.
And it is just, it seems timeless.
So gorgeous. And I'm looking at this and seeing so many different elements that you can work with. I mean, gorgeous as a whole design, but breaking it down, so just using that bud at the top there,
just
or
taking
the larger
bits off
blooms.
it, and that's what
Beautiful.
we want. We want people to look at these stencils and adapt them and take them, not necessarily what I put as a stencil.
Absolutely beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful?
So that's your first brand new choice that we've got for you as well. What else have we got for you? If we're looking at florals, then of course a poppy. And I mean, let's face it, we need a poppy if it's sweet poppy.
This is a special poppy. So this was designed exclusively for us by Lavinia Stamps.
Oh, lovely.
10 years ago for us. It was one of the first designs. Yeah. So it's, as I said, it's new to Hochanda, but not new to us, but it never dates.
Yeah.
And there are so many stencils there that I have to go, right, we'll take that one, but we'll take that one, but we'll take that one.
It must be
so
so
it's finally
hard.
got its day.
Absolutely beautiful. And there again, another different technique, another different look. And of course, all these different techniques kind of cross-pollinate to all the different designs. So again, that gorgeous poppy there, it's always a firm favourite with our viewers of poppies. So yes, if you fancy that one as well. Now the next one, I love this one because this one I think is a brilliant foundation stencil. So that postcard illustration, as you can see here, such fine detail with it on those little tiny dots.
So this particular one, this is what we call our postcard art. So we got asked, could we produce a postcard, but then could we produce a postmark stamp set to go with it? So we had it back in, it arrived around about October time, but not in time for November time, not in time for the last show. So I promised I'd bring it back, and this is the first time we've had a chance to bring it back.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely
I love
gorgeous. And then the final one that we were referencing is one that we have seen before, but this is a classic, a lovely contemporary design. I'm sure you'll agree with regards to this one. Loads of different techniques, loads of different ways you're going to be able to use all of these wonderful stencils. And of course, we'll be going through many of them during the hour. Now, 170854, just showing you just how you can use that last stencil we've just looked at there. Again, look at that. Doesn't that work well?
Isn't it a wow? It's using our stencil mediums, but then putting a heat foil on top.
Wonderful.
Sandwiching it between, so letting the medium dry.
Okay.
Sandwich it between copy paper and whip it through your laminator.
My goodness,
and that is
look
what you
at
get.
that.
It's a very hit and miss technique, so you'll get your good, you'll get your bad, but it gives you that most
fabulous. I love that. Got a bit of a 70s vibe going on
Isn't
with
it
that
gorgeous?
one. But then if I just move that one out of the side, look at this. This is the brand new Black Orchid. That is a gorgeous design. Absolutely beautiful. Just using elements.
Yeah, just taking and using your inks and building up your layers of colours with your inks.
Now, if you're not confident in doing that, then this, I'm guessing, with all due respect, is a simple technique, but what a result.
It's with the black medium, which we brought back again. We ran out last time, so we brought it back, and it's your sort of add-on at the end of your shopping basket.
Like an end of
because
call.
it's only, it's about £4.50. It's a small pot, because it's one of these mediums you've got to think about.
Yes.
You're not always going to use it, but it gives you that wow.
And it gives you a nice opportunity to try it out, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Now, this is an interesting one. Love this one.
Isn't it beautiful? Building up your layers of inks.
Yeah,
and
very,
then
very
just a little
effective.
hint with a pen on top.
Isn't that gorgeous? But of course, we've got other designs to share with you. The postcard, have a look at this. This is what I was talking about, that it makes a fabulous foundation that you can then build on. I mean, look at this.
So using all your stencils on top, all your stamps on top as well, but it gives you, like you said, the foundation.
Yeah. Love it. Now, of course, with your stencils, we talk about using your texture paste and your mediums, but I'm guessing just using your inks as well. I mean, look at
using your
that.
inks. So the pheasant is one that we brought in November, and it is just mixing. So I knew what the girls were playing with back in November, and I was so excited, but I couldn't bring it. I was so frustrated not being able to bring it.
It must have been, because that looks incredible. I love this one as well here. I mean, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So many fabulous finished samples to share with you. So many different opportunities and ways of working with it, because it's like a blank canvas, but it's not.
That's it. That's exactly right. It is a blank canvas for all of your mediums, all of your stencils and stamps.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Even if you watercolour, whatever you do, whatever technique.
We are getting busier and busier and busier. Sorry, I was really focusing on those postcards. Can you see? I like that one. I like that. Is this one for me to open up? Right,
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to have
it
to
is.
kind of juggle a little bit here.
The girls have been amazing.
Okay.
They have rallied around me. But a lot of these samples as well are years and years and years old. But they are just...
Oh, look at this.
I just get so excited when I open the boxes when they send them to me.
Oh, my goodness. This is such a clever idea. Look at that zigzag, all those wonderful postcards. Oh my goodness, you could have loads of fun with this.
Susan Bradney,
beautiful,
one of our DT members, and I'll send the girls the stencils and the mediums. I don't give them any rules.
Okay.
And wow, they
I love
just
it. And it
come
shows
up.
you, I mean, the variant different styles that you've got with regards to these just show how much fun is had by the design team with regards to these, and so many different results. We are so busy. Now, phone queues, you're going to get caught up in queues if you are ordering on the phone. Please jump onto the website. It is probably the best way for you to shop, because you can see there you've got obviously the 5 that we've just been chatting about here, but we have got an incredible amount of different stencils for you to choose from. But check out the reviews. 5 stars there, 175 reviews. It might take you a while to read through those. There you go. Lucy's quite impressed with that herself. Cherry Blossom, that is a really pretty one. But we've got less than a handful with these. Now, we've got a variety of different quantities of the different stencils there. So please don't think, just because they're on the website that they are safe. If you come back later on today, it might be that you will miss out on some of those. So make sure you're getting your orders in. But that is one where it is very much a case of the stock is vulnerable. So if you like the look of the Cherry Blossom, please place your order during this hour. Now, the single rose, you've jumped ahead and had a little look at these. These look absolutely incredible. Don't they look amazing? Now, this is a beautiful one, a classic star here. Now, this particular one, I need to let you know, and I think I'm right in thinking that once the stock's gone, that's it, Lucy, with this one?
This one, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a good example not to work late at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
It's bigger than what I expected when it arrived. So I sized it all up, sent it all over, did everything I needed. It's a licensed design, and I had to take so much away to make it work as a stencil.
Okay.
When it arrived, I went, oh, it's a little bit bigger than what I thought. So hence it's on its own. We don't often do on its own stencils. We'll do your backing plates and things like that, but this is one of the biggest images that we've done, and it's beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. 10% of the stock has gone. Over 10% of the stock, because I was supposed to tell you before I started talking to Lucy, and that's what happens in just a few moments here at Hochanda. Rapidly approaching 20% of the stock now. We're going to move on, because otherwise I'll go right the way through to sold out if we're not careful. So 274441. I will keep you updated with regards to that one, but just be aware it is very busy as well. Now we're rapidly approaching a quarter of the stock. So the next one that we're going to be sharing with you is a little kind of a nice space. Now, not the most exciting to look at, but one of the most useful to have.
And that's exactly why I didn't produce aperture stencils for years and years. Paul, my husband, said, we need apertures. No, they're boring. I don't want them. They cost money. What's the point in that when I can have beautiful stencils? And then one of the girls, Eileen, said, I really could do with some apertures. My plastic ones had a kink in, so I wasn't getting a perfect round. So I went, don't worry, I'll produce them for you.
I love it.
So I did the 4, like the triangles and the squares, and this oval is, again, like the rose, literally 2 days old.
Oh, wow.
It's only just arrived. We didn't expect, hence no samples. The girls have just got it yesterday, so they're producing now.
Oh, bless.
But
And we will see those
it's a
obviously
base.
as time goes
It's a
on.
good, solid base for you.
Our viewers have got a good imagination. And lots of you taken advantage of this one. One of the reasons I love an oval is, can I just show
That's
you?
your rectangle.
Oh, no, it's my rectangle. I've moved over too far. There you go. Have a look at that. Portrait or landscape, a very useful shape to have, but a quarter of the stock has gone, just £9.99. Wow. How affordable is that? At 951-649 if you're wanting to get hold of that. Now, the rectangle, this is another one that, again, please take advantage of these. 20% of the stock has gone. I think you're realising just how useful these ones are. And again, with regards to these, you've got that gorgeous... We haven't even spoken about the metal with regards to these.
They're all, Sweet Poppy are all metal. They're a stainless steel mix. They'll always be metal. And we literally, with the backing plates, they're the biggest that we can go to because of the cost. The cost is so expensive. The apertures, you're looking, if we produce that, they're not produced in the UK because we can't. We tried to produce them when everything shut down. You're looking £25 for us to produce that and be able to sell it. We couldn't physically do it, sadly. We've been with our manufacturer for 10 years. She knows me inside out and she'll just sort me out straight away.
I love it. It's all about teamwork, isn't it? And everybody works so well together.
Quality is so important to Sweet Poppy.
Is it, yeah, definitely. And you can see just at the top here, different ways you can use it. So if you want that kind of angular look, but not necessarily the whole of the rectangle, then you can use it just in parts if you wanted to. And of course, create your designs, chop them down. You will have loads of fun with this one. $9.99. Again, a small investment for something that's going to be so incredibly useful over the years. So if you fancy that one, 934851. Now, we've got some stamps to share with you. Of course, we were talking about this, the postcard a few moments ago. This is going to work alongside it beautifully. You're going to have loads of fun with this one as well. I mean, all year round, to be honest.
Well, but people say to me, well, why have you got Dear Santa on there? It's because my granddaughter, she did her Santa letter. So she produced that and then she stamped it and then she used stamps on top. But that's why we put the Santa, we put the distress, so it takes away the errors away for you. And the postmarks, we've sort of done a mix of London, New York, and North Pole. It's something for everything, but there's no reason why you can't put your others, but you want your postmarks. You want your reindeers on there for, you know, your nice, easy Santa letters and things like that.
I think you're so right, and it's nice that you've put them all together, to be honest, because you could have quite easily made 2 sets out of these, couldn't you?
It would be nice and easy.
£9.99. If you are going for the stencil with the postmark on it, then you need, sorry, postcard, then you do definitely need this one. Be aware, again, over 10% of the stock has gone. 955516. You've been having a little jump ahead, haven't you? You've been looking on the website, and this is something that you have seen previously. First time for me, but it's the first time that you, first time for me, but you guys have seen it before. And it's one that we touched on earlier on. Now, with regards to this one, you've got an amazing deal. Talking apertures again, these are kind of the startings of the apertures that we saw with the oval and the larger rectangle, but we've got 4 here. Phenomenal price.
Amazing price. And that is, they should be a lot more expensive, but we've taken a hit on this because they're boring stencils.
They're not boring
but
at all.
They are essential to your tools kit.
Yes.
We brought them last time, we sold out. We gave a little bit more stock 2 weeks ago, and then we sold out, and we said I wanted to bring them back for this one, so I had to hold back some of the stock for this one. We haven't got a lot of stock on this.
Okay, well, that's fair enough, but I think you can see that they are incredibly useful. As Lucy said there, when you look at them, it's not really the most exciting, but have a look at the kind of results you can get with them when you do start playing with them. The design team have come up with some amazing examples. I mean, look at this.
Just mixing your stamps with them. Use it as your base and mix your stamps or your stencils on top.
Love it. All year round you're going to be using these. Obviously they lend themselves beautifully to triangles, Christmas trees, circles for your baubles. What about spotlighting certain areas? Oh, it's a daisy. Gorgeous that way around as well. Yeah, just using them on the page, off the page, building up your colour tones. Again, just a brilliant way of working with them.
They are so brilliant. If you use your magnetic sheets, put your card, stick your stencil on top, it sticks. You don't have to mask it off. It's just brilliant. So quick and simple to get your apertures.
Absolutely beautiful. I've got to bring this one in as well because that's amazing.
Oh, the dragon.
Beautiful. £24.99 if you're not a Freedom member, but just £22.49 if you are. You are getting all of those. If you're wanting them, pop them into your basket. 097204. We are so busy. It's good to have your company today. Now, don't forget, if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, email in studio@hochanda.com. Let's make the most of Lucy while she's here because we don't get her here as often as we would like to. Now, we've got a nice little set of brushes for you as well. Now, these ones are your blending set. Just £11.99 for all 3 of these. Now, tell me about these, Lucy.
So,
rapidly approaching 60% of the stock of these.
Wow. We sourced these. It took a long time to get the right brushes because we found that some brushes shed when we used them over the stencils because they're metal. They just didn't apply right. So these are really densely packed super fine brushes, and they're amazing. They allow you to build your inks up, so the larger the brush, the the more ink you're going to apply bit by bit by bit, so you're not overflooding the stencil, so it's not going to be bleeding out. So real essential tool, I think.
Nice feel to them as well. They sit beautifully within your hand, and you're going to get all three of these. They are individually boxed as well, and at $11.99 they are proving to be incredibly popular, and over 60% of the stock has gone. This is another one of those items that when they're gone, they are gone. So if you're wanting these, you might not get a second opportunity. So please do check out your baskets as soon as you possibly can. If you're wanting your dimension paste, and of course we will see the paste being used throughout the demonstrations, then you've got choices with regards to these. You're going to be able to choose any two of them. Each pot is 150 ml, and they are really good tubs. Loads of different opportunities. We'll chat to Lucy about these in a few moments, but if you want to jump ahead, by all means, please do as well. So there you go. You can see here you've got lots of different options. This one's your translucent at 741231. We've got a glossy white as well that you might want to choose. That doesn't look glossy white, but that does look like it's a gold. So there you go. If you're wanting that one as well. And you've got the beautiful pearl white as well. We've also got some micro beads as well. These ones are glass. So again, we will chat to Lucy about these as time goes on. Really big size pot with these, $9.99, phenomenal value for money. So 537421. And the essential toolkit, you will see Lucy using this through and through. And every show I work with Lucy, I always get her to explain why you need this one. And it's so key because so many people don't get the right results, and it's because of the way that they are working with their stencils. So 683492 if you're wanting to get hold of those. It's only £11.99, but it's one of those one-time investments, with the exception of your tape, because obviously as time goes on you will need more of that tape, but please do add it into your basket. Now, your brushes, these are now limited stock, so these are something that you need to be adding into your basket. Less than half a handful. There you go. Do the maths yourself. If you're wanting to get hold of these, we've only got a couple of these left now, so if you're wanting them, you have to be quick. We're not going to get any more of these. Now, don't put them in your basket and think, oh, I've got them, that's fine. They're there for 10 minutes, and you know me, I will let everybody know if they fall back into our stock. They are now technically sold out, so they're all sitting in people's baskets. If they're in yours, please check your basket out, because the demonstration would likely to be there for longer than 10 minutes. You'll suddenly turn around, you'll see that they've fallen out, and Hayley here will have told everybody. And there'll be other people queuing up wanting to get hold of them. There's people that are disappointed that they didn't get them. So yeah, if you are in your basket, do check your baskets out. Now, Lucy, straight away I can see that you're all primed and ready to go using that basics kit, that essentials kit.
Always. I never cheat without it. To be quite honest, you cheat, you're going to have to redo everything over again. So I've got my magnetic sheet underneath, I've got my cardstock, and then I've masked off all the way around with stencil tape. It's not masking tape. Big difference between masking tape and stencil tape. Masking tape's got more tack to it. Right. So what will happen is the tack will rip your card. There's nothing more annoying than tearing your beautiful images. Okay. So I'm going in with my brush, and I'm going to go in with my red first. Well, it says it's a red, but when I did it and it dried, it turned orange. Oh, okay. But a rose can be any colour, can't it? Yes. So I thought I'll stick with it, I won't redo it. So we're going over the top, and I'm really gently just applying the colour. I'm building up. If you flood, it's got nowhere else to go but underneath. Okay. So we're building up, so we're taking and take off, and again, and building up bit by bit by bit.
Now, do we need to consider what type of ink pads we're working with when we're working with the stencils?
Right, when you're working with the brushes, what we say is, and I've noticed this, and Eileen on DT, Eileen Godwin, mentioned this and brought it to our attention, that when you're using oxide inks, you've got to keep a separate set of brushes for oxides. Okay. For some reason, they react different to others. Okay, but I've got D for nice and simple distress, or permanents or pigments. I can use that. But my oxides, I've got complete separate set. Okay, fair enough. So I would say every time you see us bring them, grab a set. We bought 3 sizes. So the smaller 3 centimetre for your nice fine work as well. Lovely. So I'm happy. With this particular technique, I've got a lot prepped because we're using the glass beads.
Now the stencil that Lucy's working with, we've got the details up on your screen. A third of the stock has gone of this one. So if you are liking the look of it, please do pop it into your basket. And as I say, get ready to check that basket out, especially if you're checking out your basket at the end of the demonstration, because there will be a lot of you doing the same as well. Check out those end of call items as well. Lucy's mentioned some of them as the show has been going on. We've had a little look and there's some bargains to be had there. So do pop those into your basket as well.
So you can really take your time. You can, you know, build your layers up bit by bit by bit, and it can take you days if you want. It's, you know, it's not a race or anything. So I'm slapping it on. If I use a smoothie, the little sponges, I get a denser colour. If I use the brushes, it's a more blended colour.
Okay. And do you have to be careful, because if you're using something like a smoothie, does it catch? All I'm thinking of is where you've got the leaves and you've got those kind of little pointed edges.
Paint.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
So you would never rub backwards and forwards, no. When you're cleaning your stencils, so important, you'll clean with a little nail brush or a toothbrush, never with your fingers. They're sharp. They're going to cut you without a doubt. So we always put on the packaging, caution, they've got sharp edges, because I'm terrible.
Yeah.
When I'm at a show, I'll sit there and,
it's an automatic action, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're building up our colour, and we're going to use the translucent, we're going to use the beads.
Oh,
lovely.
I love the beads. I just found an example of the beads being used, and they're very effective.
So just mask that bit
And of
off.
course the tape that you're popping down there, that's exactly the same tape from that Essentials kit, so you can use it for masking off the areas as well.
That's it, exactly. And it doesn't stick very well when you've got your wet inks on top. It'll lift, so just be careful that you don't, you know, go at it with your brush and it shifts. But at the end of the day, it's a bit of cardstock.
Well, this is true, isn't it? We do sometimes forget that, don't we? That,
and I think we're our own worst enemies as well. We look at things, and I'm the worst person for it. I go, it's all right, but look at that flaw, you know, look what I've done. So take off. Now, important, you can get rid of that. And you need to quickly wash your stencil. I've only brought one of these. Normally I bring two. So there's your beautiful inked image. Okay. So I'll quickly wash this.
Fabulous. And just a bit of soapy water with this one?
Yeah, ideally warm soapy water, a bit of washing up liquid and a nail brush, and it'll be fine. When you dry it, pat dry with kitchen roll, not as I'm going to do with a
So we
tea
don't
towel.
leave them soaking until the end of the day when we're doing our clean-up?
It's not going to hurt them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not going to rust. It is not going to hurt at all. When I'm at a show, it's in there for hours.
It has, and
and it's in sludge and goodness knows what. So, you know, I have one bowl of water to last me from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night.
Love it.
So, you will gently pat yours dry.
Okay.
Worst thing for a stencil, and especially ours, is a tea towel.
Okay.
Because it's got snaggy bits.
Right.
So it's what, do as I say, not as I do.
We'll pretend it's something else. What should we pretend it is? It's a piece of kitchen roll.
Yeah, a bit of kitchen roll. Or if I'm in the warehouse, I just leave them to drain.
Oh, that's a good idea as well.
Just wash them and leave them to drain. So make sure that's nice and dry.
And if we look after our stencils, I mean, how long are they going to last? Oh, wow.
I've got some. I started off with a love of stencils, with Dreamweaver stencils.
Oh, yes, I
metal
remember,
ones.
yes, yeah.
So hence ours had to be metal, because that's what I'd used. I knew they were good quality. So some of mine are 15 years old.
Wow. See, that's not a bad investment, is it? $10.99 for a design. It's a classic design that quite easy you could be using in 10, 15 years. I mean, that is a good investment.
And that proves it with the poppy. 10 years old, and it's still going strong, and it's still beautiful, and it's not aged. We are so spoilt with the designers. We've got Lavinia Stamps, Tracy Dutton, who's a real close friend, and she's designed for us, as I said, for 10 years. And then we've got in-house designer, Emma Cronin. Emma's designed for us, it'll be 5-6 years this coming April. And she just approached us at a show, Ali Pali. And she said, would you be interested in some of my designs? And I opened up the file and I went, lovely, lovely, they're brilliant. Yep, perfect. I said, send me something, email me, show me what you can do.
Yes.
She sent the first images, it was like, oh gosh,
that's
amazing.
And she's still there.
So, and she's
Love
still
it.
going strong.
Wonderful.
And they're very different, and that's what I like about them. They're very different designers. So we're masking off now. We're going to go in with our mediums.
Now the mediums, we've often had this conversation about the different mediums and for people getting started. You're going to be using the translucent. So translucent, do I remember this one being one of the most versatile ones?
It is, yes. So translucent and white we'll always say is your go-to.
Okay.
Translucent does what it says on the pot. It will dry completely clear. White is, we've got two whites. We've got a bright glossy white, titanium white, and then we've got the pearl white. So the pearl white always looks a little bit off creamy colour.
Okay.
But it's one of my favourites, especially if I want to put inks over the top of it. It's beautiful.
They're good sized pots as well, because you'll notice in a few moments when Lucy works with these, she'll pop it on, but she'll scrape most of it back off again, and it can go straight back into the pot. So if you're looking for these, of course, you've got your translucent, you've got all your different styles. So if you're wanting something that's glossy, then you've got those. Your gold as well, we were talking about. It's all on a pick and mix, so you can choose any two. So for somebody who's never chosen any of these before, Lucy, if you were their personal shopper, which ones would you pop into your basket?
It would be my most favourite, translucent.
Okay.
Only because I know I can change the colour of it.
Good point.
I know I don't have a white in it, but if I used, say, 3 drops of a good white acrylic paint, I could change that colour and give it a base.
Right.
So definitely it would be, if I was shopping, I go translucent and one of the whites, definitely.
Perfect.
And
And
then
then the
I'd
end of
always
call.
stick that end of call in.
The
Always,
black from the end of call. Don't forget that end of call item. Your little pot of black. It's only about £4, and it's certainly one worth adding into your basket as well. Those phone queues are building, folks. So apologies if you are caught up in them. They're looking at about 5 minutes at the moment. So yeah.
So dolloped upon our tape. Now, when I do my tape, I always do 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom, and down the side.
Okay.
I never put my paste straight onto my image. It's always away. What you're doing is screen printing, and if you watch a screen printer, they start at the top of the image and then they drag it down and backwards. They don't overwork it, and that is the trick. You overwork it, you bread and butter it, you've got nowhere else to go but underneath. So making sure I'm all nicely masked down. So this is my first application. So we're on. So the reason you washed your stencil is if you'd dragged that off, that would all be contaminated now.
Right.
Okay. So first, there's no pressure, 45-degree angle, and I'm not pushing, I'm pulling towards me.
And it's the same direction again.
Same direction, and then that goes off. So that's my first application.
And then just popping those goodies back into the water.
So lid on, and I've already got one prepped because I want glass beads on the top. Only. If I try and get glass beads just on the top, I've got a tendency where they jump.
Right.
And they go everywhere.
Okay.
Okay, so I always do one on, lift up, and we're taking off, and then I let that dry.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the translucent, but it's got the cloudiness to it while it's wet.
That's it. It immediately starts to dry. So you'd pop that to one side.
Lovely.
Drying time depends on size of your image.
Okay.
So I would say, if I'm in the warehouse, I stick it over a radiator. So on the shelf above the radiator, and within about an hour, hour and a half, that would be lovely and dry.
And I love it. I mean, it's such a crisp image, this particular one. It's proving to be a very popular stencil. So if you are wanting this stencil, the details are at the bottom of your screen. Of course, you can see that gorgeous classic rose, as you can see there. And of course, all the foliage, whether you're wanting to do it just as a little bird or whether you want to do it in its entirety, it is an absolutely incredible stencil. And what was that update again? Over 40% of the stock has gone, and once it's gone, it's gone. Don't forget, this is one of those larger stencils. So if I bring the stencil back in just to show you, this is one of the reasons why we won't be seeing it again, because it's, well, you can see there, it's a huge stencil all on its own, and Lucy obviously brings us those different sizes, but take advantage of it while you have the opportunity. It's 12.5 by 16 centimetres, so it's a really good size with regards to this one, and if you are wanting it, you need to be quick. Pop it into your basket and take advantage. So you've all rapidly approaching half the stock now, my goodness. So again, you were just washing the stencil there just while we stepped away from Lucy just for a few moments there, and again that's a bit of housekeeping because of the next stage.
So we've got one dry.
Okay.
So as you can see, it looked red, and it says carnation red, but it's orange.
I kind of like that though.
It's pretty. So we're just slotting him on, and it will slot straight over. and make sure you're nicely stuck down.
Lovely. Now, do you leave that to dry naturally then, the
Yes.
paste? You don't heat set it or anything like that?
If you put a heat gun near it, it will slightly blister.
Okay.
And it distorts the shape of
Which
it.
is a look.
It is a look, yeah. But if you want to do the heat technique, it's not the one to go for.
Oh, okay.
Go for... they'll all blister or bubble apart from translucent. It doesn't have enough acrylic base inside it.
Oh, okay.
If you really want it, this heat technique where you can sprinkle mica powders over and you can put a heat gun, it bubbles and everything, gold and pearl white every single time. The
Fabulous.
pearl range bubble beautifully.
I think most people end up going for all of them over time anyway, don't they?
Because we pack it when it gets to us and we see people shopping basket and I go, okay, it was that demonstration, it was that demonstration.
You can
so
tell.
it's very much, I can see what people have popped in their basket. And it's
can I
lovely
just-
that we try and inspire people.
Well, you do it every single time, Lucy. Can I just ask, the leaf there, you've just masked off that leaf there, so there's a separate leaf to the design.
Yeah.
What's that separate leaf for that?
I
Is
put
there
the
a
leaf
reason?
on so that you could create your own background. So you
Oh,
could
I
just
see.
make a background. I wasn't going to, and then when I show Paul the design, say, what do you think of that? Do you like it? And he goes, pop another leaf on there. So
Well, there was space, yeah.
Yeah, give them as much, customers as much quality for money as you can.
Lovely.
And it's a bit of metal. I pay for that metal.
Yeah.
So
Make it
whip
into
another
something
one on.
usable.
Yeah. So we're going to mask off now. Now, all I want is I want this bit.
Okay.
So I'm going to go upside down. So I'm going to down again.
Mm-hmm.
Am I still in the shot?
You are indeed.
I am terrible for totally forgetting where I'm meant to be and what I'm not
That's
doing.
okay, don't worry. I'll try and keep you on track, don't worry. And you're actually adhering this to the mat at the moment? Or
I am, yeah. I
lovely.
try and always stick it to my mat.
Okay.
It's really bad when you wipe over with, say, baby wipes and things like that. You get a moisturiser on there.
Right.
So if it never sticks, give it a wash over with nice warm soapy
okay.
water and dry it down, and then it should stick fine for you.
Thank you,
So
good
I'm
tip.
just making sure I'm nicely stuck down. So I need to get my glass beads. Now the beads are important. Size of the beads are very important. We took about a year and a half to try and source these.
Okay.
We used to be able to get them from a company in the UK, stopped doing them. So they are super, super fine. They're like, almost like crystals. They're amazing. So
My pot's bigger than your pot, Lucy.
yeah, I've got a squishy
Just
pot.
saying. Just saying. Now, with this, obviously you've got your clear micro beads there. I'm going to very, very carefully. This is probably dangerous.
They're just like little crystal diamonds. They're pure glass. So if you've got pets, you've got to be careful with them because you don't
Okay.
want them on the paws.
Right, okay.
So what
They are
I tend to do is if
tiny,
I'm
they're-
going to sprinkle, I'll put my tea towel down first, put my box over the top of my tea towel, so when they bounce and land on the tea towel or a hand towel and not on your beautiful floors or your pet's paws.
Okay. Now,
'Cause they are
again,
glass.
this is one of those ones that when they've gone, they've gone.
They're gone. Yeah, yeah.
So if you are wanting them, you need to be quick. At £9.99, obviously we're going to see the demonstration with Lucy, but just to give you a little illustration of how they do work out, you can see those little tiny beads there featuring within there, but of course you're going to use these when you're actually creating. I love that. Amazing.
Those are our coloured ones. We will bring them
Oh,
back
are
again.
they?
They're
Oh,
even finer than what you've got in your hand.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wonderful.
So we've got our translucent and we're just going to give it one more coat. So you can see I've got a little mark on there, and that's only because I've got lumps in my paste because I don't clean my pots off as I should do.
Okay.
So, and again, and just leave it. Don't mess with it.
Right.
Pop that into your water. You've got to remember what you're working with is a glue. So inside the mediums are an acrylic base, and then there's a glue content inside there. And they took years to get formulated. So stencils came first, and then I used other mediums, and then I found out I was allergic to some companies' mediums. I'd go in a rash. So we sourced a company to manufacture our own, and it's tried and tested. It literally does what it says on the pot.
And I love this because you've kind of got a good pantry of those colours.
Yes, yeah. We've sort of added colours, taken away colours. There are some pastel colours in smaller pots on the website as well, so grab those as well if you see them. But yeah, it's got to be an excellent product for our brand to go on there. Yeah. It's no good just having, you know, any old product. It just doesn't work for us. So we're just tipping on, tap off, and then we're just going to tip back on again, and we're gently filling in and adhering to the mediums. So gently tap off. So you've now got a crystal base.
Fabulous.
And then when it's dry, what you're going to get is you're going to get a beautiful, it'll go crystal clear.
So
whatever you put underneath,
still there. That looks amazing.
So whatever colour you put underneath is going to be really vibrant. So you know, the more vibrant, the better. Yeah, you've got beautiful definition there.
That is beautiful.
And that won't shed. That will last. I've got some samples that are years and years and years old, and they don't shed at all.
Love it. Now, very, very popular, those micro beads. 40% of the stock has gone. £9. Oh, actually half the stock. Because again, I was meant to mention it before I started talking to Lucy. You'll notice that happen a lot in these. I have to be quick, speedy quick getting those updates then. So yes, half the stock has gone. Half the stock of a stock that's not going to be restocked. So if you are wanting them at 537421, do not miss out on these. Over half the stock has gone. And Lucy, are you back again today with us?
We are 2 o'clock today. We've got 2 shows this time.
Fair enough. Well, the micro beads might not be. Just giving you a bit of a heads up there. But 537421, rapidly approaching 2/3. Now, dare I say it, and I'm a bit naughty saying this, but because we're not going to see them again, if it's something that you want and you can't be without, it's not limited to 1 per customer. Sorry, I said it. It's out there. They're the same item number, no additional post and packing. So stock up on these. We're not going to see them again. So if you think that you're going to have a need to have more of these, then get 2 pots at the same time. And then you can kind of sit back and smile because you've got them. So there you go. If you're wanting those, pop those in a 2 basket. 2/3 of the stock has gone. Lucy's just getting herself ready for her next demonstration. It's now over 2/3. But of course, those fabulous glass beads will work with any of the designs that we've been chatting about here. And of course, we are welcoming brand new designs from Lucy here. We've seen the fabulous rose, which is proving to be very popular. But have you checked out these brand new designs as well? Because we've got some gorgeous elements now. Just to give you a little bit of an update, these are 5 stencils that we're kind of focusing on. There's plenty more on the website, but the thistle, just to let you know, that particular thistle one, and I've got some fabulous finished samples with these, rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone of these. So these are beautiful. So if you are wanting to get hold of the thistle, that just gives you an idea of how it can work. And again, if you're wanting to use that black, maybe that black you're adding into your basket as an end of call item or adding in those different colours, you really are going to get some wonderful results with regard to this one. I think it's one that's going to be a very popular one with you guys. And that's 1/2 of your pick and mix. You've still got to choose another one. So which one are you going to go for? You've got your black orchid. Now your black orchid, this is another one. It's a beautiful design, a large design with this one. And of course you've got the elements there where you can kind of use just the bird, you could use the foliage, you can use the bloom in its entirety. Really good design with that one. There's loads of finished samples, but we have got a gorgeous one just to the side of it, showing how when you incorporate different colours, you can get an amazing result with regards to that one. So really versatile way of crafting. So if you want the black orchid, again, that is one you could be popping into your basket. Then we have got some additional ones which are down at the bottom. You've got the gorgeous poppy. I mean, this obviously sweet poppy, but as you heard from Lucy, this isn't a new design. This is a design well, I don't know if it's new to us, isn't it? It's a new stencil, this new to us.
It's new to Hochanda,
yes,
so it's old to us, but it's new to you guys.
But you see, if I did not said any of that to you, you wouldn't know, because that's a classic design. But it's one of those ones that once it's gone, it's gone. And that's the case with the website. We've got so many different options. Do make sure you're getting hold of those while you've got the opportunity. 40% of the stock has gone of that one. So if you're wanting that one, pop it into your basket. The postcard is another new one. It's you guys that have put this idea together. I'm just working through the samples here, so I don't show you any that we've already seen. But this one, rapidly, what was the update? approaching 60% of the stock. My goodness. Can I show you a couple of examples of this one? Because this, I think, is one of the most versatile stencils you could choose to have in your collection. Because the beauty is it's giving you a lovely backdrop. So rather than it just being a regular rectangle, what about giving it that fabulous design? I love that with the plain there. Again, the train featuring of this one. You'll recognise all these different stencils and the different stamps, because many of you will have these in your stash already. And of course, it's one of those ones that you can use in a whole host of... I love this idea. There's a little bit of shrink plastic going on there as well. It really does make a fabulous base. And as I say, they just using it just like a rectangle to drop down on. Don't forget, if you are going for this one, please do add in those stamps that we've got as well, because the time will come at the end of the year when you are making your Christmas cards, maybe doing your little notes to Santa, and it's definitely one to go for. There are additional elements in there, though, things like the postmark with your different kind of cities featuring on there. So it's not all about Christmas with regards to those stamps, but it is a very popular stencil. As you can see there, it makes a perfect backdrop on any project. Again, it's one half of your pick and mix. You're choosing any two of those. You could be choosing from the 5 that we're mentioning here, but as I said, there's lots more options to choose from on the website. Another one to share with you is the teardrops, and this is a lovely one. We have seen this one before. Very contemporary design, and it is a really nice one. Over, what was that again? Over a third of the stock has gone of this one as well. Gorgeous. I love this one. It's got very much a funky vibe to it, I think, and I think using it in the rainbow colours, as you can see here, with that little accent of maybe a gel pen coming through. Absolutely beautiful. And again there, using an ombre of colours or using your solid black with this one. Absolutely brilliant. And I love this because, of course, you might have other little elements, little stamps within your stash there. Look at that. Hope your birthday goes with a splash. And it is perfect for that one. Anything that you've got that kind of has any references to, I don't know, raindrops or anything like that, I think this is going to be a brilliant one to work with. Again, loads of different results, loads of different techniques as well when you're working with these. Makes them all different there. £18.99 if you're wanting to get hold of these. 170854. Do pop those into your basket. I did mention those stamps. Now, we've got the set of stamps just to the side here. Lots of you taking advantage of these as well. Makes sense. If you're going for the postmark, you might not even thinking about your Christmas cards. I appreciate that. But do add this one in, because when the time comes, you'll be using the postcard throughout the year, but when the time comes for your Christmas projects, then you'll definitely wish you'd gone for this one. £9.99, again, another very, very popular one. So if you're wanting it, rapidly approaching 20% of the stock has gone of that one. So 955516. But of course, we saw a fabulous demonstration just a few moments ago with the beautiful rose. Now, rapidly approaching 3/4 of the stock has gone. Lucy is back with us a little bit later on. Whether we'll have stock of these in that second show, I don't know. So if you are watching on repeat, I hope you've managed to get hold of this one. So yeah, 274441. Lovely large open areas with this one, with that separate leaf on there. So if you want to create a background to work alongside this, you could be doing that very, very easily. And then you can take elements of the rose. So it could be the beautiful head of the rose there, the bloom there. Again, use this one almost as a pattern building piece. And don't forget, any of these stencils, if you're wanting to flip them over and have them going in the opposite direction, you can do with these as well. And again, you could have that kind of mirrored effect with regards to this. I'd love to know, with these, we had Lou on earlier on. Now, I know it's not a product that you've actually used, but the glass etching that we were looking at, do you think we could do that with these stencils?
You could. It's got to be a flat surface, because obviously they're not going to curve
won't
around
bend around something.
But yeah, it's not going to hurt them
Can
either.
you imagine etching that onto a mirror? Oh, my goodness, it would look
Beautiful,
incredible. Beautiful there. So yeah, do check out Lou's show. It was an amazing show just before this one. So yeah, don't go now though, because we've got lots happening in this hour as well. Now, brand new apertures as well. Now, you like your oval aperture. This is a brand new one, hot off the press. So much so, I've not got any finished sample to share with you, but you're using your imagination, and lots of you are taking advantage of it. £9.99, very useful one to have, this one. 40% of the stock has gone. 951649. Yeah, take advantage. Portrait and landscape ovals are always so useful. In a similar sort of guise, we've got something that many of you have been adding in as well. And this one is your rectangle. Again, 40% of the stock has gone. I think potentially you're going for both of these as well. So yeah, and they're so affordable, aren't they? Just £9.99. As Lucy said, they're years and years and years of use with regards to these if you're looking after them. So 934851 if you fancy that particular one as well. And then we've got that fabulous aperture bundle. Now this is where you're getting 4 of those apertures, but half the stock has gone. And again, it's one of those ones that when it's gone, it's gone. So whether we'll see it later on, if you're tuning in later, who knows? Do you really want to take the risk though? I would get it in this hour, and then you can kind of sit back and relax, knowing that you've got your square, that you've got your circle, that you've got your tall triangle, and you've also got your regular triangle with that one as well. £22.49. All of these you are getting for that price on your screen. And you can see here just a few ideas how you can work with those, but there are so many more that I know you will be coming up with. Not just using them alongside your other stencils, but of course other stamps that you've got within your stash. So details on your screen there, £22.49 if you're wanting them. And lots of you are stacking up now on your mediums as well. Of course, I've been touching on these in a variety of different guises. So you've got things like your translucent. That's the one that we've seen Lucy working with so far. One of the ones that is very, very useful to have. This is perfect if you're wanting to do that foiling technique with your laminator. So if you're wanting that one, the glossy white, again, the white, you can change the colour if you're wanting to as time goes on. But if you want that gorgeous golden tones, then this is the one for you to go for. Absolutely beautiful. And then your pearl white, beautiful again. As I said before, do check when you're checking out your order online or speaking to our call operators, add that black paste in as well that you have got when you come to check out your order. Now the glass beads, these are the beads that we're not going to see again. They are now limited in stock. Actually it's moved on. As if I need to speak any quicker. 537421. I'm giving you those details. I don't know why, but if they do fall back into our stock, I will let you know. And the essentials, please make sure you are adding these in. And of course, you might already have these, but what about if you're working on multiple items at the same time? Then why not get an extra set, and then you can kind of work with them like a little production line going. £11.99, 683492. Right, so we've still got queues on those phones. We've knocked 2 minutes off them, so that's not bad going, is it? You're only looking at 5 minutes, and we've got 8 minutes left of the hour, so yes.
Okay. So, we'll do the postcard.
Fabulous, thank you, Lucy.
So we're going to use the postcard, and we're going to use the beautiful black orchid and the stamp. So I've already got my card stock cut, and it's popped on my magnetic sheet with my stencil, and it's exactly the same size as what my postcard is.
Lovely.
Some of the girls use the frame around, some don't. So with one of the bigger blending brushes, I'm just going to slap my inks on and building up a layer.
I wonder if this is actually the size of a regular... does a postcard have to be a regulation size to be posted?
It's slightly bigger.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, we looked at, if I remember rightly, when we were talking, because Em is very particular on dimensions and things like that, bless her. And she said, do you want it the regular size? Well, let's give it a bit bigger.
Well, I think that's a good thing, though, isn't it? It's a little
so
bit
we can
larger,
really go to town on,
you know, still
the
post
sizes.
it, couldn't you?
Oh,
'Cause
gosh,
it's,
yeah. Yeah, it would fit in a first-class envelope, no problem. Or if you're sending to Santa, Santa doesn't mind what size it is.
I think it make a fabulous little kind of photo frame as well. Maybe you've got a photo from previous Christmases with Santa and have the photograph on the left-hand side and the details of the year and maybe where you actually met Santa.
And do you know what? It's crazy. Christmas, for us, is crazy at the moment.
Well, people make for Christmas all year round, don't they?
Yeah, we never ever stop with Christmas ever. It's crazy. But this year, out of every other year, it's even more crazy.
Now, we've been having a lovely chat here. I should have asked you, what are you actually using here?
Antique linen distressing. So I'm just building up my layers bit by bit by bit. I'm conscious of time, so normally I would take ages and ages to build up my layers, but I'm just slapping it on.
Lovely. Now the brushes, obviously we did have the brushes available. I think they're all gone now, haven't they? Everybody's checked out their orders. Oh, you are good. You are good shoppers. The glass beads, they've gone as well now as well.
Do you know,
so yeah, it's been a busy
trying
hour.
to get products in at the moment is a nightmare.
Yeah, you hear it so often, at the moment.
Yeah, I've got things that are stuck in customs that are still stuck in there for 20 days.
Oh my goodness.
So my micas, new micas I was going to bring you.
Oh no.
Maybe next month. So I've got my base of my postcard.
Lovely.
Now, me, I'm a terrible stamper, so I always stamp first and then I add my decoration on after, because I'm the worst stamper ever.
Oh, I don't know, because I think I hold that trophy.
No, I've seen you stamp, and you stamp very good.
But having a platform does help, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh, yeah, definitely. So, my little airmail, I'm going to pop him on there because he just fits just beautiful. So magnetics and down, and I don't want it too in your face, so I'm going to use smoke grey.
Lovely.
So these are just my VersaFine. I know you can use your VersaClair. They are really good quality stamps. They're made in the UK and to the best quality that we can have. And they're really deeply etched as well.
Fabulous.
So I want it a little bit, the stamp is distressed anyway, so it doesn't matter if it comes away perfect or not.
Now, just to give you a bit of a time check, Liz, we've got about 4 minutes left.
Oh gosh, okay, no problem. Well, we might not get to do the Black Orchid, but we can finish it off tonight. Tonight.
We'll have all gone home then. 2 o'clock.
Oh,
That's when Lucy's due back with us this afternoon. So yeah, make sure you make a note and rejoin Lucy later on.
Right, so I've got faint marks there. So you know what it's like with sticky stamps.
And it's quite a light tone of ink that you've got with regards to this one.
Well, this one I want a little bit bolder, so I'm going to go for my black.
Okay.
So I'm just stick him on, stick him down, so nice and easy, and then we'll prep him. We'll get him ready and we can do the Black Orchid later on today.
Valentine's Day with sentiments like this.
Definitely, yeah. So, you know, just send in the ones that you love. And this is the best time for sending people a little hello, I love you, I miss you.
I was talking about this before, that, I mean, we send texts, we send emails, it's nice to speak to people on the phone as well, but sometimes it's nice just to get happy post, isn't it? Something that's not come in a brown envelope with a window.
I'm so lucky. I get those boxfuls, packetfuls of beautiful samples every month from the girls. So I get my mail and it just boosts me. So, you know, to send someone something to say, I miss you and I love you and I'm thinking of you, that's important.
So, just to let you know as well, the single rose that we've been chatting about, rapidly approaching 80% of the stock of that one has gone. Don't forget, when it's gone, it's gone. So yeah, because we're getting so vulnerable with the stock, I just want to quickly mention it because it might not even last the full hour that we've got here, because we've not got long left, so hopefully we'll be okay. So if you are ordering on the break between the shows, you should be okay, but whether it'll be back here at 2 o'clock, I don't know. So yeah.
So rather than rush it, you've got things like, you've got the beautiful distress splodge. That's just perfect. So if you've made a splodge, just go over the top with a light colour, like a second generation, and just splodge it a couple of times with you know, Emma's helped me out masses with that. So all we would have done with this is pop him on with your magnetic sheet underneath, and then just applying and building up your layers of colour with your brushes.
But we're going to do that at 2 o'clock?
We can do it, and if that one sells out, we can just apply one of the other ones on there. So I've got a base now. I'm halfway prepped for later on.
See, this is the thing. You could kind of sit there and have an afternoon or an evening making these bases up ready to go.
Definitely. You could batch make those. Don't put your saying in, but you can batch make for your Christmas, for your everyday. Just perfect they are.
I love it. Lucy, thank you so much. And then once you've got your stash of all those backgrounds, then you can start having the fun of adding your decoration in your own time. So again, pulling them out and using them with your stamps, using them, obviously the poppy stencil we've got. And of course, this isn't dissimilar to what you've already done there with that background.
Exactly. It's no different to what all the girls have done. They have just then either stamped or put the stencils on. A lot of them are specific to what I'm brought on the show, but sometimes, you know, I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the rose with it. And what is coming next month and the month after.
I can't wait. I might just put you in a broom cupboard till you tell me. But look at these. I mean, these are brilliant. And again, using that postcard base over and over again. Now, of course, the Black Orchid, we will see the Black Orchid being used. In fact, ironically, the next sample has got the Black Orchid on it. So there you go. This here gives you a little idea of where we're going with regards to that demonstration. So do make sure you do come back and join Lucy at 2 o'clock. But of course, the Black Orchid you can be able to use in a whole host of different ways. And it is a beautiful design that lots of you have been taking advantage of. To be honest, Lucy, any of these you're going to get some wonderful results with, aren't you?
Definitely. It doesn't matter what medium, whether it's inks, pastes, etching paste. It's the stencil that does the talking, isn't it? They're quality stencils and they are going to work for you time and time again.
They are absolutely beautiful, and the crisp image that you get with those, amazing. Now, just very quickly though, our single rose, 80% of the stock has gone. We don't know for definite, but knowing how busy we've been during this hour, I don't envisage this one being here at 2 o'clock. So if you are thinking of getting it, if it's already in your basket, please do check your baskets out. Make sure you take advantage of this one. We're not going to see it again, and it is a classic design, a beautiful design that I know so many of you have already fallen in love with. So if you're wanting this one, the details are there on your screen. Lucy, thank you again.
Oh, thanks, Hayley.
So informative.
So quick.
Oh, I've had a whale of a time. I'll have to do it again sometime.
Yeah, next month.
Stay tuned. So easily done that all again. Oh, looking forward to the next hour. We're looking at essentials with Aileen, and of course our new arrivals promotion continues. Then I'm back with the lovely Phil and the one day special before we start looking at beads.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Aileen's Original, Doodle Duck Designs, Etchel, Rose May, Rocks and Chains, Caterpillar Cross Stitch, Tulip, The Skinny Food Company, the Isabel Craft Collection, Staedtler, Hunt the Moon, Has Crafts and Star Glazers. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Craft Escape. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Craft Escape.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
New arrivals landing at Studio 1. Where are we on? Studio... I don't know where we are. I don't know where. It's a studio. Hello, everybody. Good morning still. Good morning, everybody. Still only morning. But it's nice to have your company. It's a treat for me today. This is my second show of the day with lovely Lou. Lovely Lou, how do you do?
How do you do? Good morning.
Yeah,
good morning. Good morning.
It's great. I'm loving the shows with you. We've had inspiration,
thank you,
education, and that's what this is going to be about. Because this is everything basically with Aileen's all the glues that we've got here, all the difference, and this is all about having the right tool for the right particular job, isn't it? Really.
Yes. Yes.
And so your font of knowledge.
Oh. It's now. You already go, ooh.
It's going to be. We will not come unstuck.
Oh.
Don't groan with Lou in the studio. It's going to be great. Now, also, if you are just watching with us, first time you've had a chance to see us this morning, then just to let you know what the new arrivals is all about. We have got some new arrival products and shows for you over the next week. And if you're watching a new arrival show, for example, this particular show right now, you get a chance to go into a big prize draw. So what will happen is, if you make a purchase in this hour, or any of the new arrivals hour shows that we have, one person will have their name picked out of a hat from this hour if you make a purchase. That name will then go into a much bigger hat, where all the other names of all the other ones that are picked out from the new arrival shows will go. And next Wednesday at 10 to 5, one name will be pulled out of that, where they will get a chance to win the entire bumper collection of all the free gifts that have been added throughout the week. And in this hour, we are adding this whole big collection of, you've got your red tape in here, you've got all your different glues, which we're going to give you more details about right in this particular hour. But that is going into the huge big bundle that you will get a chance to win next week. So all you got to do is make a purchase in any one of these hours, and then your name will be hopefully collected and put into the hat. So that's where the new arrivals are. So good luck with that as well. It's going to be a brilliant prize by the end. I think you'll find it grow on social media. Just keep an eye on that. So let's go through now with Aileen's, with all the different sort of glues that we've got. Now, whether it's going to be for fabric, whether it's going to be for crafting on your card, on your paper, whether you're looking for quick drying, whether you want clarity in your glue when it's drying, if it's perfect for the little sparkles on your beads, whether you want it to have so that you can work on your fabrics without sort of attacking it together with pins, etc., but then wash it away. We've got something for everybody. So let's just very quickly going to run down the counter, and then we'll go over them in more detail then with Lou, with some demonstrations on which ones are these going to work with. Now, if you don't know about the name of Aileen, I'm going to start off with basically the original, and there's a reason why the whole Aileen's brand has been now going for 50 years, and it started off with this, that actually she produced her very own glue going right the way back, and it all came across in the quality of the gold bottle, and it's still here today, and it is the original that you're looking at here. Now, you're going to get 3 of the bottles in this, which is perfect for all sorts. It is the multi-purpose glue. It's £14.50, and that's the whole bundle of all 3 of those, because you've actually got that £3 saving on it. So again, it is for all of them. You might not want to make your choices yet. You might want to wait until we hear all of the different options that are available, but they all have that brilliant brand name. It started with this bottle, it started with this original glue, and now there are over 60 different varieties under the Aileen's banner of all the different glues. So we are going to be specific, and you're going to get exactly what you need for that project. 815766 is where we're starting off with the original tacky glue for £14.50. Right, the next bundle that we've got for you, the sets of 3, and if you're working with your fabrics and your sewing, for example, this will be really, really crucial to you. Now, again, we are going to go through this in more detail, but if you're working with your fabrics where you need to have that stretchability, I think it's a word. If it's not, I've just made it up, but I think it sounds all right. Stretchability, then that's really important. You're going to get that. You're going to get the no-sew, the fabric glue. That's also in here as well, and you'll stop fraying. And again, I know we're going to be looking at these with Lou as this show goes on. All 3 of those, £10.99, 082 359. Absolutely brilliant bundle. That's that set. Carrying on down the counter, and again, we are going to be whipping through these, but we will give you more detail about these, so do stay watching if there's one that really takes your fancy on these. So these are your permanent fabric glues that you got here, the big blue one here. Actually, I think that's 118mm. You've also got the tack it over that you've got for here, and you've got your jewel it glue, perfect for all your embellishments. £11.99 for this set of 3, 548818. So you're starting to get a picture now about why certain glues are going to be used for such specific jobs. So do make sure you're watching to see which one is the best for you. Now, we've got some brilliant bundles that bring a lot of these actually together, which is fabulous. Let's starting off, we've got here for you. This is the all-purpose tacky. You've got the fabric glue, and you've got the 3 of your speciality fabric glue, all included in this one. But look at that for an offer. £9.99 only, and you're getting all of those, which is absolutely perfect. 011 425 is your item code again for those ones. But when you think about all of those for under a tenner, really, really, really good deal on that. And don't forget, if you make a purchase in this hour, your name could be picked out. You may be going towards getting that big, big bundle at the end. So a tenner there, really well spent. You're going to have a chance to be in it. Right, the next bundle that we've got for you here, this is the 5 that you're looking at. This is your all-purpose tacky glue. You're going to get the tacky glue and the acid-free tacky glue in this complete bundle, which is absolutely brilliant. And again, under £15, £13.20 only, 936 805 for all of that in a bundle, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now I've got the tacky glue, the acid free coming up. Now, do we get 2 bottles with that one, isn't it? So let me put that one there for now, because you won't get this one, by the way. That this is not going to be like sent out to everyone to spread around, but you will be getting 2 of these. 118ml in both of those. £10.30 for your acid-free tacky glue. Why is that important? Well, we're going to come to those in this hour. 884185 for both of those for that price, £10.30. I'll put that back there, or I'm going to get confused as well. Right, well, we've got a couple of other elements as well, not just the actual glues themselves, but some other embellishments that you might want to work with these. How about these ones? The Tim Holtz Ideology. You're going to get 18 of the foliage packs here, and 3 yards of the film strip ribbon. All of that as one bundle. Really lovely embellishments to work on that. £13.99 only. 066 126 if you'd like to go for that. I really do like that film strip ribbon. That's really nice, that. Very stylish. And we've also got now if you're into your flowers and your petals and the flower making, then this is absolutely... In fact, this is where it all started. That's a nice little way to come to the end of the counter here, really, because this is how it all started off for Aileen as well, when she was a florist working there many, many moons ago. £9.99, they give you the chance here to go for the Roses and Carnations collection. 546 721. New today for that one for £9.99 for all of those. Absolutely brilliant. Now, if I just stand to the side, we've actually got the ruffle bag DIY kit. So you've got 3 different options. And these are all on the same item code. They are, yeah, they are. They're all on the same for you as well. So you've got the red. Oh, hang on. I'll go this way. Blue. Oh, what is that? Blue? Blue, red and pink. Ah, blue, red, pink. Red, pink, blue. Pink, blue. You get the idea. Say what you see, say what you see. That's the red one we're coming into now. Right, £17.99, they're the choices to go from that one. Everything's included in that, by the way. The actual fabric panel, you get the embellishments and the complete instructions as well to work with that beautiful ruffle bag. 397826. That and everything else we're talking about is all available on the website on old school www.hochanda.com and have a good look through those and pop those ones into your basket and take advantage of the deals. And don't forget, someone will have their name drawn out of the hat at the end of this hour, which will go into the big prize draw for all of those put together on your new arrivals show. Absolutely brilliant, nice and simple. If you want to email in, by the way, if you have a question for Lou, or it might be a question for me to pass on to Lou, because no one's going to ask my advice on anything, let's be honest. So if you do, studio@hochanda.com. If you just want to say hello, it'd be lovely to hear from you, of course, as well. Right then, Lou, reading up on Aileen's history, I mean, it's all craft, it's what a background, what a history.
It's superb, and going 50 years, I mean, there's on the website there's actually a whole link to her history, but done in the photographs. So
yes,
starting off from the 50s to present day, and it's brilliant to see, you know, how, you know, the original glue is still going from the 50s to the present day, and how each glue she's made or brought online is because of a new trend or a new thing she needed to help her with her initial job, which was floristry. Yeah,
I know. That's bizarre, isn't it, to start from there? And
I think it's the photograph. I loved it. And actually having that pedigree that you can actually follow through from start to where we are now, I think is...
I was amazed, almost like a pioneer. She started out, and she started, was it floristry in like a hotel lobby, and that by the age of 20, she's bought her own and started on her own to go with. But what's so nice, that if you're buying something and you know someone's, you know, got their name associated with it, you know, they got that background, and you know it's come from crafting in that way as well, you know that what you get has been designed specifically from a crafter's mind and going, I need it to do this. I don't just want a glue, I need it to do this, which is different from that glue that I need for that.
Yes.
So it's brilliant to know that when you buy, whichever one you buy, you know where it's come from, don't you?
And also, I'm going to say, on all the glues, especially like the fabric ones in there is a full set of instructions. I know they're tiny, but there is a full set of instructions about what it'll work on, you know, what you can use it for, what's the best adaptation. But it'll also recommend that maybe go for this glue, because it would be better than this one for that. But also on the website, there is... It's not called product details, but under the project section, it's got a breakdown of, you know, each glue, what they're good for. I like it because it's also pictures as well as words. You know, I can go for pictures better than I can for words. And that is great as well, because if you're not sure... I love that, because you can download it and then you can keep referring back to it if you want to. Do you know, like if you've got a specific project in mind.
No, I think it's absolutely brilliant. So it's nice that whatever glue you're getting from us in this hour, you know that you've got the confidence to go with that, and it will do exactly that whole advert. I know it's not Aileen's advert, but it will do exactly what it says on the bottle in that respect. It's specific to those, which is great, isn't it? What do you want to talk about at the start? What are you going to show us first of all?
Well, I'm going to say one thing. This is very old. I got given this when I went off to uni at 18 by my nan.
Oh, that's
and I'm not going to add another 40 years on, and it's still going strong. But the smaller kits that we've got there for the fabric.
Fabrics, yes.
Okay. Now, when I open this, I don't organise this, sorry. Okay. But they fit perfectly in my little box, and I can carry them around, and I can do... I used to sew, but I'm not a sewer, so, like, these sort of things are absolute bonus for me, sort of thing. I always used one of them anyhow for my son's trousers. You know, as they're going out the door, it would happen, and you'd see the hem fall down, and they worked perfectly. But I'm going to say one of the ones I do use a lot of is the No Fray. Now, this is my journal, and in my journal, it's got lots of different types of pages, and I deliberately fray some of the pages, but I don't want it then to go any further. So if I've got, where is it? I did have it in front of me. If I've got the No Fray, well, you can see mine's open, I can actually now just put a small bead down. I'm going to use my fingers, you can use a paintbrush, and I can go down the edge, which means I've got the fraying I want on my journal, and it's not going to go any further. And I do use this a lot for that. I mean, by all means, use it on your materials before you're sewing, because it's flexible. So once this is dry, this will stay flexible. It won't go rock hard.
No, that's good,
if I used a gel medium, the gel medium doesn't have quite the same flexibility. So my page would be harder, whereas when this dries, this will still have all the movement I want to have in there.
Right.
But
the security.
But the security. So those now aren't going to grow any longer than that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I just want to interrupt one time. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just want to let you know we've already had a sellout on the show, and this one we talked about, that fabric pack that you were talking about there. I did say it's a great deal. $9.99 has now technically sold out. 011 425. If it was in your basket, please make sure that you do get that checked out of your basket on that one. As it stands, that one has gone. I think they'll see if they can get hold of any more for that one. But as it is right now, that one has now technically sold out from the show. But we'll keep you updated as I know if anything can change on that. But well done if you did manage to get that. Sorry to interrupt, Lou.
No, go for it.
You know, it's great that it's busy like that already. It's great.
I mean, and this becomes permanent. It's washable, but it won't, because it's washable. It doesn't mean it's going to fray afterwards. So I can seal my material if I want to do that.
Yeah.
And I've got that all sealed. You need to let it dry, obviously, before you go ahead and sew it. But that now means, for me, for my journal, I've used it on most of my journal pages, which means I can keep... Mine aren't going to grow or get any more fray.
And
but
that's the nice thing, because that fray in it, I know a lot of people have done that, and it looks brilliant, but there must always be that little bit of doubt in your mind going, yeah, but if it goes too far, it goes from looking nice to just actually being spoilt.
And this is like a canvas material, and I have done it on here, but you can't see where it is. So where I did the other one here, you can see it's got a slight white where the glue has gone on.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you... Well, possibly not. It's going to sink in already. That shows you how quickly it works. But where I've done it on the canvas material... Sorry, I've got all bits of my journal falling apart. But where I've done it on the canvas material, it doesn't show at all.
No.
But I've got full flexibility.
Yeah.
But you see, I could do that with a gel medium, but the gel mediums wouldn't quite have the same flexibility. So that gives me the, you know, that benefit straight away. So that means that page there is set like that, and for me to do any of the mixed media projects I want to do. So you can cross these over, you know, to use for your journals and for your other bits, not just for sewing. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah,
I just want to say that's one of the things I love for that. I buy that all the time. Right, OK, now I've got bits here everywhere. You know when you just go, what shall I pick first?
That's all right, that's great.
This, I'm going to have to say thank you to Emma Blake, because she said, have you got an old pillowcase? And I went, oh, yeah. So this actually is an old pillowcase that I have cut up, and I have used the permanent fabric glue on all the hems. Absolutely everything. There is no sewing at all. This is my idea. I think the reason I'm not into sewing is I don't like ironing.
Oh, okay.
So ironing, you know, your seams out is just a no-no for me. No, sorry.
I feel like we're sharing. You're sharing in this hour. You're sharing.
I'm one of these sort of people, you know, sort of if you wear something long enough, body heat will iron it for you, sort of thing. Sorry.
That's all right. That's OK. I've had this shirt on for 4 weeks so far. Still got creases
everywhere. This was a pillowcase, but I just wanted to show that I have ironed, obviously, the hems, but I've used the washable one that you've got, because obviously then if I want to wash this pillowcase, I can. But this is quite... But this, again... is, you know, it's so flexible. I've even done the seams. This is where I've got to do my next seam, sort of thing. So I've only gone up to so far. And that was literally just do that, go down the side.
Easy.
And it was, you know, absolutely. And that was just like an old pillowcase. And that didn't take me very long to do.
No.
Now, I should have shown, I've got a hem to show. Ooh, there we go. Now, it takes up to 24 hours. But whilst it's drying, it looks like it's stained your material.
Oh, OK.
But as you can see by the piece next to it, once it's fully dry, you don't get any staining at all on the material.
Right. That's
so
great,
don't be, you know, don't be put off thinking I'm going to have to live with that sort of stain. I know it's on the inside, so you probably wouldn't.
But it's still nice to know that it will go and not to panic.
Yeah. Now, alternatively, if you didn't want to be as lazy as me and just use these permanent ones, you've got the repositional.
Yeah, OK.
Which means you can put the repositional down, the two sides will join together, and you can then sew over.
Right.
So, if I show you what I mean, so like I said, I've got bits everywhere.
That's all right.
Let's file them.
It's great.
Now, we've got the bag kits, and what I've done is I've cut the bag kits up. I'm not going to make the whole bag, because we haven't got time, really. But in the bag kits, we have got 3 pieces that make the ruffles that go on the front. And all I've done is I mean, I have ironed, which is unheard of, but I've ironed these in half, and I've got the temporary on here, okay? And the reason for that is I can now sew through here. It won't damage my needle. I did thread a needle.
You did?
Yeah, you know, when you go, I did thread a needle. No, I do sew buttons on and things like that. But it was, if you're going to go through this with a sewing machine, so I've got my glue on, but it doesn't impede your needle going through, so I've got a good layer of glue. I've got a strip there to join together to show you. So I can still carry on with my ruffles. My needle's not getting stuck into a big layer of glue. So it's brilliant for actually doing that. So once I've got that done, and I've got this all made, once you wash this, the glue layer goes. So you're just then left with your stitching.
Got you,
but it
right.
just, it's that temporary tack.
Right, I see.
If you didn't want to use pins or anything like that. So I've got that temporary tack that I could carry on going. It won't ruin your sewing machine or a normal needle going through.
Just very quickly, Lou, on that one again, just to speak on temporary, it could be temporary that we had these on the show. 50% already, the particular bundle here has already now been allocated. We've already had one technical sellout on the show. 50% of the stock here again in this complete bundle, which is the whole tacky pack, which is absolutely brilliant actually. It has got the all-purpose in there as well. All of those and your acid-free tacky glue. We are now approaching 50% on this one. £13.20, 936805. Just wanted to give you an update on those as well. So sorry about that, Lou. I know that I don't want people to miss out on them if they've got their eye on something particular and it's gone. So yes.
No, I know what you mean. So it's like the no sew fabric. So all you're going to do is on it. I'm going to put a dollop and then I'm going to use a paintbrush. I'm just going to do it like this. I would use a paintbrush a little bit. Oh, I'm quite impressed I did a straight line there.
That was very straight. That was very good.
Now, all you need to do is you do a thin layer and so you do a thin layer, and what happens is that thin layer will, they call it get a skin on it. Basically, it will just slightly harden.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think, when I was doing this, 10 minutes? I suppose it depends on room temperature.
Yeah. That's fair enough, isn't it?
And then what you do is you put another thin layer on top.
Oh, right.
And then you put your two pieces together.
Oh, OK.
So that then gives me my no-sew. So when I was doing, like, my ruffles here, that then joins the, if I go, the ends together. So as you can see, it has well and truly joined it together.
Oh, yeah, that is, isn't it?
But when I wash this, I'm left with just all the sewing that I've actually done, and the adhesive washes away.
Goes away.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to give it a good 24 hours to dry, and let it really set before you actually wash it.
OK.
But
OK.
That was like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love that. I love that.
You know, when you just go, I can cope with that. But that was in the bag kit. So even with this bag kit, it's minimal. For me, it's going to be minimal sewing, because all I need to really probably sew is the ruffles.
Right.
And the sides, I can use we've got two different types of glue. We've got the permanent fabric, and we've got the OK Wash It. So both do the same thing. The difference is this one is permanent. It will do all the bonds that you saw with the pillowcase that I did.
OK.
But you can wash it.
And it will stay.
And it will stay in place.
OK,
and
great.
Both will be flexible, both will be permanent, but this one is more deemed that if you were going to put it as a general wash, through your washing machine and an everyday wearing or everyday item. If it's just going to be something that you're going to do for home decor, sorry, the word, when you think, I knew what it was, but I couldn't think it, then the permanent glue is fine.
OK.
If you're not going to wash it, but it's just a home decor piece, but it's obviously made of material.
So this is what I mean about those differences, things like that. Like you say, just to know that, and not, so if you are putting embellishments on a T-shirt, for example, and personalising a T-shirt, to go for the OK to wash.
Yeah, if you were going to do something like that, I would go for the OK, to wash it. I mean, you can add ribbons, you can add appliques, both of them will do that. And as you saw, she says filing her delicate. Both of them will do your permanent seams.
Right.
I've used the OK to wash it on this because I thought, right, I can, wash it then afterwards. But as I said, they're all designed to be flexible. Now, as you can, I'm scrunching that up.
And it's,
And it's staying put. It means I've got iron now, doesn't it? But It's called heavy weights. You know, you just lie it flat and heavy weights sort of thing.
No, that's great actually.
And then that's just the difference between. So both of them can be done for the same job, but you need to think about whether one is going to be the one that you're going to wear every day, and you're going to actually wash it and do it from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's great. Do you know what? It's lovely. And to start, when you start thinking about glue, you think, okay, it's, you know, glue's glue, isn't it, really? But when you start talking about one that's going to be so specific to your jobs, we've actually had an email come through. Was it from Paul, did you say? It was Paul. Good morning, Paul. Sent me a message through as well saying, just switched on to find you selling this amazing labelled glue as well. I've never have it not in my craft room as well. Many thanks to all the team as well, which is lovely. Thank you so much, Steve, for getting in touch with us. I mean, this is a brand's name that is now, you know, 50 years plus, basically. And I saw looking at the website that you're talking about as well on there, Lou. I checked. I think it was 19. We share the same birthday. Except Aileen's birthday is hers is January the 20th, but hers was 1924. So not slightly different. No, I was not born before that. No, but you start talking about someone that's brought that fantastic knowledge, and that's what you get with these glues. You're getting someone that's now from the one multi-purpose glue to now 60 different varieties specific to those specific needs. And just as Lou is talking about there, those ones, you know, that you can go for, you need a bit more of a heavy duty on your fabrics if you're going to be doing quite a bit more washing with it. But those ones, again, for your projects, you might not need to wash as much. So just having those differences in there is great to know exactly what glue you need for what projects to work with as well. So I say it's very, very busy, really good deals. We've also had an email from Pat. Hello, Pat. A very good morning to you as well. I thought I would email to say, the tack it over and over is excellent, she was saying. Oh, for retacking your electrical cutting machines as well. Yes, is that what you... When applied with a damp sponge and left to dry as well. Just make sure you mask off the borders, in brackets, she said as well. So you don't damage the roller when you're running it through. Right, you see, I'm liking the hints and tips coming through, which is perfect. Yeah, but this is great, isn't it? Thank you so much, Pat. Thank you.
But that was what I do mine for.
I see.
I have an electronic die cutting, and she's Pat's 100% right. I mean, I scrape all the debris away.
Yeah.
And then, exactly as she said, I do mask off the area, or I've got an old mat that I'll lay on top.
Oh, wow.
Because obviously you need the registration to keep feeding back through your machine. Yeah. And with a damp, but you don't need very much.
Right, well, OK.
A little goes a long way, and it brings back that temporary tack that we use on our mats for our papers and everything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, this was designed for using materials. I know some of the electronic machines use materials. I don't. But I do use it for my mats for that actual reason as well, yeah.
Right.
So it does cross over. Some of the glues do cross over into our paper crafting, and I know some of the machines now with the blades do cut materials and things like that as well.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can cross it over into to other parts of our crafting, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
But
absolutely.
yeah, that was I did forget to say that, but yeah, no, that was, you know, spot on.
That's right. Keep them coming through. Keep them coming through.
Definitely.
Who knows? Who knows if you might be in line with Lou as well on lots of projects. Who knows? studio@hochanda.com if you want to drop us a little message again, or whether again you've been using the Aileen's products as well over the years. How have you found them? You know, what is it? Is it always in your craft room, as we heard earlier on as well? So do keep those messages coming through for us, won't you, please? OK, Lou, what one are you looking at next?
Sorry.
No, it's OK.
I'm busy playing here. One thing we have... Like I said, I've got so much. You know, which should I grab first?
Yeah.
Now, all the glues will come to you with the nozzle closed. And all you need to do is snip that nozzle away, and then you can squeeze and release the glue.
Right.
How much you cut down is personal preference.
OK.
So if you want a slightly smaller, you know, opening so the glue comes out, you can snip nearer to the top. If you want something a little bit larger...
Right.
It's all down to personal preference.
Yeah.
The other thing to check is sometimes you will find that they might come with a sealant. So obviously you snip away and then you're sitting there squeezing thinking, why isn't the glue coming out? So double check that as well. But that is all you need to do with those. I'm just making sure, you know, like, I'm dreadful for spilling things, so I'm making sure it's well and truly on. So you can snip it away. and then you're left, that's the hole that you're left, that your glue is actually going to come out with.
Got you.
And that works the same on all the different...
All the nozzles you can change.
All the nozzles, yep, totally.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Now, this one is the flexible stretchable.
Ah, yes. No, okay.
Now, this is a dress I made about 10 years ago, and I wish it was around then, because this is stretchy, and this was a pain, hence why there's a lot of hand sewing on it.
I
Not
see.
machine sewing on it, because it was the only way I could get the stretch to go. But
Right.
even then, can you see where I probably haven't done it? It's all puckered up and everything like that. Now, the flexible stretchable glue,
You see, I would not... I can see you're excited about this one. The reason is because if I was putting something together and I saw multi-purpose, do you know what? I'll just use that for that, for example. Yeah. I wouldn't have thought about still allowing the fabric to do what the fabric needs to do. So that's about lycra and all the other different varieties that does have that stretch built into it. Of course, you need to glue to go with it, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm just going to grab some ribbon I've got here as well, sort of thing. Now, so for me, it's brilliant. It flexes with the material. So when you think about how a T-shirt is designed to go over us, sounds like I was doing a keep fit exercise then, wasn't it? It's like,
Joe Wicks had better watch out.
Sort of thing. You know, it was just like, oh, that was a little bit gusto. What colour do I quite fancy? Actually, let's go for a bit of green. But this now allows, I can use the adhesive and stick it on here, and this is rigid ribbon, but what it means is the glue will work there, and it will actually flex and go across. So if I just grab, I've just got some random embellishments on here. So if I get a piece of the ribbon. Now, on the back here, it will tell you exactly what to use it for. You know, T-shirts, dancewear, knitwear, repairing holes in your T-shirts and fabrics. All fabrics that have a stretch. I mean, it does say test, which is obviously a good idea.
Yeah.
And then it says, you know, it's pushing the embellishment onto the glue. So you get a step-by-step. I know it is tiny, but I'm going to say if you go to the website and download the sheet, it's a lot bigger and obviously nice pictures with it as well.
Got you.
But it's absolutely superb. So I can put a little bit on, not so much as that. I'm going to use my finger. That's because I had it held it upside down.
So with the movement, so when the fabric is stretching, whatever it is, well, the glue doesn't crack, doesn't break.
No.
It goes with that fabric.
With the fabric.
And so
now,
you always keep that adhesive.
The only thing I can't show you is obviously this will move because it's not dry. That's the only thing, sort of thing. But I can do that. So once that's dry, that will be between 12 and 24 hours, if you know, really dry. Now, I've got 3 or 4 layers on here, but I have just put a piece of cardboard in between, just in case it goes through.
Good idea.
Because I don't want it to stick both sides of the dress together. Now, so you've got that, so you can then add your embellishments. So all the different motifs that you can see we've got about, or, you know, like if I wanted to get bits of felt, I can now stick down. So this is... I won't stick this in place because so this is like a little house thing I was making. I don't know why, but you know, so I can stick that down on top. Once it's dry and the adhesive's had time to grab, that will now move with the rest of the stretch, whether it's up or side to side.
Right.
Okay, and then it's brilliant because like these sort of things, which I have done, I can now add these on. I've used the tack it over and over before I actually did all my stitching on there. So I stuck that down, or you could use the no-sew, which is also repositionable.
Yeah.
So and then now I can stick that down. So that's a felt embellishment. What we have got on here is as well, which is the jewellet. Now the jewellet really is designed for going on things that, like your shoes, your handbags.
Okay.
Not so much onto here. So I could use... So I've got a little L. I wonder why. And so if I was going to stick that, say, to the front of a handbag or to my sewing, but I wasn't going to wear it, I would use the jewellet. But because I want to stick it to my dress, I am going to use a little bit of the stretch, because now this jewel... I should have done this. I've taken over the mat, you know, because otherwise I'd have stuck it on the mat. But like I said, I put so much stuff out. So now, this will now mean that once this is dry, it will now also move when I wear the dress.
Right, okay.
Whereas if I just used the jewellery and stuck it down to like the front of a shoes or a mirror or anything like that, it's staying in place.
Yeah, and because I saw the jewellery, it's actually quite fast drying as well. So I know it's probably very useful for if you've got lots of little
Lots of little things, costumes as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, of course.
You know, things that I want this to actually move with this once it's dry, if that makes sense. So I'm going to use that one. But if I was just going to put the L on, for example, my journal cover, then I would use the jewellery because it dries crystal clear.
Oh, right,
So if you were putting on costumes, if it does leak out a little bit,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're not going to see it, sort of thing. So each of the glues, like you were saying, have a purpose, but can cross over as well. So you can I can use this sort of embellishment, which technically shouldn't move, on a material that will stretch. But I obviously need to let this dry.
But the glue will allow it to do that.
Yeah, because if I pull this now, because the glue hasn't had time to grab.
But look, sorry to interrupt.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, I've been asked if I could do another quick update on stock.
Go for it.
Is that okay?
Yes,
and then we'll come straight back. It is very busy. I've got some updates. We've already had sellouts on the show. So let's just go through. We are talking about the whole of the counter is full of all your fantastic Aleen's glues. And as you're hearing, you know, there's a role and a reason for why there's over now 60 different varieties actually that's come. But they all started off with this one bottle here of the original tacky glue in the famous gold, of course, that it all came in to start with, sort of 50 years. Now, 25% of this bundle has already been allocated. They have a £3 saving, you know, so down to £14.50, but that is for 3. Now, if you're thinking about what this will work with, pretty much everything. It is the original multi-purpose of your tacky glue to there. So I know that, again, when we talk about reviews for this and recommendations for it, and you've already heard people emailing into the show as well, seeing the name and that brand's name that goes so far. If you want to go for this, 815766, that'll give you 3 of those. Each one of those are 236ml in each of those bottles. So really good bundle to have. Very, very, very popular indeed, that brand. Right, working our way down, and again, I've got another big stock update I've got here. Now, we've just been looking at these. We've got the flexible, stretchable, which is the one that we've just been talking about there with Lou, which is perfect for maybe some of your sport gear that you might be wearing there. Anything, you've got to have that stretch in it, then this will go with it. You've got the no-sew fabric glue, and you've also, for those projects, to stop the fraying. Where are we now? Is it a big, how much down the stock has gone now? Is it 30% of the stock now already allocated to this one? Over 30, £10.99 only, and that's for all 3, which is phenomenal. 082359 is your item code for those ones. Grab that one whilst you can. Now, the permanent we've got for you here. We've got the tack it over, and we've got the jewellet as well. Over 50% of the stock of these have gone. So if you are doing with your jewellet, you know, being quick drying, and imagine if you're those projects and you put in just hundreds and hundreds of little sequins or beads or the little balls or whatever it is, or the little glitter balls, whatever it is. You don't want to be sitting there for ages while that dries. That's why it's quick drying. That's why it's going to be firm and going to hold those in place. So perfect for all your little embellishments if you don't want to sit there while the other glues take their time to dry. That will get that job done. You've got the tack it over and over, perfect for the reasons we've talked about, and we have got that brilliant permanent fabric glue. All 3 of those, only £11.99 for all those. 548818. Again, really good bundle for that one at that price. Absolutely phenomenal with that deal. The original 4th item in there has already sold out. This next set we've got for you here, this is now approaching 80% of the stock, and again, only £13.20. All of these absolutely brilliant. Of course, you have got the original in there. You've also got the acid-free. So these 2 alone, for those prices, you know, a really good deal for all that. Plus, you've still got all of the other ones in there, included, like I say, the acid-free there for that is absolutely perfect. 936805, £13.20 for that, and again, a lot of stock already been allocated, which is phenomenal. I was going to borrow that one though and put that one there because no, it's that one. It's that one. I feel like we should be doing that sort of a magic show. Which one is it underneath? Right, these are the acid-free. So if these are the ones that's really going to have your attention, grab these ones. Over 20% of the stock gone. £10.30 only, and that is for both bottles. 884185. Absolutely perfect again for those ones, which is brilliant. We've also got some of the embellishments. Don't forget, also there on the show if you would like to take out, and which I think my favourite of the rolls actually there, the film strip. Really like that. That's 3 yards of that ribbon with the film strip on there, and the ideology with your fantastic foliage kit. £13.99 066 126. And the flower collection, where this story started from, only £9.99 for the paper flowers. We've got for the roses and the carnations. So those are then to go into your kits. 546721. Don't forget, we've got the 3 options on the bags. We have got for you for the ruffle bag kit. Everything you need is in there. £17.99. You've got red, you've got the pink, and you've got the blue option. But all of those are on the same item code. Just choose your option. They're on 397826. So plenty more, of course, also on the website. Right, we'll go straight back to Lou, and we'll continue on. This is great. It's a front of knowledge to learn from you today, Lou.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm amazed where it's all keeping in. Right, I've just got a mixture of different things here in front of me. I'm just going to go for something slightly smaller. I'm just going to take that gold out. So I'm going to use the original tacky glue. Now, you can use the tacky glue with your fabrics and everything like that, with all, like I'm doing here for my journal pieces and everything like that. It will dry a little bit more rigid than, so if I used some of the fabric. So, I mean, one of the things I haven't done is I would use, once I've made my page, I would go round all the outside and I would stop all that fraying once I've done there. But I just wanted to show that you can use your tacky glue, you know, with fabric things, with your embellishments, as well as your fabric ones. Now, I do squeeze mine out the top, but I've got a terrible habit. I just work with a paintbrush with the thing.
Yeah, why not?
You know, it's just something I do for speed. So all I'm going to do is I've just got a little bit of everything here. I'm not going to make anything in particular, but I'm just going to put some of the glue on, and it's a really lovely thick glue. Now, the difference between that and the acid-free is the acid-free is guaranteed that if this was a photograph and I was doing this as well, and it's just as thick as that it won't yellow.
No, right,
So therefore, as it gets older and older and older, you know, sometimes glues can yellow. It won't. It will keep the photograph in place, but it won't yellow, and it therefore won't affect the photograph. So
I'm just going to interrupt for a second. I think we keep this in your microphone, Lou. I think it's dropping in and out, so I think they're just going to try and sort that one out. But while we do that, I can give you a bit of an update. We are approaching limited stock, which is actually for the... hang on, we'll bring the detail. Oh. It's this one here. We are now approaching... It's got the acid-free in there as well that I want to move from earlier on because it comes in the other one as well. This one, where are we on the percentage? Oh, we are now limited stock on this. £13.20. It is now limited stock. 936805. Like I say, we've already had a sellout. We couldn't bring any more of those back on. So I would really highly recommend, if you've got this on your radar, please get it into your basket now, because I'm not sure the situation, but I think if it does sell out, I don't know about bringing it back onto the show. As it stands, we couldn't bring the others back onto the show, so I'd imagine it could be the same story. Anyway, just wanted to give you an update on that one. Lou, I think your microphone's back up working again. We've recharged it, we've wound it up. Or is it mine? Oh, it might be me. Might be me.
Ooh.
Oh, no, it's definitely Lou's. Oh, Lou. We're back on. We're back on, Lou. Oh, no. Hang on. You had me. You had me. You win. You win.
So the tacky glue, so I'm just going to put this on the journal page, and I'm using burlap. Now, I'm going to be honest and say I'm just going to grab a little bit of packaging just to put behind, because I don't want the glue to go through and stick 2 pages together. So your tacky glue can work on there. So let me see, what else have I got here? And I will add a few ribbons in and a few trims, just to both. So I'm going to work on a card... I'm trying to think, grey board.
OK.
I lost the word then from my head. So as you can see, the glue is lovely and thick, and a little goes a very long way, if that makes sense.
It does.
So, as I said, I'm not making anything in particular. This will bug me now when I get home, that I will have to actually turn it into something in particular. You know, you'll just go, I want that to be something in particular now.
It's all right. Oh, by the way, we have had a technical sellout on what we've just been talking about there with the limited stock. It has now technically sold out, that complete set there. So if it is in your basket, can you please make sure you do not forget to check them out, because then you've definitely got yours if it's in your basket as it stands right now. 936805 could be our second technical sellout of the show as well. So very, very busy. Sorry, Lou. I have to keep interrupting. I do apologise. So don't want to stop you in your flow.
No, like I said, I'm not making anything as such. You know, you just go, I'm just playing. Right, I am going to do this. So this is a nice thick ribbon that I need to cut the other way. No, that way. You know when you're trying to do a point and I can't think which way round it's actually meant to be. So I've got my ribbon there, so let's cut a piece to go onto the tag, because I want to show that the tacky glue will work, but the fabric glues working on all the different surfaces allow things to be permanent, washable, or like the flexible one, it's flexible. But if you just want to use your tacky glue just to do a journal page, that is fine as well. So I'm just going to put this on here. Let's see. And tuck that in there. So I've just got that sticking down. Now the glue shows through slightly white, but it will dry perfectly clear, as will all the other glues as well. So let's think, what am I going to do? Like I said, this is going to, I'm just randomly doing things here. Let's just put that down here. And we'll just go, there we go. Put that there, and I'm just sticking different things down. It will bug me that I haven't made anything in particular, but that was not the idea. So the Julep glue, one of the benefits of the Julep glue, I'm going to have to open mine because I've been using my small one that's in my sewing kit.
We'll allow that. We'll allow that. That's okay.
I don't like opening too many glues at once, because just in case you never get round to using something. I'm sorry. You know, you just go, I know that sounds really a petty thing to say, but...
Not at all.
But the one thing I love about the Julep glue is it's actually designed to stick down things that shouldn't stick down, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
So it will take a little bit longer to grab, but the idea behind it is the button, the embellishment. I've got loads of embellishments here, which I will dig out as well. So that button, that embellishment, that...
that's the film. The film.
That's the film
I like
ribbon.
that. I really like that.
It's
great, isn't it?
Oh, and you get loads of it. I've been really tight with it because it's just... you know, when you go... So, and... Where is it? The Julep. And that is nice about the actual Julep. Now, when I put it on...
So this is going to dry clear.
Crystal clear.
So it's perfect for these kind of...
And it's a different consistency to the tacky. So it's it's slightly more fluid, whereas the tacky, so I'm going to have to get that... I'm not going to waste it. See, now that's why I have things open.
Yeah,
because I sit there and do that.
I see. So I see your trick. So this is for things like working with vellum?
Yep. I don't really... Yeah, I suppose it would, actually.
Yeah.
I think you would probably have to cover the whole of the vellum piece.
Yeah,
Does that make
right,
sense?
okay, yeah.
Rather than dot it. Now, this will take a little bit longer to grab than, say, the tacky glue.
Right.
But once it's there... It's there,
right,
and
you.
it will dry absolutely crystal clear. So where you're using ribbons and things like this that you want to see the texture and everything behind, it's absolutely, superb for that. So I'm just going to look. I'm going to cut another piece. You go, I don't want to cut another piece, but I will. And I should put a little bit there. So on which side? Oh, I've got the glue that side, so we might as well, because my fingers. So I said I use my fingers, and then I would open up. Oh, yeah, I have. I was about to squeeze this thinking, have I picked up the right glue? And I have. Because that's why I do the lids, because if it's on my finger, I just...
You see, yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if that's what you're really meant to do, but hey.
Listen, there's no rules. You can make up your own rules, Lou. It's OK. You're allowed.
OK. So that's cool. So this now, I know the tacky glue will dry 100% clear as well, but because the Julep is... designed for those trickier embellishments, for costumes, for your shoes, for your handbags and things like that. It just gives me that extra piece of mind.
Right.
You know, that it's designed to stay put.
Yeah.
And it's designed for those trickier bits. But as you can see, it's taking a little bit longer. I'm just going to hold that
Just
bit
to
down
grab.
there, just to grab, compared to the tacky. But I know that that will dry crystal clear underneath. So
Do you know,
we'll
we've had some more emails coming through. It's amazing. Do you know, sometimes you don't realise again what the quality what someone's using, but then when you find a brand, for example, and a name that you trust and you go back to. I know Emma's sent an email in saying, I think it was Emma saying that she's been using the original. Is that right? The original tacky glue for years. She said, and for her, it's the best one out there that she's using. Again, I suppose it's like anything, isn't it? You know, and what was that? Sorry. No pun intended. So she would advise everyone to grab it. No pun intended. Very nicely done there, Emma, as well. But which is lovely. Maggie's also been in touch with the show. Hi, Maggie. Maggie says she's been using the overglue for years. And what was that? Sorry, it's to attach unmounted stamps to the block.
Ooh.
That's good. Just apply a good coat to that, and then allow it to dry as well. That's a great idea, isn't it? Work with on that.
Yeah.
Nice idea. What a perfect way of using it as well, which is brilliant. Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Great.
Oh, I'm going to have to think about that, because you know the repurpose one, we were saying the tack it all over. I use it for my mat.
Yeah.
I wonder then if I can use it on my stamping block to make it tacky for stamps.
I can't see why not.
Oh, I'm going to have. Well, that I will have to try when I get home. That's decided. That is going to be a definite
great idea.
one.
Thank you very much.
So I'm just
one more email as well.
Ooh.
This is from Jackie. Hello, Jackie. Jackie missed where we found all the information about the glues we're looking at. If you go on, you'll find Aliens. There's actually, just type in on Aliens and you will find there's a website that brings you up there. I was doing my searches and I just put into Aliens glues, and again I was taken to sites where you'll find all the information regarding the background. In fact, I didn't realise as well, but she had a caravan, like a van, and she toured around certain parts of America as well. And apparently wherever she went to do a crafting shows, there was like queues around the block where people would come in to find out. But she had TV show, I think it ran from 1985 again, all regarding crafting and working. So honestly, it's fine. Just type into Aliens and Aliens history or Aliens background, and you'll find the website. Loads and loads of details, and all the details about the different glues. You'll find all those links as well that are connected to it. So I hope that is of use. But like I say, there's a lot of glues to read through. There's 60 different types, all under the Aliens brand, but they all started from the original tacky that we've got for you right here as well, all those on the show. But it's amazing how the brand, you know, has touched so many, again, they stuck by it because they know what they like and it works for them.
It is. It's the same as anything, isn't it? It's anything like a food, clothing, or things like that. If you find something that works for you,
yeah, definitely,
you stick to it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So,
and I think any company that's got that kind of longevity, you know, you can trust in, can't you, and work with, which is absolutely brilliant.
So my ribbon is still, as you can see, that takes a little bit longer with the jewellery to stick,
to grab.
but it's starting to go clearer and clearer and clearer. But I will keep persevering with that. That's
got,
when I normally do that.
Only about 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
So they're perfect as well to help stick down as well. But about 3 minutes.
Okay, so the jewellery glue, again, now what they recommend with the jewellery glue is if you, I'm just going to put if you put a dollop of it down, and that is, but the idea behind it is if you let it, put your embellishment on and let it go around the sides. I don't know whether you can see, I think you could actually, if I lift it, there you go.
Yeah.
And that will dry crystal clear. And it was designed like for all these harder objects. I know these are buttons that, you know, technically I could sew on. It's not going to happen. If you're 100% honest. But and that it was designed for that. So if you were wearing a costume, like you were saying, or things like that, so it's to grab it and it will stay put while you're actually moving around.
Oh, that's great. That is brilliant.
Right. What do you want me to play with next?
We've got, just under 2 minutes.
Oh, I'll keep going if that's okay. Right. Okay, I'm just trying to think. So I've added the flowers on because we've obviously got to have a flower, haven't we, that we've got.
I think so. If we've got them on the show, I think it's only fair. It's where it started, isn't it?
Yeah, we've definitely got to. But the glue, I've got a wooden chip here. The glue, this I will have to find something to do with when I get home. But the glue here will work. I can put a layer on, and because it dries clear, I'm just going to put a layer on, and I'll just grab a smaller embellishment. and you can go over it and use it like a sealer. That is where the acid-free super tacky one is great because it doesn't have that yellowing.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Yep.
So I'm just going to just stick an embellishment on there for the moment. Actually, where's the hole going? So I've got to stick it the right way at least. So if I went over with the acid-free tacky and used it like a sealer, I know that that's not going to age. It's going to still stay that beautiful clear coat on top.
Nice, yeah.
So that's the slightly difference between the two tacky glues. The permanency is exactly the same, but that will allow you to put it on the top as well for the acid-free, but also takes away any possible yellowing.
Got you.
Or staining, if that makes sense.
We're going to have to close up now. I know. No, not at all. Not at all. We've just got our final 30 seconds. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Brilliant demonstrations and explanation, because sometimes you can't see the wood for the trees. You hear all the different options. I really hope, and I'm sure she has for you, Lou, you've really cleared it up for us well to know which ones we're using. So thank you very much indeed. And it's been lovely spending the morning with you as well.
Yes, it has. Thank you.
See you together again soon, very, very soon. I really hope that's been useful, again, using Lou's knowledge there as well. Well done on anything that you have managed to get. Don't go anywhere. See you in a minute. OK, everybody, yes, Phil is here. Is here for your one-day special with a Sentimentally Yours. Then we've also got the beads by Hochanda coming up for you, and Sweet Poppy stencils. What a day.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
If you are enjoying really beautiful cards, beautiful images, very, very, very elegant, a touch of class, then you're in absolutely the right place. Mr. Phil Martin is here. After that introduction, he better be. So it's absolutely everything that's sentimentally yours is all about, and honestly, I'm surrounded by beautiful. And if you love making, and I mean this because it's a phrase you use. Oh, that's beautiful, that's lovely.
Yeah.
But I think when you use it as, if you love beautiful cards,
yeah,
and anything then this is a collection to go for. This is really, this is absolutely that.
You.
A very good afternoon,
Good
Phil.
afternoon, long time no see.
It is
Good
Happy New
afternoon,
Year,
everybody.
all of that.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, thank you. And you're
But
right,
they are
these
beautiful.
Stamps, and that was the whole idea behind the Rococo Splendid collection.
Yeah.
Elegant, stylish, beautiful cards, but made easy with the stamps in this collection.
Nice.
And of course the papers that are part of the one-day special.
Oh.
You've got all sorts in front of you. So the papers, just in case you're looking, are on your left.
I've got the papers here.
So they are, I don't normally include papers as part of a one-day special. Usually I have 6 or 8 sets of stamps. But this time I've reined it in. I've given you 4 stamps and I'll go through them myself when you come back to me.
Yeah, okay.
So you've got corners, you've got the most beautiful corners, flourishes. Then you've got frame elements, you've got the sentiments, you've got occasional sentiments where you can create your own. And then when I was designing this, I thought, you know what, it needs some papers. The Rococo era, to me, it's like shabby chic,
right.
French boutique style, very pretty, very elegant, very stylish, and that's what I've done with these papers. So you've almost got, you can see there where I've faded the colours in, I've made it look like it's scratched. Yeah. And you've got that all good to go straight away with the papers.
They are lovely.
Team that with the stamps, and you're going to make the most beautiful cards with this collection.
They are absolutely I mean, there's no wonder. I mean, the colours on here, by the way.
I've called them dusky. So you've got like a dusky, like minty jade green, like an ice spruce green. You've got the dusky blue, the velvety pink, the dusky pink, and you've got the grey, which is one of my favourites. And you team that with the mustard shade, and those two together are just gorgeous in their own right. But you can see just looking at that, I've designed it so that it all mix and matches. And you don't have to use loads and loads of it because the patterns are just so pretty.
They are.
Very, very elegant, very stylish and easy to use.
And you talk about, you know, at the beginning you said then about they do look beautiful, very lavish and yet made easy, one with the stamps, but when you've got these kind of materials that you're working with as well, half of that job is done for you because when you look at the papers...
Actually, when you look at the samples, the sample you're just looking at there, that's just 2 dies, then the flowers, and the rest is the one-day special, the papers and the stamps. Just about all of them feature a couple of dies, but the focal points are the detailing in the stamps and that gorgeous new font with the sentiments.
They are beautiful. I wanted to point out, just while we're talking about the papers as well, that the papers have sold out individually. So if you are wanting those, the only time to get them is actually part of the one-day special, just to let you know. But you can see here, when I said about that whole idea of beautiful and lavish and very deluxe, they really are. The papers set it off, and the font. I know we're going to talk about the stamps.
Yeah, it's a brand new font. It's the most swirly, elaborate one that I've ever done in all the history of Sentimentally Yours.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's even more swirly and elegant than my Stately collection that I did a couple of years ago, and that was one of the best sellers. So this really is taking that idea and taking it to a whole new level.
Yeah.
And most people that know me know that I test all my stamps with different brands of inks and embossing powders and what have you. And you get that gorgeous finish every single time. What I wanted was to be able to use... I mean, we've used dyes for the samples, because obviously I've got loads of dyes. But people at home will know, like when I made this card, when you're chopping your card down to do your matting and layering, you end up with scraps and bits left over. And the idea was, what do we all do with those scraps? We chuck them in a box or we chuck them in a drawer. You forget about them. So if you've got... In fact, you know, before I do the card, we'll do what I'm talking about. We'll do it with the scraps I brought. You can put one of your sentiments in the middle and you use the elements from the Rococo Splendor stamps, and you make elaborate decorative toppers from your scraps.
Right.
As a crafter, as a frugal crafter, it means you're taking something that is a waste product and you're making it beautiful.
Honestly, well, we'll definitely have a look at those as well. They are stunning. If you honestly, what's beautiful. Now, I will tell you, with this penultimate live show for the one-day special, already over 2/3 of the entire stock has already been allocated. So really, as you'd expect, of course, with Sentimentally Yours, really, really, really busy one-day special. Brilliant saving on this, though. When you think of all of this, you're getting that beautiful paper pads, you're getting all of those stamps. Now, that's 70 stamps in there as well, and you're going to get your paper. That's got 40 sheets in it, and all of that plus an £8 saving, so just £64.95. Now, if you are, of course, a Freedom member, look at that saving, just under £15 saving, £58.46. And that's delivered for that price as well. So it's a why not deal when you think about what you're saving on there to go for this one. 224 373. Absolutely fantastic bundle, which is absolutely gorgeous. Now then, we've also got, although it's only flexi, by the way, just let you know, 2 payments, by the way, £29.23, 2 of those, of course, so you can get it home for your very first one of those payments. Absolutely brilliant. We're going to have a look at the stamps, so you can really see the stamps in detail and see exactly what you're going to be getting, because they are absolutely beautiful. So have we got the stamps?
You have got some under there.
They're under there somewhere.
Scott.
Let's have a little look at the
I've got mine here, so you may as well let me do this, because you... Can I just say that there's like 60-odd samples here, and to the point where we just couldn't get them all here. The design team have done an amazing job, and that speaks volumes to me as a designer, when the design team are like, just can't stop making samples, even myself. And the ideas, as soon as you start using them, the ideas just start to flow. I was just going to tell you something that I've just noticed. I can't believe I've only just noticed this, but that saving, if you're a Freedom member, is the price of the paper pack and a quarter of a pack of the stamps for free.
Well, yeah, well, you think of it.
The paper packs retail at $12.99, so you're getting that for nothing. That's just crazy.
That is actually.
And it's a full pack, like
40
I normally
pack,
do.
40 sheets.
Pack. Anyway, before I start, I'll do this quickly, because I always spend 10 minutes on this and leave myself not enough time. So I'm going to try and do this quickly. So Rococo Splendor is what it says on the tin. It's a very beautiful Rococo style font, as you would expect, with swirly flourishes. Very elegant. You know it's never going to go out of fashion, and you know you're going to be using these year in, year out. So you've got the essential sentiments. I always do essential and occasional, because it just makes sense in my brain. So essential is your happy birthday, your birthday wishes, someone special with love, and so on your birthday. And if you look at this, I've done some bigger sentiments, I've done some medium ones, and I've done a couple of small ones as well, because I know not everybody likes to make massive 6-foot by 3-foot cards like I do.
That's true.
Yeah. So you've got the essential ones, then you've got the occasional ones where these are all separate elements, so you can start creating your own. So you have happy, on, our, your, to, you, both, and new. So you can do happy anniversary to you both. You can do on our anniversary, on your birthday, on your wedding day, and so on and so forth. Important for me to mention that I've put in here, which I don't usually do, Mothers, Fathers, and Easter. So you can do Happy Mother's Day, Happy Father's Day, Happy Easter, because people were asking for these. And the hour, there, look, the hour is a new addition. I don't think I've ever done that as part of a collection of stamps like this. So you can now do on our anniversary, that kind of thing. Yeah, so that's just the sentiments. Let's just say 70 stamps. 70 stamps. And you can see there is literally no space for me to get anything else in these sets. So we'll talk about the flourishes first, quickly. So you've got the large focal point ones, which are for creating your backgrounds and everything with, left facing, right facing, and then they get smaller, and they get smaller, left facing, right facing. Then I've done this one, which I'm going to use in a second to create this little topper with. So again, you've got left facing, right facing, and then, excuse me, I'm talking too quick. I'm fine. Don't panic.
Don't panic, Mr. Mandarin.
And then you've got these smaller elements. Now, believe you me, these smaller elements here, you're going to be able to make your little scraps, your little tiny scraps that you have like this, look beautiful. Yeah. So that is just the flourishes. Then you've got the I've called it corners, but as you know, if you've watched the other shows, it's only because I couldn't get corners and frame elements within that little box, so it's actually more. You've got two different Rococo styles in here as well, it's not just one. So you've got this one that is quite definitely Rococo. These are pencil drawn, by the way, not... I've done them with a mechanical pencil rather than... Yeah, just so you get fading in and fading out and scratching, all that palaver. So you can create your frames from these, which is what I'm going to use on the main demo in a minute. So you've got all these extra bits here to extend the frame. You've got the rounded ones, which means you can use them on your round dies, your oval dies, and so on and so forth. Then you have the other style, two corners, extra embellishments, extra embellishments, extra embellishments, extra embellishments.
Wow.
This, if I was at home watching somebody else do this, pretty, feminine, shabby chic is my kind of style, so I would be wanting these because I can see the potential in what you can do with these. So, do you want to do anything before I start?
Well, I just very quickly want to give an update. I know also, because we've, as you can see across the back there, we've got the lovely the dies as well, if you want to go for the double embossed dies. Now, just want to let you know that we've got here, this is the elegant labels that we've got here. Now, this has now gone limited stock. Limited stock, so it's $35.99 this one. This is the double embossed debossed elegant labels, 10 dies, and also I do believe you're getting the A4 magnetic sheets as well. Is that right? So all that bundle 117395, but we are limited stock on those. And again, it is a case of when all of that stock is gone, you know, it has gone on those. So do take advantage the best we possibly can. The one-day special, by the way, is busy. We are approaching 70% of the stock now, leaving those remaining 30%, and we are on the penultimate live hour for that, £64.95 with that saving of £8. But again, if you are a Freedom member, I'm not sure whether Phil should have been sat down when he just worked that one out as well, but it worked out that £14.49, when you think about the paper pad, that is worth the paper pad almost getting for free. That's £12.99, and also a part of the stamps themselves, really. So that is a really, really, really good offer. Plus, you get it delivered as well, and that includes in that price. Blimey, 224 373. I need to sit down myself on that one.
I'll never get a mansion with a 3-mile driveway at this rate. Right,
you can borrow Hayley's.
I've said this right from the launch hour last night, but I've never had time, so I'm going to make myself do this. So you've all seen me, I've brought some little scraps. These are just some of the bits that I had scraps from when I was doing, well, you can see, from my matting and layering and everything. And we all keep these. So I've got a bit here. It's not straight because I've just chopped it with my scissors when I was cutting for the flowers. But I'm going to show you what I mean when I say you can make the smallest little scraps look beautiful. So you know me in my kitchen roll. So we're going to go in with one of the sentiments, and I'm going to go in with one that I know fits, and it's easy to check because you just take them out of the sleeve, and I can see birthday wishes fits, best wishes fits. In fact, we'll go with birthday wishes because I've not used that one on the show yet. And I'm not going to bother with a stamping platform for this. I'm just going to get my circle blocks, and if I forget to mention it, in fact, I'm going to tell you now, the circle blocks are nearly, my stock has nearly gone.
Ooh.
And it takes me about 5-6 months to get these manufactured because they're
Does
made
it?
especially for me.
Right.
If you haven't got these yet and you can run to it, I think they're about 20 quid. Please, please, please treat yourself because you will. I use these every single day.
Right.
Every single day, because when you're doing sentiments like I'm going to do now, you've got the lovely groove in these. So if you're somebody who struggles with regular blocks, like this sort of thing, you need to treat yourself to these. You can see that they're thicker. The groove is specialist. It's designed so that it fits in your hands. We use the word ergonomical all the time, but these literally fit in your hand. Even the largest one, and you know I'm only 6'2", but even the biggest of the blocks fits in my little hands, yeah, quite comfortably. What are you laughing at when I said 6'2"?
I don't know. I thought of an old joke. No, I thought of an old joke. Nothing at all. Just, you know, over half of our stock of that as 19.99 has already gone there. So 6115
please treat yourself.
9. Treat yourself if you can go for those.
If you've watched me doing a Facebook Live, I try to do a Facebook Live every Saturday on my Sentimentally Yours Facebook page. I've got 2 or 3 sets of these permanently on my desk.
Just used?
Permanently, yeah. I mean, I'm lucky I can just grab them when I want. But you've got the 3 different sizes there. I'm just tucking my earpiece back in. You know, since I've had to start wearing glasses, it irritates me. Right, so we're going to use Versafine Onyx Black, and we're just going to stamp the birthday wishes in the middle. Remember, this is just a scrap. I'm not making this for anything in particular. It's got glitter on it. Imagine that. Imagine me having glitter on my set. So I'm just going to show you how you can transform your little scraps. So always do your sentiment first, yeah, and then you know, I mean, look at that.
That's so beautiful.
It's very, very elegant.
I think it is one of the nicest and most beautiful fonts I think I've seen.
I think for me as well, when you make it, we all talk about how we struggle with men's cards and things like that, but even if you were to use this on a masculine style card, for example, in the papers, you've got the grey, you've got the blue, you've got the mustard.
True, yeah.
It doesn't look overly feminine.
No.
It's just very elegant and very elaborate. So we're going to now come to the frames, and this is a little tip for you. I know that every one of these stamps, every single one of them, can be used to transform this piece of card. Yeah, even the big ones, because you can see here, look, I can do the big one on the edges like that. Yeah. But we're going to go for these 2 that are specifically designed for rectangle and square pieces of card. So you've got the left and right facing, which I am going to use. So let's do one at a time. Again, it fits onto the little... Is my mat in the right place? Look at that. I'm being too kind. Normally it's like this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm being nice today.
He's a director that needs all the help he can get.
So here we go. So we're going to just... That's going to go straight over the edge of that. So I can bring it in as far as I want. Let's do that. And I'm going to change to the other one because the other one is designed to be a mirror image. I mean, before I even carry on, that looks absolutely lush.
Honestly, it really does.
And this was a whole idea behind the Rococo collection. I wanted something glamorous, something elaborate.
The nice thing about that, actually, and the fonts you've got there, and also like on the swirls that we're using at the moment, just because there's such lovely fine lines, even if you did no other colouring at all on it, just the black on white looks, again, elegant and beautiful. I think that's got to be a test to them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
They stand up alone. Absolutely.
And I mean, like I say, when the design team starts sending me their photos to inspect, I'm like, wow, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that. And for me, that speaks volumes.
Yes.
So what I've done now is I've changed it to the other one. Look, so I've got the longer one at the top again. If I'd have done the same one and twisted it round, we would have had the longer one around there. But I've done that on purpose so that we can do it the same top and bottom. Hopefully, he says. We'll soon find out. There we go. So let's just clean that, and I'm going to show you that. So this is literally from a scrap piece of card, just using 3 stamps from the 70 that are available in this one-day special. How about that?
That looks beautiful, doesn't it?
So you then take that and start matting and layering it, which is what we would do. This is exactly what we would do as card makers. We would start matting and layering it. And then how about that?
Yeah.
Is that not
simple?
Absolutely lush. From a scrap piece.
Yeah.
All this is scrap. This is scrap from a matting and layering. But look at that. So I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it.
No, great. Thank you for that. That's
there
brilliant.
You go. It's just to give you some ideas, because that was what I had in my mind when I was doing it. And we could change the whole look of that just by changing any of these stamps. If I turn that over and bring this set in, you can tell I love this collection, can't you? So we could have done the same again. We could have done the happy birthday in the middle, and we could have gone left and right with that flourish there.
That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah.
A different look again. We could go top and bottom with the frame elements. Different style again. We are going to use those now. Do you want to do anything while I get ready for the proper demo?
I'll do a little recap if that's okay.
Yeah, that's
while
fine
we
by
reset
me.
as well. Just to let you know, we have got queues on the phone line. Busy day today. We will be with your phone call as quickly as we possibly can. Of course, thank you for your call. Of course, if you can and able to, the website, if you're online to do that, then it's a lot easier. There's no queues on that. The one-day special, 70% of the stock has now already been allocated, and it's easy to see why, isn't it? If you are looking for beautiful stamps to work with, you've seen it in the fonts. Don't forget, we've got some words in those as well that have not been used again in any of Sentimentally Yours collections before, the hours, for example. So you can really personalise those sentences, those occasions, including even for Easter as well, at time of year. So you've got some really lovely, and you've also got mothers, you've got fathers in there, you've got home, you've got christening, so you've got really those essential parts in there. But with the other words, you can really make beautiful sentences that really personalise and look great, all with that beautiful, flamboyant, yet simple at the same time. I think that's what's so nice. There's still really, sometimes for me, you can have some very flouncy sort of fonts that go, and it's hard to read them sometimes. They become so big and dramatic with swirls here, and it's very hard for me sometimes to go, what is that word they're trying to do? And you said, for me, it's got to be nice and clear, but these are that, but they still have that beautiful element to them, which is gorgeous. Don't forget, not only, I mean, the reason why you're seeing, and just show a couple more of these here, by the way, because when we talk about these, as my point in case is when we see the font here, which again, these are all separate words that you just print together, so you can make those sentiments as personalised as you want them to be. But between that font, very simple, we've got a little bit of the edging that we're going to be looking at with Phil now. But then look, when you start working that with the papers, you can't help but sort of really take in that genuinely they are absolutely beautiful. They are rich. There's plenty to look at with them as well, but they work so nicely. Let's just show you a couple more as well. Again, I mean, we see them in the black work, but when you start changing the colour of the ink as well, just look at those. They look absolutely beautiful. All of these are done with the particular stamps. Now, the paper pads in here, they've got 40 sheets in those papers, but they are not available on their own. Don't forget, they are only there as part of the one-day special, and the papers are beautiful. Now, not only getting those lovely papers, but if you are a Freedom member, don't forget, you are getting some great savings. £14.49 saving on that. Don't forget, when the paper pad was there on its own, it was £12.99, so you're getting that basically free, and you're getting parts of the stamps as well, really, sort of for that. So it's a why-not deal for that saving, £58.46, and that then, of course, is actually delivered to you for that price. 224 373. It's also available on your Flexi if you would like to go for that, of course, if it helps spread the cost. But really busy one-day special. Grab yours whilst you can. Are always busy are the beautiful pens that, of course, that are here for you. Now, these are your gorgeous colour blends, and they are absolutely lovely. I've got all the different sets here for you, and they've all got different item numbers that go with this. Which one you're looking at starting with? Set 1. These are £29.99. Now, in yours, with your watercolour brush pens, you're going to get 24 of the brush pens, plus you're going to be getting 2 of the water brushes, and they're all together in the fantastic storage as well, so you can keep them nice and simply all together in your kits. If you're going to go for set 1, it's 334 739. 334 739, £29.99, and that is for set 1. We've got our set 2s I'll give you as well. I know that a lot of people are putting these into their baskets. Again, whilst I know that when the stock's gone on the eventual stock from Phil, they are gone. So do grab these whilst you can. 845273. Now that's what you need if you're going to go for set 2. Again, these are all beautiful colours, gorgeous on the brushes as well to work with, and I know you're going to have a lot of fun when you're working with these. They're going to give you great results. £29.99. That is set 2. 845273. I'll tell you what, we'll treat you. We'll have a look at set 3 as well, and there'll be no surprise. Same price, £29.99. For set 3, it's 170420. Again, all of these in the collection. If you can, I know you might be thinking, oh, coming towards, you know, the end of January, if you can afford to go for it, go for all 4 of these, obviously, and spread the cost, because these do work beautifully when you have that whole array of all those colours there, which is gorgeous. 170420, that is set 3. And do you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's show you set 4. Let's do that. Guess the price, everyone. Guess the price. Oh, now the graphics have failed us. No, £29.99. 127479. Brilliant set. I can tell you, whenever these are on, they are so popular. They really, really are. Nothing but great reviews about these as well. I know if you're going to treat yourself to a set, go for them. If you can treat yourself to all 4, even better. You will not regret that. Of course, there's a lot more on the website on Hochanda.com. We've got all your fantastic, the double deboss sets for you as well. Do go for those if you wanted to as well. The elegant labels that I showed you about 10 minutes ago, it has now sold out. It has gone officially. So congratulations if you managed to purchase that one whilst it was there in stock. Look at those again, 5 stars. Look at those reviews you're seeing for these. So, you know, high praise indeed for everything you're about to be looking at, which is absolutely fantastic, all on the website. Now, I think we know what the ingredients are to work with. We know how we're going to colour them as well. Let's see now for more inspiration and see what Phil's going to be able to show us and to work with.
Okay, so one of the things I said right at the launch, on the launch hour, is I want to show you lots and lots of as many as I can, different ways of using these stamps. So we're going to, the inspiration for the demo is this card. However, it won't look anything like it. And this is what I was trying to say to you. When I was making, this is one of my stamps, clearly, from the flowers. This is one of my samples, and while I was making them, I was getting lots and lots of different ideas of what else you could do.
Right.
So I thought, how can I utilise these stamps and make them look different again? So we've gone from the label shape with the chartreuse and the turquoise. We've now changed that, and we've gone to 2 different blue shades. You can see I've already done my base matting alone just to save a little bit of time. So we've got the pure white, the 2 colours of blue that I've used here, just in case you are treating yourself to the cardstock on the website, just shop by brand, is Imperial Blue. I know it looks a bit... it looks dark on your screen, but it is Imperial. It's a proper navy blue. So that is Imperial Blue, and then the top one is Air Force Blue, and they just look absolutely gorgeous together. And you can see I've done a little bit of glittering already. And then I've taken the paper. So if you look at how that beautiful dusky blue works with these tones before I even start doing any stamping, it screams elegance before I even start. So I've just done some die cutting just to save a bit of time. And we're going to take these elements from the stamps and we're going to actually create a top and bottom border. So this is my topper layer, the layer that's going on top of the blue. And I'm going to take these stamps here. So remember I said to you that this corner in particular, in my head, I wanted a frame so that I could just stamp a frame, put a beautiful font sentiment in the middle, and that's your topper done. But I've made sure that these elements are all separate so that you're not restricted to the size that I'm saying your frame should be. For example, if we were doing a big rectangle like this, if we were doing a big, I don't know, 10 by 15 rectangle, it means I could use that at the top, that at the bottom, and I could use 2 of those to make it the rectangle shape.
Got you.
If I wanted it even longer, I could do one of these, and then another one of these, and you've created a different look again.
Yeah.
But we're going to use just one of these, and we're going to do a top and bottom border. So, although I've called it a frame element, I'm actually going to create a border with it. Let's just see if it fits on this block. I might be pushing my luck, but I'm going to go for it because I know it will overlap. So, me with my kitchen roll, just so I don't have to clean up afterwards. And we're just going to do 2 side by side, and it looks completely different. It's bizarre because it's the same stamp set, but it just looks like a different one altogether. So we will overlap a little bit in the middle, which looks absolutely fine. And I'm going to stamp just a little bit off the edge at the side, and I'm going to come to the bottom and stamp just a little bit off the bottom, just so that it looks like it's a finished. It's meant to be flowing over the page. Look.
That's really lovely, isn't it? That's lovely.
It looks beautiful already.
I'm just fascinated to know, Phil, when you were designing and bringing all this together, because these are so beautiful, was it? Where do you get these?
In my head, it's quite scary, isn't it? It's one of the questions I get asked a lot.
Because these are very regal. I'm thinking like tops of almost like palace gates.
Like sitting in the front room, and the Rococo is what I wanted to do, because I've done elaborate stamps before, but I've never actually done anything like this.
No.
And these were done from scratch, like I say, so it meant I had to work a little bit harder. If you, I don't know whether you can get in close enough, but if, for example, you look at the top of this flourish, there's little broken areas, and that's the look I was going for. So this is why I did this with a pencil rather than a pen, because it's easier to break bits off when it's a pencil rather than a pen.
Right, yes,
So it looks like it's shabby before you even start colouring it in. But, I mean, look at that already. That's just stamped twice. I'm just going to do the top as well. I'm going to turn it over just because it's easier. And you could do this with any one of those stamps that's in the Flourish All Corners set. You can go all the way around if you really want to go to town. It's absolutely up to you. The whole point is you've got the stamps to be able to do that. So let me just do that again. And then we're going to come to the oval topper, and we're going to do the sentiment, and then I'll let you recap again while I get my pens ready.
I can do that.
Because we're going to colour this in.
No problem.
So already, just in black and white, it looks lush.
Yes, it does.
As soon as you start introducing colour, it takes it to a whole new level again, where you can absolutely coordinate to the cardstock that you're using.
Right.
So I'm just going to do the topper as well with the sentiment. Now I am going to use my platform for the sentiment, just because I know I'm going to use one of the bigger ones, and it's just easier for me. So always do your words first, and then you know how far in or not to come with the flourishes afterwards. And just put that there because I know it needs cleaning. And we'll use Let's Have a Wonderful Day, which is one of the taller ones. Yeah. This is why I love this set of stamps, because you've got so much choice.
You know what, I think that's the thing about this, between all those flourishes and because of the words that we've got on here, it's actually, yes, it's a very beautiful set, but actually there's a lot of options in here as well, flexibility in how we work with these. Especially when you start using the 2 sets of sentiments together.
Yeah. So I could have actually made this on your anniversary on the front, and then on the inside of my card I could have had have a wonderful day.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is designed to work together. It's a one-stop set of stamps that is going to do everything for you. So I'm going to do the sentiment first. And remember, I'm using Onyx Black Versafine, but you can actually use whatever you want. I'm just using this on air because I know it's a proper black and you get to see the detail really well. So that's going in the middle. Are you ready for this?
It's going to look nice.
It just looks so...
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is.
And even if I say so myself.
You're allowed to. You're allowed to.
Do you know what it is, Scott? I'm a taskmaster to myself.
Right, yeah,
and I push myself. People that know me know this. You know that I'm not stood here selling you anything unless I'm 110% happy with the results that I get for myself.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't be demonstrating something I'm not 110% happy with.
No, of course
Put
not.
that out
Of course
of the way.
not.
So now we've got our little topper. Yeah, it's not little, but you get the idea. And then you can come now to the... Can you remember what I said to you, look? I put the rounded ones in, so you can start... Yeah. So if I wanted to be dead Larry, I could...
It's all planned.
Say
it's all planned, it's all thought out, isn't it?
Well, it has to be. It has to be, because I want it cohesive. I want it to look like I knew what I was doing.
So it certainly worked. Certainly does.
So now we can come as far in or as far out as we want to do with this. I like stamping off the edge. So I don't know why I'm getting ink on my blocks. I never do that. It's because I'm too giddy. So we're going to do top left, and then we're going to do bottom right, and then we're going to extend that a little bit to make it even bigger than the stamp that's already there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I won't change it. I'm just going to be naughty and do the same one. I would, if I was doing this at home, change it and do the opposite one, because I like things to be proper symmetrical. But I've just seen the time.
We're on schedule.
I was saying to Hayley and Catherine that the days of doing 2 demos per hour seem to be long gone. But I do like to show you from start to finish, apart from matting and layering.
We are just glad you are here to show us one, at least, you know, with us in the studio, so that's good.
Nice. Right, so let's get that on. So we've now got just with the 2 stamps and the sentiment, that already looks quite classy.
Lovely.
Yeah, but what we're going to do now is take one of the smaller stamps, and if I wanted to, I could go all the way around with these. I'm not. I'm just going to add one at either end with the small block. And in here, if I show you, put it the right way up. So in here, look, you've got 2 different sizes of this leafy, scrolly leaf. You've got a left facing, right facing in that size, which is the one I'm going to use, and then you've got the same again in a smaller one. So if you're making smaller cards, you know you're covered. And we're just going to use the little one, and we're going to go either end of this and extend the pattern. And like I say, you could go to town with this. So we've now made it even longer. We could repeat that to meet there. I'm not going to do, but you've got the choice once you've got these stamps home. And then I'm going to let you recap while that all dries in properly, and then we're going to colour that in with the watercolour blending brush pens.
Lovely. Well, we'll come back to you when we're going to add some colour in as well, though. That is looking beautiful. Again, just black and white, but just looks
before I even add any
perfect.
colour.
Yeah, it really does, Phil. It really does.
Lovely.
Well, let's give you a quick update again. Don't forget, so it is the one-day special that you're with us, where if you are just tuning in, great to have your company, and it's been really popular. Over 70% of the stock has been allocated, and if you are looking for, I mean, there's a real finesse about these particular stamps, and the fonts that are here are, as you can see, they're simply beautiful. There's an elegance. Tell you what it reminds me of, actually. It reminds me of all those, you know, when you saw the Once Upon a Time storybooks in a film, when it opens up and then it's scrolled on there, and you get that. There's a lovely, beautiful, romantic feel about the font there, but really practical when you think about the words that are in there to use, and they will, as you've heard Phil talking about, you know, great ways of mixing and matching and bringing those together, so you can really make it a personal message to cover most of the events that are taking place. Then, of course, you've got those lovely flourishes, those details, the right and the left, which is we were talking about. You know, there's a lot of different alternative ways of working with these particular stamp sets, where so you've got lots of versatility with all of those. That, with those images, on top of the beautiful papers, you really do see now how you can create such beautiful, beautiful cards. And if that is something like Phil, you really enjoy this style. As you've heard from the very beginning, I said, because this was my first time on this particular one-day special, and what captured me was these are really beautiful. And Phil said, well, you can get that beauty, but it's an actually easy way of getting it. The font is all done for you. The text work is all done for you. The papers are all there for you. So actually, it doesn't take much. And this is not taken away from anyone's skill of card making, but it doesn't take that much when you start using these stamps and these papers with your matte and layering to create something that is truly beautiful. And a lot of, because the paper's done for it, these of course are your parts, your nestles are in there, but look at the fonts on there, the paper. You start adding 1 or 2 little embellishments on top of that, and again you start to see that these are beautiful, beautiful cards. And actually it looks like a lot more work has gone into them than actually what you can get away with doing, and yet you're still getting fabulous results. Look at that as well. I love the way that all those lovely different flourishes are being worked, so you can sort of really build up and layer, and then again that simplicity. For me, almost these stamps here work better when there's that space around them, because there's a nice simplicity to the actual font itself. And just bringing that last one there again, all those of the stamps. I mean, that looks like a gorgeous paper, doesn't it? It's been created with those. How beautiful. If you'd like to go for the one-day special, like I say, 70% of the stock has already gone over. Way over 70%. And don't forget, the paper pads on their own are not any longer available. They have gone. The only way you can get your paper pads is part of the one-day special. If you are a Freedom member, of course, look at that. You're saving $14.49, which is almost like you're getting all of that. And it's a bit like you're getting the paper pads for free, really, because they're $12.99 on their own. So a big saving, and that's delivered for that price as well. Of course, you can go to the website for everything you're seeing here. And don't forget, we talked about the card stock a second ago. They are available, the ones that Phil was talking about, on a pick and mix. Choose any 3 packs of 20 sheets for just $16.49. Again, look at your star reviews on those, really good. All the different options are there for you. Choose any 3, pop those into your basket. But it's a great way, actually, when you see them like that, to really complement, get your contrasting or your complementary colours to set them together. And certainly if you've got a theme in mind with these papers and with those as well, you could really get a very beautiful way of working, which is stunning. All of those are on hochanda.com. We've still got around about 15-20 minutes left on the show here. If you want to send a message to Phil, by the way, or any other questions regarding this, or just wanted to say congratulations. I mean, the man's a genius, basically. When he says, I said, where'd you get inspired for this? There was in my mind. That's amazing. If you want to say congratulations or any other questions of Phil's, studio@hochanda.com. We'll also always do our best to read them out as well. Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, thank you very much. Right, OK, so while Scott was just giving you all the information, I've started adding the base layer of colour. So from my watercolour blending brush pens, I'm not going to tip them up because I know what will happen. But I've obviously got 3 sets apparently. I thought I'd only got 2, but I don't know whether you can get that. I've put mine into colour order. You might need to do from above. Sorry, I'm honestly not directing from. But can you see I've put all my 4 sets in colour order, so I've got all my blues flowing into my greens, into my yellows, and so on and so forth. You'll be able to do whatever you find easiest with them once you've got them all home. Remember, I am not restocking the watercolour pens this year, so if you're I know what's going to happen. I'm going to get people message me in June, July saying, I need set 3, and I know I won't have any. The stock I ordered last year for the whole of this year is about half gone, and we're not even at the end of January.
No, right.
So that just tells you how busy they've been. So
you've been warned, everybody.
So one of the advantages of having the colours in colour order the way I've done in mine is that I can see all my blues together. So, sorry, I can't tell you which set they're from because I've put all these together. But I've got this gorgeous dusky blue with a sky blue, and I already know from experience that these 2 will work perfectly with this colour palette. So lots of different ways you can use these pens. I've gone direct in with the pen to add the base colour there. You can see that I haven't, in fact, I'll do it. I left a little bit on here to show you. So the advantage of these super fine nibs is that you can get into all the detail of these stamps, and I'm literally just doing about a quarter of the space on the image, and I'm not being neat because I am going to watercolour this as well with the other colour. So I'm just adding about a quarter with the lightest colour first. You may as well learn from me while I'm here, because I'm not back now till the end of February. Only just back after all that time, and I'm not back again till the end of February.
So you're not back till the end of Feb?
End of February.
Is that when you're back
for something very special, but I'm not going to tell anybody about it until my last show, last chance.
Okay.
So if you look at the difference, just adding even just that little bit of unfinished colour to these stamps, how different that looks already. I can't wait till you all get yours home and start sharing your photos with me on Facebook, because I love to see what people have done with them. So just from one colour, we're going to go in now with the darker blue, and I'm going to do all of it, and I'm just putting a little touch of the darker blue because it is considerably darker. It's like a beautiful dusky blue. So I'm just going at the base of where I've gone already, look. Not being neat again because I don't need to be. We're going to water all this down, and the 2 colours will blend into each other, which is exactly what we want. Fine nibs makes a massive difference.
As I say, it's amazing. Well, actually, just the lighter blue to start with, what a difference that makes as well. It just takes it to another another dimension with it, really.
You can do this with all of the stamps. You can even go around the sentiments. On one of the samples I made, I've watercoloured around the actual words. Don't ask me where it is, Scott, because
I was going to say, I just started having a little look, but I'm knee-deep in samples. And
I'm just going to do the same quickly on here. And I've done this live because I want you to see how easy it is to do. So I'm obviously doing blues, which is one of my favourite colour themes. You could do this with absolutely any colourway, which is why I challenged myself and did some of the brighter colours. If I just bring that one in again and show you the frame in the background of there, that's actually... oops, that was lucky. That's actually chartreuse and turquoise mixed together, so it changes the look again. The blues with Rococo are very classic. It's kind of one of the colours you would expect it to be.
Those fonts look lovely in a sort of a gold.
Yeah,
there's one here as well. So great for celebrations, aren't they?
They emboss really well. I did that on the show at 8 o'clock last night.
Yeah, I bet.
But it's one of my quality control things, embossing the centre. Well, I emboss all my stamps.
Just to check.
Because I like to emboss myself, I need to know that they can do what I want them to do. So just add in a little bit of the darker blue, and in actual fact, even if I didn't want to colour that in it with water, that still looks really good.
It does.
Yeah, but we are going to just go in there again and fill in with water, and this is when it changes the whole look. So I'm just making sure I haven't got any brown left on this, because I used brown last night. So I'm now just going to go over the whole thing, look. I won't be particularly neat, and that's one of the things I love about this style of stamp. Doesn't matter if I've got white bits, because if you were seeing, I don't know, a French farmhouse rustic, you would expect to see little flaky bits and stuff like that, so I'm not worrying too much. Remember, when you're using the pens, the water brushes with the pens, don't think, oh, it's not changing, and keep going and keep going and keep going, because it does. If you go back to the first flourish that I did there, you can see where the two colours have blended into each other. You've just got to allow it time for the water to do its job. So I'm literally colouring that in really, really quickly. Doesn't it look pretty?
It looks really lovely, that.
In fact, even Charlotte in my ear's quiet, and I'm not used to that.
I know. Can you come back again tomorrow?
Just so not used to it anyway. So can you see what's happening now? We've created our own embellishment. It's not just a stamped image anymore. We've created our own embellishment to decorate this card with, and you cannot buy this for love nor money. The whole point of stamps, this is why I'm a stamper, is the versatility and the things you can do. I mean, that just looks so classy.
It's absolutely beautiful.
I'm just going to do the other one quickly. I wanted to do this live just to show you, because sometimes I just don't get time, so I'm trying to make sure. This is why I only used a tiny bit of the darker blue, so can you see how it blends into the water once I start using the water with it? It blends the two colours together, and in actual fact, leaving that little bit of white around the edge, you don't have to, it's personal preference, but leaving that little bit of white just gives it a whole new shabby, I know we use that term loosely, shabby chic, it's what you want it to be. But blues for me, this kind of style, it's what it means, yeah. French farmhouse kind of thing. Although I wouldn't be in a farmhouse.
It's a lovely, simple technique, but the results for it really do look stunning there, Phil.
Yeah, and it's just so easy to do. I mean, I'm rushing this, obviously, but you imagine when you've got these home, you're going to be able to really go to town with this. You can do any colours you want with your pens. OK, I'm nearly done. I've just got the top ones to do. Don't nod off. Oops. Don't nod off while I'm doing it.
Not at all. I think everyone's loving it, enjoying this.
It's nice to see, isn't it? In fact, do you want to do anything while I'm just doing this?
Well, I'll tell you what, you're working on the pens, so we could just give it a quick update on the pens. There are 4 sets to go with. I'll tell you what, it might be worth it. I'll just show you here, because I've actually got the colours nice and clear to sort of see. So it gives you a little idea. So you'll see them with the colours of each of the individual sets. So starting with, we'll start with set 1. We should start with set 1? Or we'll start with set 1. Look at, that was a director changing his mind halfway through the narration. So set 1... this is 334. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how they do it. 334 739
$29.99. These are your sets for set 1. Set 2 going down, so now we've got some sort of deeper greens that we just had in there again, but you see how they do mix together, and again, once you start putting them in order, like what Phil keeps, how he keeps his set together, you really do get that lovely long line of all those radiants and the gradients going through from light to dark on all of those different colours. Set 2 is 845273, again $29.99. Set 3, the top here again, so this one is 170420. Don't forget, each one of those sets do come with 2 of the water brushes, which is what Phil's working with at the moment. And you've also then got set 4, and that item code is coming 127479 for set 4. So if you were to go for all of them, then you can sort of see that you really do get right across the board. You're going to get all those variants and those different gradients of all those lovely colours to go together. $29.99, whichever set is. But as you've heard from Phil, he's not got any more of those coming through this year. Whether it's coming through the year, if that doesn't know. And again, half that stock that's pretty much gone that was ordered from last time. So if you do want it, get it while it's in stock. And there may be one of those sets in particular that you got your eye on. If you've got one of those sets that you need to finish off your complete set, grab it whilst it's in stock, because there's nothing Phil can do about that. Come June or July and you're looking for it and they've all gone, you'll be kicking yourself. So if you can, grab it now. Better to be safe than sorry, I think they say. Oh, right, let's go straight back to Phil then and see where we're
OK, so I've finished colouring in now. And you can see what a massive difference it makes just by having those lovely 2 shades of blue. Wait till you see this on the actual card when it's all put together. But we're going to do a little bit of flicking. It's my new favourite things with my pens. And I was saying last night when I did it on the lawn shower, normally, I mean, I've done it myself. I love paint and texture when you're doing the flicking, but it's sometimes a little bit heavy.
Right.
With this style of the Rococo style, it's just a little bit too heavy for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a little bit of watercolour flicking in the background. So always, always, always do your lightest colour first, always, because then you can put as much as you want on. So I've just scribbled some onto my mat. I should have used my other mat, I'm sorry everybody, so you could see the colour, but it's too late now. So I'm going to make that quite wet, and I'm just going to tap. I'm just going to go around the top this time, so I'm not going to go all over with this. So I'm literally just tapping around the top. I'm going to do the same at the bottom. So it just adds just that little bit of something. Yeah, I'm just going to clean that up, and then we're going to go in with the darker one. And because this is a watercolour blending brush pen, that colour, once the water dries, it's really, really soft and delicate.
Right.
It's really pretty. And we're going to do the same with the darker one when I find the pen. And remember, these pens are highly, highly pigmented. I'm still using my first set, and remember, I've had mine since before we actually released them.
Right, of course,
So
yeah.
you're talking year and a half.
Right.
I've been using mine. Still this. I mean,
Yeah,
I have
great.
got 3 sets because I can just go in the shop and take them.
Perk of the job, perk of the job.
and then I get the girls from the shop going, have you been in and taken? Like, yeah, guilty as charged.
Might have been.
So I'm
Might
just
have
going to
been.
add a little bit of the dark blue now, look, but I'm going to do a little bit less of that because I like the light blue showing. So I'm literally just going around the top, and do you see what a difference?
That's
Because
nice.
I'm just using the water brush. It's
it breaks
actually
it up, doesn't it?
only tiny little. It's only tiny little splats, so it's not in your face over the top. Apart from that one, he says. Obviously, the harder you hit the brush, the bigger the splats are going to be. 4 minutes? You told me 7. That's ridiculous. Right, so normally I would wait for that to dry, but we haven't got time, so I'm just going to roll over with my kitchen roll and take the excess ink off. So can you see what a difference that's made now?
That's really beautiful.
Where are we? There we go.
Really
So
lovely.
just a little bit going along the top and bottom. Just details, attention to detail. I've always said it, look after the details and the rest will look after itself. So I'm going to pop this on some foam tape, and I'm going to see if I can get the flower done. I might not be able to stick them all on, but I want to show you how we've done. You know me and foam tape. It's an essential.
You're setting yourself a nice task there, though. It's we're only about 3 minutes, and you want to make a flower as well?
Well,
you don't, yeah, you could have a much easier life. You could have gone, I'll go back to Penfold. He'll give us a countdown, and you could have had a nice brew. Just while we're taking the back of the tape off there, just to know, we are now 3/4. Hold that. Over over 3/4 of the stock now of the one-day special, and with only one more live show to go at 4 p.m. So if you've enjoyed this, if you've inspired, if you are motivated, if you aspire to looking at these and thinking, I would love to be able to make projects and work with these for all sorts. I mean, these stamps are just beautiful. Then do get this collection whilst you can, because they really are. I know I said it pretty much all the way through the hour, but I think it's some of the finest fonts to see with all the different options that are amongst them. But I just think that the lettering is so beautiful and clean and clear. But you can see even how they look, just that. The fonts on those on a bit of card with the black ink, what a difference they make. That and the papers to go with it. You've got a wonderful bundle here. 224373. It's also on Flexi by 29.23. 2 payments of those if you'd like to go for that. Right, we've got 10 seconds left here. How about that? I'm joking.
Right, I might not get a chance
You've got a minute 45,
I might not get a
which
chance
is
to do the
luxury.
flower, so I'm just going to show you what I did. I did save one to do, look. So basically, this is the same 2 colours of pen, and it's just scribbling the colour on your mat, squirting it with water, rubbing it all in, leave it to dry, and then you take those small elements. Remember the one that I used to extend?
Oh yes,
yeah,
smaller,
and
yeah.
then you just stamp on each petal, which is what I've done there. So I'm not going to get all of these flowers on, and I'm not going to rush it, because I want to finish it properly. I might give this away on my Facebook page next week. Or I might not, because it is really pretty. So I'm just going to do the 3 in the corner, and then I'll finish off with the rest.
It's
I've got all my
beautiful,
flourishes and
Phil.
everything.
That's lovely.
I've got all my flourishes and everything to put on still. So I'll leave it as it is.
Lovely colour as well, lovely colour.
Is that not just classy? So you've got all that. But look at the difference from just by changing the colour, look.
Yeah.
What a difference. The whole thing starts
Very
with the
different, Phil.
stamps. Where are we? There we go. The whole thing starts with the stamps, and the stamps give you the freedom to be able to do whatever your colourway, your style is.
It's amazing. Phil, congratulations.
Thank you.
And have a lovely final call as well at 4 o'clock.
Yes,
for
I'm
that.
back at 4.
Back at 4, so make sure you can come back and join Phil for that one. Phil, thank you very much indeed. And thank you for your company with Phil and myself for this last hour. I've really enjoyed it. I think they're absolutely beautiful set. And congratulations if you've got yours. I know you're going to have a lot of fun. And as Phil said, you won't be able to wait until you can send in ideas of what you've done with yours as well. Don't go anywhere. We've got more lined up for this afternoon. But thanks for your company for now. See you soon. Yes, are you all ready, everybody? Because if you like your beads, then we've got your beads coming up for you right now as well with Hayley. Then we've got Sweet Poppy stencils, and then we've also got Doodle Duck designs, all new.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies, and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very, very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Rosie's Designs, Stitching Finger Kits, Janie's Originals, Emmeline Bags, Counting the Stars, Beck Makes, Bergen and Bath, Gale Pan Designs, and Penguin Palace. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, we have got a fabulous hour that we're going to be spending with you. It's one of our regular slots actually. It's a jewellery box. Quite often you'll find us on a Saturday morning having a little bit of a play with jewellery. But of course it's slotted in an extra hour for you. So if you've missed the shows previously, then it's worth having a little look out for them because they're definitely worth having a little tune into. And you'll see one of our regular faces during the jewellery box slots at our lovely Rachel. It's not that long ago since we worked together.
It was 2 weeks ago, I think.
Well, yes, yeah. Time flies, doesn't it? Now, of course, you can see where Rachel is sitting. She's not a new arrival. You've actually been with Hochanda for, was it about 18 months now, something like that?
Probably only about 6 to 8 months,
I think. Really? Gosh,
yeah.
it feels as if you've been here longer, as if you're part of the furniture. In a nice way. But, of course, we are here with our event. You'll be seeing lots and lots of new arrival shows in our schedule. Definitely worth tuning in for, because we've got all sorts of exciting things happening during them. So check out the schedule. I'm sure we've got some coming up a little bit later on today. But talking of new, we have got some new things to share with you during this show. And these, I know, are going to be popular because the last time I worked with you, Rachel, we had the fabulous hedgehogs, which we've got, and we'll be sharing those with you. But you were quite coy. You didn't tell us about these on the horizon, but these look beautiful.
Well, they were in the making at the time. My daughter, Emily Smith, she, again, has done the graphics for them. So we sat down and we designed. So I sort of gave her an outline of what I'd like, and she managed to filter that onto paper for me. And thank you, Emily, for doing that. I'm really delighted. So we've got a combination of beads that really make it catch the light.
Certainly do.
And don't look at it and feel daunted if you're totally new to bead embroidery, because it's suitable if you're a total beginner.
Okay.
And there's step-by-step photograph and written instructions in there as well. And there's everything you need apart from a dab of glue.
Oh, and we've all got that in our stash, haven't we? Now, we've got choices for you. You've probably spied it already on your screen. But in your kit, you are going to get everything detailed. You can see the packs that we've got here have got all the elements in there, labelled up nice and clearly. So you've got all those different elements there. Of course, you're going to have your floss that you're going to need with this. You're going to have your little brooch back. You're even going to have the felt. And, of course, more importantly, you've got the instructions and the layout. So you've got everything that you need. And as Rachel just said, there's just that little bit of glue. In fact, we had a fabulous glue show earlier on. So if you are all out of glue, do check out that show. But we've got choices. That is your bee, but what about your queen bee? And I love this, the little addition of the crown on this one. How cute is this? Absolutely beautiful.
It's really sweet, isn't it? Queen bee. So yeah, really delighted with how Emily designed that, and it did take a little bit of designing to be able to fit the beads beautifully into it. But I think either are delightful.
Aren't they gorgeous? Again, within your kits, you are going to get the beads to create your fabulous bee, whether it's your bee or your queen bee, your brooch back, your felt, and of course, all important instructions for both those. Now, the instructions, do they differ dependent on the kit that you go for?
So the queen bee is exactly the same, apart from the crown.
So there's the addition of the crown in that
So you just
pattern.
have the addition of the crown.
Lovely.
The wirework antennas, I have made the wirework antennas by hand on all of them.
Oh, wow.
So they're all ready to be just stitched in place.
So they're already in one of these little bags?
They come with the...
Oh, I can see them here. I've got them here. Oh, my goodness, so you've actually hand put those together?
I've actually hand made each and every antenna for you.
Fabulous.
The queen bee antenna is slightly wider so that the antennas come out at the side of the crown. So you've got the antennas in there as well.
Fabulous. Love it. Now, they are neck and neck. Lots of you. Oh, hang on. Oh, Queen Bee is now kind of edged ahead. So much so that 20% of the stock has gone. So, again, whichever you go for, you have got some beautiful elements here. Gorgeous beads, the fabulous design that you've got. And, of course, brilliant value for money at £24.95. Because all bar a dab of glue, you've got everything that you need in there. You've even got your needle in there. So even if you've never stitched before, then, of course, Rachel is a fabulous teacher. She will be teaching us during the course of the show and, of course, through the actual instructions. And we'll chat about her YouTube channel as the hour goes on as well. Now, last time I was working with Rachel, we had actually a few little people joining us. Well, I say people, they're actually hedgehogs. But this is Cyril. Have a look at Cyril. Now, we've got a variety of different kits with regards to these little hedgehog brooches. This one is Cyril. We've got Honey. We've also got Clara as well. And Cyril is always a very popular chap, Cyril, isn't he?
Cyril sold out in the last 2 shows, and he was neck and neck with Honey, if I remember correctly, last time. So he's taken a nosedive.
That's not good, is it, when that happens to a hedgehog? There we go. There you go.
But with all of these, okay, they're brooches and you might not wear a brooch, but the good thing is they're so versatile. So a bit later on, when we get opportunity, I'll just show you examples of what else you can use them for embellishments.
I love it. First time I've ever wrestled a hedgehog there. But there you go. Usually they're a bit more prickly. This one's a really pretty one. So that one is little Cyril. And again, you've got everything that you need within these. Similarly to the bees we were looking at a few moments ago. All the beads, again, just a little bit of glue. You've got your needle, you've got your pattern, everything that you need. And of course, that important element, the knowledge from Rachel there. Now, Honey is another addition. So maybe you've got Cyril on one of the previous shows, and maybe you're thinking of different colour tones. This one is so, so sweet. Now, with these, we're getting obviously all the different colours of the beads as well. So it gives us that kind of gradient of colour, because you can see this one's got a little pink tummy.
I know. This was like making a bit of an oil painting to actually get that shading right when we were designing the Honey and Cyril and Clara. And yeah, it's Emily, my daughter, designed this one as well, and I just think she's captured such a sweet little character.
Absolutely adorable. Now, I know you're a big fan of Trisha.
I
is this one
love
of Trisha's.
Trisha's. This is one of Trisha's. I think this is the red Ava bag.
Fabulous. But isn't it wonderful there to actually have that as a closure on your bag rather than wearing it as a brooch? But can you imagine, it's like a piece of jewellery, isn't it, more so than kind of just a closure or something like that? I mean, beautiful, I should imagine, if you've got a scarf and things like that.
You could wear it on a scarf. I mean, some people would like really bold statement jewellery.
That's true,
and you could pop a chain through the addition on the brooch if you wanted to. I think everybody's very personal with their jewellery taste, whether you like something bold or whether you like something a little bit more simplistic. But either way, you can use him for a hat embellishment, you can use him on a book cushion. Also, you can glue on, if you want it as a bag charm so it hangs, I've got some I'll show later, which is where you can attach a glue-on back on them as well.
Fabulous, and we'll have a little look at those in a little while because we'll be going over to the demo area in a few moments. But before that, I need to introduce you to Clara. Now, Clara is yet another colourway. So again, I love this one, cool tones. Maybe you like your silver jewellery. Now, I like this. Now, our director for the hour is Molly, and for every single one of these, she said, oh, I do like this one. Oh, I do like. She's so fickle. She's changed her mind every single time. And here you can see you've got a fabulous little Clara here. And it's the construction of these, because you've obviously got the dimension there of those beads for those kind of the prickles.
For the prickles, yes. The prickles, they might look complicated, but again, they are... They've got a mind of their own today.
I've got a flat bottom.
And we did demonstrate, if we don't get opportunity to do any demonstrating for the hedgehogs today, you can watch that back on the rewind that we did 2 weeks ago. That was on a Saturday.
It was a fortnight tomorrow.
At
going
9
backwards,
o'clock.
if that makes sense. So yeah, it would have been 9 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, do go back and watch. So yeah. Now, busy with regards to these ones. So which one is it? Cyril again, he's up at the front there. So little Cyril, let's bring Cyril in just to refresh your memory. Rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone with regards to Cyril. So if Cyril is your favourite, kind of traditional hedgehog colours really, if there is ever such a thing.
He is.
Absolutely adorable. So Cyril is in the lead, but of course don't forget you have got your fabulous little honey there as another of your options, and then of course we've just been introduced to the lovely little Clara there. Aren't they adorable? But don't forget, we have got, obviously, I'm going to have to remember to put those back in that order in a few moments because they'll fall over if I do it now. And don't forget you can add them in alongside the bees that we were chatting about earlier on as well. Now, maybe you've got loads and loads of beads already. Now, we have got the ability for you to kind of get a little extra set to booster pack. Now, with this one, you're not going to get the instructions, are you, with this one?
There's no instructions with this. So the idea behind this is that you've had the kit, you've got all the instructions so that you know what to do. And perhaps you want to make some for friends and family, and you can use your own bead collection as well if you wish. So there's no instructions and there aren't any beads in this, but I have had, since the last previous shows, requests about top-ups for the beads.
Oh, okay.
So that's, bank that thought, because that might be something I might do as a top-up for future, but people are welcome to contact me if they need top-ups for them. But in that, we've got the base foundation that you sew onto.
And you've got 4 of those.
You've got 4 backings on there as well. It's like a faux leather backing.
Oh, sorry, the backing. Sorry, I do apologise, yeah.
You have the 4 brooch backs, and I believe there's 5 beading needles in there as well.
It's very generous, that, because you could have just put them, just 1 in there.
Yes.
And I think it's last time you were talking about maybe sending these out to a group of friends and all, kind of stitching on a video.
This is it, especially if you've done one. You could possibly teach your friends if you want to. Send them, if they've got a stash of seed beads, you could talk through it with them and have a project, an online project to do together.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So there you go. If you want to stock up on your additional bits and pieces, and you've got plenty of beads of your own, and of course you have got those instructions, and there you go, ready to go with this one. Now 20% of the stock has gone, so if you're wanting your booster bundle, please do not leave it too long. Just £18.95, 480799 if you're wanting to get hold of those. You'd have loads of fun with that, couldn't you? Now, of course, do jump onto the website and have a little look. There's lots and lots for us to share with you, so do have a little delve on there. But something that's always very popular are rings when we bring them to you here at Hochanda. And here we've got, I think it's 5 different options for you. And these are brilliant because in each one of these kits, you're going to be able to create 2 rings. So have a look at the first one that we've got here. Now, this one, I love these. And we were chatting about these last time you were here because these are kind of adjustable rings.
They're adjustable rings, so as you said before, within reason, they're adjustable. it's within probably quite a few sizes, and in fact we did a tutorial on the wire wrap rings with the last one.
We did, yes.
And what I've put in the kit is enough to make 2 rings.
Okay.
So you'll get to make one in silver plate and one in the rose gold as well. And we've got 5 different options on those. They're all gemstones. They're 4mm size, which is a nice petite size for the fingers. So we've got rose quartz and amethyst combined. So you could always do 1 ring amethyst, 1 ring rose quartz, or you could combine the 2 together. We've got hematite, which is a metallic grey.
Some gorgeous finishes with these.
A blue sodalite.
So it's the blue sodalite that we just had a little look at there. The next one that we've got is the turquoise.
The turquoise. This always reminds me of, I don't know why, but holidays, seaside, and when people have got, beach that we're all craving for. That just reminds me of that sunny feel that goes really nice when you've been in the sunshine.
They've almost got like a little marble going through there, haven't they? That tiny kind of colour running through. The next one is the one that we talked about, hematite, which has got very much that kind of gunmetal grey to it, but a lovely shimmer. I mean, look at this. Well, it's not a sparkle, but it's kind of like a sheen, almost like a pearlescent look to it.
It is. I think that's a really good all-rounder to match with lots of different things. The same as the smoky quartz is a really deep brown, the smoky quartz. And I think if you're looking perhaps for everyday wear rings, they are a really nice thing to match with everything.
And the smoky quartz is the next one that I was going to show you, actually. So again, you've got your gold tone and your rose gold tone and your silver tone, as you can see with these. And these ones, you have got a kind of a slight transparency to the beads on this occasion, so you can actually see the light coming through those. So really nice look, and again, brilliant value for money, because you're going to get everything that you need within these to make your 2 rings. Of course, if you're going for multiples of sets, which you can do, so you could mix this up with one of the other sets and kind of cross-pollinate those if you're wanting to. But talking about cross-pollinating, this is a brilliant value bundle, because the next one that we've got for you is where you have got your amethyst and your rose quartz. Now, you're getting 2 different lots of beads within here. You can see they've kind of been interspersed together on these particular examples here, but there's nothing stopping you, as you heard from Rachel, perhaps making a rose quartz one, maybe with the rose gold, and then the other one with the silver, potentially amethyst. So yeah, loads of ways you could work with these, really.
And I've got a couple of samples to show here
I'll have
as
a look
well.
at those in a few moments.
Okie dokie.
Wonderful, so there you go. Details are on your screen if you fancy getting hold of those, 054239. So we're going to head over to the demo area, and while I show you these, now lots of you have gone for these, you always go for these, it's your wire booster bundle.